The theater is experiencing some technical difficulties, so we are probably going to be delaying the start of the symposium by about 5 to 10 minutes. So relax. Clemente Colon. I do apologize for the technical difficulties in the event that we cannot fix the projecting capability. I hope that speakers are smart enough to provide their comments without PowerPoints. In the meantime, we're going to start the symposium, and I'd like to invite Commander Ruth Lane, Director of the National Ice Center, to open up.
Good morning. We're nothing if not flexible, right, when we're dealing with the Arctic. Welcome, everyone. We're so glad to have you here today. The National Ice Center, I'm on behalf of the National Ice Center and the Arctic Research Commission. We're very happy to host you for the 7th Symposium of the Impacts of an Ice-Diminished Arctic on Naval and Maritime Operations. If you haven't found a seat yet, there's still plenty peppered on the sides. You don't have to be directly behind the camera guy. There's also guys in the top row that I think you could see over him once the slides will come up. And we're going to be just fine, whether there's slides or not, because everyone can talk very well about their pictures. Hopefully you had a chance to take part of the beverages and the snacks that are out in the lobby. And if you hadn't noticed just yet, when you head out, if you head around towards your left, there's an alcove. And that alcove is where the restrooms are, should anyone need them. So that's the end of my opening remarks. I would like to introduce John Farrell, who's really been the brains for pulling this whole operation together with Dr. Clemente Colon. And he's going to talk you through one of our new innovations this year. John?
Thank you very much, Ruth. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see you, and thank you for coming. What we're going to do this time with our meeting in terms of audience engagement, because we are webcasting internationally right now, is that we have a new tool. So I'd encourage those of you who have cell phones, iPhones or smartphones, to break them out. Open up a browser page and go to Slido, Slido.com. Now, if you're not connected on the wireless yet, there is a Navy Public in the theater, and that doesn't require a password. So Navy Public, do that first. Yeah. Right. This is a way you can ask questions of the speakers. Okay, and when you get to Slido, anyone got there yet? You have to enter a code. It's IDA 2017, capital IDA. One person already did the poll. Good for you. So there's an event code. You put in IDA, capital IDA 2017. Slido.com, Slido.com. And when you get to Slido, there's either an option to do questions or do polls. And I've opened up a poll. IDA, capital IDA 2017. There it is, right there. Maybe it'll stay. No. No. Okay, I see some of you are getting there, and you're voting. Okay, everyone there? Some people there? I see some votes coming in on the poll. Yeah? Okay. So the first question is, where do most of us work here? And this is, there we go. And this is actually the results. Most of you here signed up for this are from the government, 16% from academia, 13% from NGOs, and 11% from the private sector. So let me turn on the second question on the poll. Now, how many people, what parts of government are here? Okay, we're getting a lot of votes for Coast Guard, a lot of votes for Navy. NOAA, we're getting some. Good. This is what we actually have here. So government, a good number of you are from NOAA, almost a third. Navy's 14%, Coast Guard, DHS 16%, other includes State Department, transportation, so on. Non-U.S., we have some non-U.S. folks in the room, and other federal agencies. So now you know how to use the tool. We're going to use it mostly for questions of the speakers. So as a speaker is presenting, you'll be asking your questions, and we'll use those interspersed with those with people doing it the old-fashioned way by raising their hand. So that's it. Thank you. And now on with the show.
Thank you, John. So since about 1/3 of you are associated with NOAA, if you look to your right, if you don't work for NOAA, you look to your right or your left, most likely you're looking at a NOAA person. Talking about NOAA, I'd like to share with you some sad news. Last week, Ernest Paul Mclan passed at the age of 91. For those of you that didn't know Paul Mclan, he was one of the eminent NOAA scientists, instrumental in the development of ocean surface temperature measurements from satellites. And as a matter of fact, he was one of the first individuals to look at sea ice observations and use from satellites and use them operationally in the U.S. So I'd like to ask for a moment of silence in the memory of Ernest Paul Mclan. Thank you. It is an honor to introduce the first speaker of this symposium. It's the first time that we have a senator that is not an Alaskan senator speaking to us, but certainly is a person that loves Alaska, loves the Arctic, and we really welcome him. Senator Angus King was sworn as Maine's first independent United States senator, a strong believer in the need for greater bipartisan dialogue and relationship building. He's a member of quite a number of committees. I'm not going to list them, but you can look at additional information in the program. In fact, the way this symposium is set up, most of the presentations are very short, so we can save time. In case you want me to continue talking, but one thing that I really want to say about the senator, just recently we learned that he's an avid photographer, and that in fact his staff allow him now to not only post on Instagram, but actually caption his picture. So I do hope that when he leaves today, he'll be able to take some snapshots and caption them for us. Senator, you're welcome. Thank you.
Well, I'm delighted to be here. I don't know why Pablo was looking at me when he said be short. I am a senator, after all. It's sort of intimidating, and this happens quite often to me, that you end up speaking to a group where every single member of the audience knows more about the subject than you do. And there's a wonderful story along those lines where there was a famous physics professor who was going around the country doing a very arcane lecture about string theory and physics, and he gave it about 10 times. He had the same driver with him everywhere he went, and after about the 10th time, the driver said, "You know, Prof, I can do that lecture as well or better than you." The professor said, "Nonsense, you can't possibly do that. This is very complicated stuff." The driver said, "So let's try. The next stop, we'll switch uniforms. I'll put on the tweed jacket, you put on the black jacket and the hat, and I'll do the lecture. So the professor says, okay, I will try it, and he stands up in the back of the room. The driver does a perfect job, delivers the lecture, all the formulas, everything on the board, everything is exactly right. But the professor says, yeah, but wait till he gets to the questions, you know. So the first question comes, and it's a very complex question, and the driver said, that question is so easy, my driver in the back of the room can answer it. So that's sort of the way I feel today. All of you know more about this subject. Why is a senator from Maine interested in the Arctic? Well, in part because of my committee assignments, but in part because of my geography. Committee assignments, I'm on 3 committees that's relevant to developments in the Arctic. One is Armed Services, the other is Intelligence, and the third is Energy and Natural Resources. So all of those committees in one way or another are concerned with Arctic issues. Geography is the location of Maine. All I need to tell you is the first commercial cruise ship to go through the Arctic Ocean last summer, the next stop, once they reached the east coast of the United States, was Maine, Bar Harbor, the Crystal Serenity. And I've been saying for years that Maine will be the first port in the United States that ships that go through the Arctic Ocean are going to have access to U.S. ports. And lo and behold, the very first commercial traveling ship, the Crystal Serenity, did in fact come to Bar Harbor. That was the first place it came after it got through the Arctic Ocean. I don't know why we all didn't go on that trip. An outside cabin was only $90,000. But in any case, geography is important to us. Maine has always been a seafaring state. I always like people to leave any time I talk with some nugget of information. I'll share with you 2. One is, you've heard the term down east Maine. You hear that term quite frequently. Where does that come from? Where it comes from is, if you actually look at a map of Maine, Maine sticks out into the Atlantic Ocean to the east. In fact, eastern Maine is 400 miles closer to Europe than New York City. So, and the prevailing winds, of course, are from the west. So the sailing people would be sailing downwind east to go along the Maine coast. That's the origin of the term down east. Well, I'm thinking about giving you little facts Admiral, good to see you. Another fact I'll leave with you is the origin of the word politics. Politics is an ancient word. It comes from the Greek word poly, meaning many, and ticks, meaning small blood-sucking insects. And you put them together and you have politics. So now you have some knowledge you can take away from this presentation. In Maine, we also are vitally interested in climate change. The Gulf of Maine is warming at the highest rate of any body on Earth except the Arctic Ocean, for reasons we're not exactly clear on. We have a very long-standing Arctic and climate research lab at the University of Maine. I remember seeing Greenland ice cores there years ago, many years ago, before even thinking about issues of climate change. We also have the Bigelow Lab and the Gulf of Maine Research Institute. So the development and changes in the Arctic affect us as they affect the waters of the east coast of the United States. And as I mentioned, we see it as an economic opportunity. What's going on? I can tell you that there is a heightened interest in the Arctic in the Congress. It's not universal, but it's significant. Lisa Murkowski and I, who I think will be with you a little bit later, the senior senator from Alaska, formed something called the Senate Arctic Caucus a couple of years ago. Some of you may have heard me say this. At one point, when I was just in the Senate, I stopped Lisa on the way onto the Senate floor and said, Senator Murkowski, I want to be the Arctic senator. And she said, you can be the assistant Arctic senator. She had already staked that out. Well, I got to tell you, Dan Sullivan from Alaska has also embraced this issue. And in fact, in the Armed Services Committee, John McCain refers to him as the senator from the Arctic because he raises the issue so frequently, both in terms of national security and recently, just 2 weeks ago, in the committee markup of the National Defense Bill, Dan Sullivan sponsored an amendment, I co-sponsored it, to propose the acquisition of 6 icebreakers by the United States. As you all know, we are woefully unprepared in terms of icebreakers. I've heard estimates of how many the Russians have, which range between 17 and 40. Fran's going to go on one later this week, a Russian icebreaker. We have 1.5. When I say a half, the other one is being essentially used for parts to maintain the one that steams between the Antarctic and the Arctic every year. I mean, it's not an adequate response, and so the Congress, Admiral, is working on this, and we really are. I'm seeing more interest both in the House and in the Senate, and how we can develop additional capacity. Icebreakers are the infrastructure of the Arctic. They're the highways, in effect, and the Russians have an interstate system, and we have a country road, if that, because of the importance. And it's doubly important for us, I think, because the route closer to Canada and North America is not as clear as the northern route along the Russian boundary, and so this is going to be very important for us. Now, I think it's important, and you all are scientists, you know this better than I, we can't get ahead of ourselves. I'm told by commercial shipping interests that we really still are a fair ways away from commercial utilization of the Northwest Passage or of the Arctic Ocean Passage. It's not next year or 5 years from now. It may be 10 or 20 years from now, but if current trends continue, clearly the passage over the pole is going to be one of the most important sea lanes on Earth, and of course it's going to make the Bering Strait probably one of the most strategic spots on Earth. Let me conclude. I shouldn't say finally. My wife says I say finally too much. It gets people's hopes up. But we're rounding into the final turn. Many of you are scientists, as we just learned from this cool app. Although I read it wrong, it said guess how many, and I thought I was supposed to guess. So I didn't. I was predicting rather than being truthful about who I was. But many of you are scientists. We can't make good policy without good data. That is something that I've learned in all of my career in public policy and in politics and trying to make good laws. In fact, what I have found, and this is, I can't communicate this more emphatically. What I have found in my experience going back to being governor of Maine and now in the Senate, if you can develop a shared understanding of the facts, the policy prescription is pretty easy. It almost becomes self-evident if everybody understands the facts. If they don't understand the facts, or if they have different views of the facts, then it's practically impossible to get to a policy prescription. The current debate we're having on health care is a perfect example. There are people who are convinced as a matter of fact that the Affordable Care Act is collapsing, it can't survive, and it's in a death spiral. They believe that's a set of facts that drives their desire to get rid of it and do something else. On the other hand, there are people who say, no, it's not collapsing, it's actually in reasonably good shape, and with some changes could be quite successful. Again, that's a counterfactual observation, and that's why it's so hard for these groups to get together. If we could all understand exactly what's going on, how many people are covered, how many lose coverage, that kind of thing, we could indeed, I think, come to a reasonable policy prescription. So that's a long way of saying that what you're doing in terms of the science and understanding what's happening and demonstrating it to us in a way that we can understand and absorb is just, it could not be more important. Policy ultimately, believe it or not, follows from data and facts. It's not a straight line, and it often is interrupted by ideology and politics and those kinds of things. But ultimately, if we have good data, we can make good decisions. So the second piece of this is give us the data in ways that we can understand and use. I'm a visual learner. I commend to you the work of a guy named Edward Tufte, T-U-F-T-E. If you haven't, you don't have to Google him now, but Google him later. He's the world's expert on the visual presentation of numerical data. And it's really hard to absorb mentally a series of numbers or dates. That's why we're all, not so good at history, remembering the date of the Battle of Cowpens. But we can absorb a picture, and if we can call up, am I doing it here, or how are we going to do this? I want to first show you the greatest visual presentation of numerical data in history. And it was created in the early 1800s by a French artist. And if it comes up, okay, well, I can see it. Well, I guess it isn't going to come up, unfortunately. Okay, there it is. This is a visual representation of Napoleon's attack on Moscow. And the thickness of the line represents how many troops he had. So the top thick line back here on the left is leaving Paris. The army marches across Europe through Austria, ends up at Moscow at the far end, and you can see how much it's diminished, and then starts back, and you can actually see river crossing. You can see how many people drowned in that river. And then you see the trickle of people that ended up coming back to Paris. That's the kind of presentation that we need from you to demonstrate what's going on in the Arctic. I love this graph and urge you, you can easily, if you Google Napoleon's retreat from Moscow, Tufte, or something like that, you'll find this, and it just tells you so much, and you can't miss it, rather than the numbers. Now, what do I do? Go to the next. Just here. Got it. Here's another one that I think is good, relevant to this question. This is a graph I ran across a couple of years ago about the volume of sea ice. And I'm throwing these up not to give you information you don't know, but to suggest this influenced me as a policymaker. And you can see it's the volume, 16,000 cubic meters, and then it goes down, or million, and it goes down to 5. I mean, that tells me something really serious is going on. I hope I'm not being condescending here, but I'm telling you how to communicate with me and my colleagues in order to get across what is important to you and to our citizens in understanding these issues. This slide made clear to me what was happening to the Arctic ice in a way that I had never seen before. And here's the one that showed me what was going on in sea level rise in a way that I had never thought of before. This is the last 24,000 years, and 24,000 years ago, the oceans were 390 feet shallower than they are today because all the water was locked up in the glaciers. And if you think about it, where we are today is the Antarctic and Greenland are the last remnants of the glaciers. And as the glaciers melted, the sea level went up. And there are a couple of things you learn about this. One is this point right here, the meltwater pulse 1A, that's 1 foot of sea level rise per decade. And that's what many scientists are predicting for the next 100 years. In other words, what's happening now happened before. And the other thing that this tells us that I think is important is that there's this long stable period, 8,000 years at the end, up at the top. That happens to be human history. And there's a phenomenon that we're all familiar with, even if we're not familiar with the term, called the recency effect. And the recency effect is all of us are prone to think that what happened yesterday will happen tomorrow. Well, if the ocean has been where it is now for 8,000 years, it's logical that we would all think that's a fixed, that's a given, the level of the ocean. Seeing this graph stunned me. I'd never thought about it this way before. The Gulf of Maine was essentially a lake 24,000 years ago because the Georges banks were above water level. It was a large, almost enclosed body of water. And then the final one, again, this is a visual presentation of numeric data. This is the Jakobshavn Glacier. I went up there last summer with the commandant, and we went out on the ice sheet and on the glacier. But the reason I find this a powerful image, it's a little hard to see, but each one of those lines is a year. This is like 1850, and it goes to the retreat of the glacier. But one of the bits of information that this conveys is it has retreated as much in the last 10 years as in the prior 110 years. And again, the point I'm making is give me stuff like this that can be used to demonstrate, and it's irrefutable in terms of the data, and is very helpful. So when I was a kid, we had I can't remember who was the guy that told people it was how to win friends and influence people. Carnegie, Dale Carnegie. Well, this is how to win friends and influence congressmen. I hope I haven't been too strong about this, but I'm suggesting that these are ways that you can convert your work into data and facts that will help us make good policy. And the final point really is we've got to get it right. This is of tremendous consequence. It's of tremendous results in terms of economics, of energy exploration, of national security, tremendously important area of the world, becoming more important all the time. It's as if we just discovered the Mediterranean Sea. And we've got to get this right, and you have to be the people who help us to understand the facts, to present the facts to our constituents, and form the basis of good public policy. Thanks. It's great to be with you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator.
And I hate to be the guy who talks and then leaves, but I have to go to an Armed Services Committee meeting. And maybe we'll talk about icebreakers.
Just to let you know that we're under very strict regulations. Yes. So the audience is getting chapstick, and the speakers are getting these eyeglasses cleaners. I wish we had aspirin, because I'm pretty sure the audience is getting a headache. I do apologize for the technical difficulties, and thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Great to be with you.
The next speaker is going to be Fran Ulmer, and she's going to give us a little bit of information about the history of this symposium, a few suggestions, hopefully including improvements on the display of the presentations. After her very short talk, she also is going to introduce Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Pablo, and good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Arctic Research Commission, I want to say we really appreciate your being with us and participating in this symposium. But I have to say, first of all, Senator King is such a fabulous advocate on behalf of not only Arctic issues, but the importance of connecting science to decision makers. And although he's left the room, I just want to say one more time, I wish we had hundreds more like him, being able to communicate as effectively as he does. But my other hope is actually that when you leave this symposium, you will feel empowered to be the kind of advocate on behalf of not only improving our understanding of this region, but communicating it in a way that makes it possible for people, both in the public sector and in the private sector, to make really good decisions about not only the future of the Arctic, how to operate in the Arctic, but also how the indigenous people of the region and the various businesses in the region do their work. So I thought I would start this morning with just a very brief history of what has happened here. Let's see if I can make this work.
Frank, that's just for the pointer.
Oh, that isn't going to work. Okay.
That's for the pointer. In
All
case
right, so
stay close to the microphone and then just hit that. But if you need to point something.
technology, I love it. So just very briefly, I wanted to say that this is not the first time this has happened, and I know some of you are repeat attendees, but all the way back in 2001, a number of the entities that are currently engaged were also engaged in really trying to explore what are the needs of the Navy, what are the needs of other federal agencies in a region that is changing very rapidly. And it turns out that there were a number of conclusions that came from that meeting that probably aren't terribly surprising, and that is that increasingly over time, we will need to be able to operate in a region that we don't really fully understand, that we need to do more science, do more research, and expand the ability for people to really become more informed and aware of the challenges of the region, and to be able to equip not only the Navy and the Coast Guard, but others with the kind of facilities that are required. Given the growing interest in the Arctic region, and frankly, the extent to which we have found that there are things that we need to invest in, it became increasingly important for us to continue this activity. And as John has already mentioned, this is being webcast to try to expand the number of people who can participate beyond just those who can be here in the room today. This is a sort of a word map of what the Symposium of 2015 report identified as some of the key words and phrases. And I think it really sums up quite nicely in a picture way the idea of taking knowledge to action and the extent to which more of this communication across lines, up and down and across, is really essential if we're going to all do our jobs. So what are the objectives of our symposium this week? Basically to review what it is that we know about what is changing in the Arctic. And I don't just mean climate, I also mean the laws and the regulations and the policies, and for us to better explore and discuss how those changes are really influencing the kinds of choices that need to be made so that in fact we can make the investments that will be required for future operations. Our challenges in this way is, well, let's just say that there are many challenges. How do we best prioritize the ways in which federal agencies, as well as the private sector and individuals, can really allocate resources wisely? And that's everything from securing new icebreakers to ports in the Arctic, making certain that we have the kind of search and rescue assets that will be necessary as we see increased human utilization of the region, but also the implementation of the new mandatory polar ice code. You know, when the IMO did the Polar Code, it took many, many years to get to the point where it was actually adopted and now, as of January this year, effective. But in some ways, it just begins another important mountain to climb, and that is in the implementation and thinking through the additional things that need to be done to make certain that navigation, shipping, and utilization of this region are as safe as possible. So what are a few of the opportunities? You know, I think one of the things we need to concentrate on, and Senator King just mentioned this in a very effective way, and it is communicating what it is that we know, sharing that information in a way that really makes it easy for people to understand what assets are available for research, but also what information is available for decision making. This is just one of countless examples that we could talk about and hopefully will talk about this week. The Alaska Ocean Observing System, AOS, did this really interesting research assets map that sort of plots where research assets are and where monitors are. Another opportunity that is evolving is using ships that are already in the theater as platforms for monitoring. We know that research in the Arctic is expensive, it's dangerous, it's hard to get research platforms in the Arctic and to keep them there, so why not use tourism vessels and commercial vessels and ferries as ways in which we can plant the kind of monitoring devices that will keep us really increasing the amount of information that we have. And finally, the whole idea of more international collaboration, research across country borders that really empower not only the research community to be able to do what needs to be done to inform decision makers, but also to make sure that we are efficiently using the financial resources available. This is just one example of a rather impressive international effort to have a year-round expedition into the Central Arctic Ocean, Mosaic, an international project, which again, hopefully the U.S. will be a part of, either by using some of our assets like the Healy, by additional NSF funding, and by private sector engagement. So those are a few of the opportunities. So in conclusion, I just want to say, I hope that you will feel free to give us some feedback about how we can do a better job in 2 years when we repeat this symposium. We are always looking for ideas about ways in which, either from the standpoint of the speakers and the information that's offered, but also the panelists, can really improve the ability to help you do your jobs. I also hope that when you leave here this week, you will go back home to your organizations and spread information that you learn this week. That, I think, is another important responsibility that each of us who care about the Arctic and who have responsibilities in the Arctic to do that kind of outreach. I sincerely hope you will undertake that effort as well. So finally, in conclusion, I just want to say the Arctic Research Commission sponsors this event because by congressional mandate, our responsibility as an organization is really to not only provide advice to Congress and the federal agencies about Arctic research policy, but also to assist in the transference of knowledge into action, to make it easier for decision makers to get access to the information that is produced from the science investment and research of our federal agencies. You can help us do that job by taking what you learned this week back to not only your organizations, your friends, your families, but also engaging in the public dialogue that the senator made reference to as it relates to decision makers in elected office. It's not always a comfortable thing to do, but I will say, as a former elected official myself, it is absolutely essential for the science community and the decision-making community to become better friends. Thank you very much.
While we wait for the senior senator from Alaska, I'll open up for some questions to you so that people can also test the system.
Oh, I'm going to be a guinea pig testing.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
All right, fine. Let's give it a try.
Any questions from the audience? One question from the audience?
Well, if there isn't a question, I want to share one thing with you that you may not be aware of and that I didn't mention, but I think it's an important thing. When Congress created the Arctic Research Commission, it also created the Interagency Arctic Research and Policy Committee called IARPC. And IARPC, which is really the way in which federal agencies combine their effort And not only for Arctic research, but for planning for investment for Arctic research, IARPC is a tool that the federal government has used. I heartily recommend that you go to the IARPC website and look at the new 5-year research plan that IARPC debuted a couple of months ago. It gives you some insight into some of the overarching issues that federal agencies have identified and are investing their research dollars in. It gives you, as members of the public and members of the private sector and other federal agencies, some idea of what the best thinking is on the part of the federal agencies that do Arctic research and that have federal Arctic research budgets. The 5-year Arctic research plan at iarpc.gov is also a way that you can interact with federal agencies, again, for the private sector, for the university community, because they have something called IARPC Collaborations, which is an open invitation to people to participate in these teams that focus on important Arctic science questions. So again, that's something that not a lot of people are aware of. It's something that IARPC started about a year ago, and it really is kind of an open door policy to communicating with and helping to shape the research that federal agencies do. So our senior senator from Alaska has arrived, and I just want to take a moment to say that it's my pleasure to introduce Senator Lisa Murkowski to you. As you heard from Senator Angus King a little bit earlier, she started the Arctic Caucus in the Senate because she wanted to raise awareness among her colleagues of the important issues in this region. It is an incredibly important thing that she has done, but that's just one of many ways in which she has participated in both international organizations, national organizations, Alaska events, to really help people focus on what needs to be done to make certain that the Arctic is the kind of Arctic that we all want, both nationally and internationally. So I just want to recognize Lisa Murkowski as someone who has been a leader not only for Alaska, for the Arctic, for our nation. Senator Lisa Murkowski.
Senator, please proceed. John.
Here's the.
No,
oh, no
John,
talk. Okay.
There's no PowerPoint.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I thought I'd been delivered a new PowerPoint. I was ready. Just saying, I was ready. Fran, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for your leadership as chair of the U.S. Arctic Research Commission. Admiral, it's good to have you here. It's good to be with those that are focused on some very keen and clearly timely priorities when it comes to the Arctic. I can't tell you how good it is to be talking about something other than healthcare. Thank you for giving me a good start to my day. I do appreciate the leadership from so many in a space that, again, is so important. You mentioned the role of the Arctic Caucus in the United States Senate, and it is something that, well, I'm proud of the collaborative efforts that Senator King and I have been able to lead with other caucus members. I recognize every day that we still have so much more to do in educating lawmakers, educating leaders, not only here in this country, but internationally, about the role of the Arctic and how we expand on the national knowledge of the far north. In Alaska, ice thickness, flow extent, ship traffic data, these aren't just numbers for a PowerPoint, although again, I was ready to go with my PowerPoint, but they're really part of our culture. They impact the viability, the sustainability of our Arctic communities, and in many cases, they can be matters of life and death for our people. And as this forum focuses on an ice-diminishing Arctic, I would encourage you all, and I think I say this every year that I have come here to this symposium, keep in mind the real the human impacts that these numbers mean for those who live in the region. We all know that increased maritime activity is both an opportunity and a challenge, but the growing level of activity, I think, is making it a more pressing issue from a policy perspective. Shipping in the Bering Strait has increased nearly 60% in the last 8 years. 2016 and 2017 statistics are tracking to show a further increase. And keep in mind that this is all post-Shell's activity there in the Chukchi. I've had an opportunity to be briefed on what we have seen in Nome with the vessels that are coming in and out of the port of Nome. I know that Denise Michaels is going to be speaking to you later in this symposium. But the dock occupancy there reached 92% in July of last year, which includes the recent addition of a third dock that they had built in 15. The bulk of this increase is directly related to more foreign fuel tankers, research vessels, domestic and foreign government vessels, gravel, cargo vessels. The Crystal Serenity, of course, was the cruise ship that we all followed with great interest last year. That was last year. I hear they've got strong bookings going forward. So again, that level of increased traffic and that comes with tourism and commercial shipping is something that we're all following. But it also highlights the lack of infrastructure, particularly a deep draft port in the U.S. Arctic. So we're working with the Army Corps of Engineers, again, to continue to evaluate and consider prospects for such a port. But it's not just a port. It's not just a port in Nome. It has to be a system of ports, recognizing the need that we have out there. I was at an Arctic forum just 3 weeks ago now, and former President Grimson from Iceland reminded us that China has an Arctic port. How does China get an Arctic port before we officially have ours? We certainly have the extraordinary port there in Dutch Harbor on Alaska, but I think that that's just a little bit of a reminder to us of the interest that others have in the Arctic. So making sure that we are ready, that we are prepared, that when it comes to assist, that we are there and capable of providing the necessary support for search and rescue capabilities, for the local and the national security interests, the economic development opportunities, and the environmental and the scientific research. And again, when we're talking about the port of Nome, one deep draft port would certainly be helpful. 2 would be outstanding. But again, I refer to a system of ports, a network of ports. And keep in mind that in Alaska, where our communities are small, our distances are great, we're not talking about large, significant ports in terms of size, but the impact that a small port can have in an area like this, whether it's St. George in the Pribilof Islands, which badly needs a subsistence fishing harbor, or Amonic, which is trying to develop a small commercial port. If you ever have an opportunity to go out to Amonic, significant fishing village, but it is yet a village. And when we say port, you think port. Amonic thinks, just give me a dock. So it's pretty basic infrastructure that we're talking about here. But again, the ability to provide for that necessary search and rescue in times of need, or an alternative port of call for our smaller vessels. There's also an increased probability of additional vessel traffic engaged in offshore oil and gas leasing activity in the not too distant future. As we have seen with this administration, they have lifted the indefinite withdrawal on leasing in the Beaufort and the Chukchi, and the Secretary of Interior has started the process of revising the U.S. offshore leasing program. Many of you are familiar with the 2008 USGS Circum-Arctic Resource Appraisal, looking at the vast resources that are up in the U.S. Arctic. An estimated 30 billion barrels of oil, 221 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. This does not include the 32,000 trillion cubic feet of methane hydrates that are located off of the North Slope, nor the Coast Guard cutter Healy's dredge hauls back in 2008, 2009 that suggests high concentrations of rare earth elements and other critical minerals. We know that the resources are there, and as the regulatory and policy process becomes perhaps a little more clear here, I think that we will see some additional interest and, again, additional maritime activity in the region. But in order to operate safely in the Arctic, you need to know where the hazards are. You need to have better nautical charts. And we hear this story so many times. People still don't believe it, though, that some of the charts that are used off of Alaska's North Slope actually use soundings from Captain Cook's third voyage using lead lines on sailing ships. And when you think about the technology that we had back in 1778, you got to applaud them for what they did and how they did it, but I think it's time to do a little refresh. And those that have some familiarity with Unalaska, and I see our former city manager there, now our commissioner, when the Fennica finds some obstacle that has not been noted or charted in waters that see the level of traffic that they do, you know it's time that we need an update. Only 4.7% of the U.S. Arctic has been charted to modern standards, but we're celebrating this because this is up from the 1% that was reported just in 2015. So we're making some headways, yeah. But at this pace that we're at, it will take 100 years to chart the Arctic, which, given what we're seeing in increased activity, I don't think that works out. So we need to step it up here. I have been encouraging NOAA to be more creative, more efficient in their coastal survey program and their charting efforts, and to consider contracting with third parties that might have more experience in the Arctic, move quicker in determining if underwater autonomous vehicles are a viable option for the charting process, and to also be practical about awarding survey sites to contractors so they receive adjacent sites for more consistent charting and efficient use of taxpayer dollars. So I think that there's more that we can do to bring about efficiencies, to bring about cost savings, and to really work on a more expedited time frame. I will tell you, though, that I'm concerned about what we're seeing with NOAA's aging fleet. We talk a lot about icebreakers, and I'm sure that there will be much conversation here about our icebreaker fleet, although I don't call 1.5 icebreakers a fleet. But there's a lot of discussion about that. Not so much discussion about what we have with NOAA. At least 3 of NOAA's ships have been in service for more than 40 years, and 8 ships are due to retire in the next 10 years. So think about what that means in terms of our ability to conduct survey work, whether it's from hydrographic to the fisheries work that goes on. We need to have capable vessels. So again, I'm very, very pleased that we're making headway with the icebreakers. It's good from a budget perspective. Those of us that have been working on this for a long time are feeling like we're finally making some good headway. There was a good report out just this week that focuses on how we can work to bring down the costs, very important during this particular time. But before an icebreaker can cut a path, we need to know what operating areas look like. And so we have to be mindful of the status of NOAA's vessels as well. The last thing that I want to leave you with this morning is the need to look at the Arctic in a holistic manner, whether it's from the international cooperation and when you look at the 3 binding agreements that have come from the Arctic Council to port development in a small native community. Approaching the issue holistically, I think, is necessary. It allows for a win-win for all involved. Research activities, economic development, investment in infrastructure, and environmental stewardship, clearly all interlinked and interconnected, particularly in America's Arctic. What happens in one part of the community impacts the entire community. And along that vein, what happens in one area can be cross-fertilized into other activities. Research conducted in the Arctic is not just useful from an academic or a policy-making standpoint, it's also an educational driver for our communities. And educational drivers are also economic drivers. They get residents, particularly our kids, more interested in what's going on around them and how it impacts their communities and how technology is being used. And a specific example of this is the Alaska Center for Unmanned Aircraft Systems. They've been bringing drones into high schools, into middle schools, into elementary schools throughout the state, including some of our more remote communities in the Arctic. They're letting the kids fly the drones, just kind of play with them, experiment with them, but obviously the kids are excited about it, but that excitement is leading to an understanding as to what this technology can mean to their communities. And then that excitement can lead to an interest in engineering or other areas where these applications can advance. And I say this often. We go out to the villages and you look around, you visit with the folks there, and you say, well, you know, I don't know, I don't see a lot of academic PhDs living out here, but every person, every one of those are esteemed elders, even the young children. Man, they've got a PhD in Arctic living. They know, they understand. And giving them that opportunity to then share is so important. I think these young people can be the building blocks of research and data collection going into the future, the foundation of community involvement, and really the support for activity that happens in the Arctic. So as we see the impacts of an ice-diminished Arctic and talk about things like infrastructure, let's never forget those who live in the Arctic, those whose daily lives are shaped by all that we are discussing here today. Thanks for the opportunity to be back with you. I think we've got time for a quick...
Yes, I would like to ask you to say for maybe 1 or 2 quick questions. But before that, I want to let you know that Senator King told us that Senator McCain likes to call Senator Sullivan the Arctic Senator. So I would like to change that to the junior Arctic Senator, because you're the senior Arctic Senator. So
you know,
let's make sure we get that straight.
There's room for a lot of Arctic senators. We'll take more, but I do think that it is something that, again, as colleagues, the more of us that view ourselves as Arctic senators, the better we are. So we'll keep pushing. We'll get more into the fan club here.
Thank you. First of all, a big applause.
Thanks.
Any questions from the audience?
Got one all the way up there. Well, thank you for raising it, and I would encourage you to ask any policymaker who's coming before this symposium the same question. I feel pretty strongly that the United States needs to ratify the Law of the Sea Treaty, that it is long overdue, and that it is as much a priority, if not more a priority than ever. I have had several different conversations with folks in this new administration, including the President, on ratification of the Law of the Sea Treaty and why it is important, why, given the changes that we're seeing in the Arctic, this opportunity, along with the challenges that come with increased movement in the north and opportunities to do more. I think that there is a new way of looking at the Law of the Sea Treaty right now because of a growing interest in the Arctic. And I think it's important to also recognize that when we're talking about Law of the Sea, we get focused on the Arctic, but what is happening in the South China Sea is also something that has gained the attention of many lawmakers. And again, I think it's causing them to look at where the United States is, where our role is, and the fact that we are on the outside looking in because we have not ratified that. I think it's time for another run at this. I have had a conversation with the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee suggesting him that it might be time to re-up and re-engage. So I am one, and I'm starting to make a little bit of noise on this. I do realize that there are a lot of priorities out there with differing treaties. But again, I think that this is an area that is gaining greater awareness, and we have an opportunity to move now. So we may be calling on you all to utilize your networks, your connections to help us advance that discussion.
Senator, we really run out of time,
Yes.
but probably Commissioner Laddick will cut down his presentation, or we could
I don't
get,
want the commissioner to cut it down. I actually have to get back to the hills. So.
Could you take one more question?
Yes.
And this is the thing. We have two online questions, but both of them are good. So I'm going to read them both, and you pick which one you want to answer.
That's fair. I like this.
First one, what are your thoughts on cooperation on science across the Bering Strait as oil and marine mammals do not respect political boundaries? That's one. The second one, do you think the Trump administration will develop a new Arctic policy or stay with the current Arctic policy that has been in place since January 2009?
Well, let me take number two, because the first one is tough. You're right. The animals do not respect the political boundaries, and that's why the animals are probably just as smart as anything going on right now. In terms of Arctic policy, my office has been working to try to engage the administration in focusing on the Arctic, in recognizing that we have an Arctic policy here that, in my view, needs more stuffing and a refresh. And so we have outlined some suggestions. This is something that I have raised with Secretary Tillerson. So my hope would be that with this new administration, we will not only have increased engagement in the Arctic, but a new look at how we can, I think, plus up Arctic policy. So that's what we're going to work on. And again, looking to you all as experts to help us assist with that.
Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'd like to introduce Commissioner Laddick. Please go ahead and start your presentation, which is going to be on the state of Alaska economic issues.
Good morning. My name is Chris Laddick. I'm the Commissioner of Commerce, Community, and Economic Development. Last time I was here, I was the city manager of Unalaska. My life has become a little more complicated now. And as senators get to talk as long as they want to, commissioners are often put on a timer. So we are going to get started here. That didn't come out very well, but this is one of my favorite pictures of the Arctic because the ice is not there, and you can see where the landmass is, and you can see where Alaska is and the Bering Sea. This is the U.S. Definition of the Arctic, and as been pointed out, we have lots of infrastructure projects we need to do in Alaska, from ports to hydrographic mapping, to search and rescue capabilities, oil spill, increased vessel tracking, communications, and Arctic-capable vessels. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about what's going on with our state's economy right now. And right now the GDP has slipped for the last 4 years in a row. Prior to this, it's never slipped longer than a year. And most of that can be attributed to oil and gas and the price of the oil and gas, price of barrel oil. So what we've been through, state spending cuts at 44%, the revenues have declined 80%, state's been in a deficit since 2013, our savings are down, credit rating has been reduced. The good news is we have a sovereign wealth fund that has $60 billion in it. It is now our largest revenue source. Structured use of the permanent fund is under consideration with the legislature right now, and the legislature passed the operating budget just in time to avoid a shutdown, which I know a lot of other states are in the same straits that we are in. The bad news, the legislature has not passed revenue measures and a capital budget, and this is the longest session in history at 181 days and counting. So, Arctic policy. In 2015, the state passed its Arctic policy, and it was guidance on state initiatives to inform U.S. domestic international Arctic policy in order to best serve the interests of Alaskans. We want to ensure that Arctic residents and communities benefit from economic and resource development, improve the efficiency, predictability, and stability of permitting and regulatory processes, obviously attract new investment, sustain current and develop new approaches for responding to climate change, and encourage industrial and technological innovation. And as well, the governor is very much interested in including a stronger military presence in the state of Alaska, given the nature of current threats. So what did we do in response to this at the Department of Commerce? We've undertaken the Alaska's Economic Strategy, a comprehensive economic development strategy as developed by the Economic Development Administration. It builds on past efforts. There has been no less than 4 initiatives in 10 years to do economic development in Alaska, and I hope to get the ball in the end zone. We're building on past efforts, but the success of this is going to be dependent on the commitment of community leaders and private sector that must own this and implement it by Alaskans and not by any administration. So obviously we reviewed economic and demographic conditions. We evaluated state strengths and weaknesses, did a public process, clear metrics for goals. And as you can see, these are the communities that we performed this in, and you can imagine trying to do an economic strategy for a state as big as this is quite a daunting process. But who we met with, the seafood industry, oil and gas industry, visitor industry, mining industry, entrepreneurial business startup sector, the telecom industry, native corporations, agriculture industry, and timber industry, what's left of it. Here's some of our goals. And I won't read the slide to you in the interest of time because I know Pablo's got a timer on me now. But one of the things that, in terms of the Arctic, we want to identify 5 specific business opportunities related to increased shipping. And we want to look at encourage improvement and development of intermodal hubs and ports, especially expand port facilities in southwest and western Alaska, all the way up to Barrow, expand military infrastructure and associate research and development to support Arctic operations. And this is you can't see, there's the crystal serenity that everybody talks about. The city of Nome spent 8 months preparing for it, and it was a huge issue for them. And of course, with their dock, they can't get the vessel to the dock, so they had to lighter people in. But if this is going to be something in the future, it's definitely something we need to prepare for. Let's talk about insurance policies. I have 6 divisions in my state. In my shop, one of them is insurance, banking and securities, corporate and business, professional licensing, and we also have 7 corporate agencies that I talked about. But this is the AIS data from Ed Page, who's probably going to give a talk here. But when we talk about protecting the marine environment, what do we talk about? What we need to be concerned about is putting 500,000 gallons of bunker C on the beach. That's what you need to be concerned about. First line of defense is the Marine Exchange of Alaska's automated identification system. It's a priceless insurance policy. They monitor ships in Alaskan waters. And if a ship stops moving, they start making calls. They start talking to the Coast Guard. And you would think that vessel masters would respond instantaneously when their engine quits, but that's not necessarily the case. Now, when you talk about time, there's a window of opportunity, not necessarily this time of year, but when you start talking about December, January, February in the Bering Sea, you only got so much time to respond, and communication is key. And in 2009 is when the Marine Exchange began keeping records on what's going through the Bering Straits. So here are the vessels through the Bering Straits in 2016, and you can see on the left by the meters, as shown, the largest number of vessels transiting the Bering Straits were between 20 and 39 meters. 87 of the 156 were longer than 100. Only 21 were longer than 200 meters in length. And here's the recorded transits through the strait by year from 2009. So AIS carriage requirements have expanded over the last several years, so there's more vessels showing up on the tracking system. And here's what's going through the NSR, and this is provided by the Marine Exchange as well. As you can see, there's been quite a drop-off in the number of vessels that are transiting the NSR, and for one reason or another, but you can see there's an uptick in 2016. I think you're going to see more traffic as the Yamal LNG plant comes online. What we're talking about in the Bering Straits is a sensitive ecological region, and so enhanced prevention measures and monitoring of compliance are warranted. So we need to be very careful about what we do in the Arctic. Last time I was here, I talked about the emergency towing system. There's not a picture of that system here, but here's where they are now. And quite recently, this weekend, the Laura Marisk went dead in the water off Akutan, 9 nautical miles off Akutan, and it was towed to Unalaska with the larger ETS, which is greater than 50,000 deadweight tons, and pulled this 872-foot ship to safety and put it on a mooring buoy. And the mayor of Unalaska helped develop the emergency towing system. And when we first started putting in the emergency mooring buoy, we were told it would be $1.5 million, and she got it done for under $50,000. So that's another one of our insurance policies, is having these. And it's very critical to plan and to do test runs with these things so that everybody's familiar with it. And of course, our icebreakers. I mean, In June of this year, the Senate Armed Services Committee passed the National Defense Authorization Act, and we finally got authorized icebreakers. There's a lot of us in this room who have been after that for at least a decade, and it kind of went under the radar as like no big deal, but this is a huge step forward for the United States Coast Guard, and I look forward to working to help get appropriation. Arctic development. There's a tremendous funding gap with Arctic development. As I stated before, state grants are drying up. Bonds and private industry investment have to take over. It's a paradigm shift for rural Alaska. When I was a city manager, you go to Juneau or come to Washington, D.C., you could go home with $5 million with a couple of paragraph description of the project and some pretty hard work with a lobbyist. That's no longer the case anymore, and so it takes a lot longer to get a project done, and it makes it more difficult to finance. Port planning. As you can see, here's some of the ports that need to be done. Nome is the next one in the queue with the Corps of Engineers if we can get them moving. But as you can see, there's a lot of other projects that need to be completed as well. Unalaska's project is currently underway. You have Nome, Kotzebue, Port Clarence, Gamble, and of course the North Slope Borough. And if it's interesting to I'll get a little bit later, I'll talk about oil and gas, but there's a lot of projects that need to be done in order to meet the demands of future oil and gas. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that here's some of the issues with the Port of Nome that I'm sure you're going to hear about with Denise Michaels when she comes, that they're seeing increased traffic, and these are just projects that need to be done, not only to meet the current need, but future needs of economic development. And thank you that the thing is not blinking anymore. This is the Polar Pioneer. This is the largest drill ship known. It was in Dutch Harbor in 2015. They drilled one hole for $7.2 billion. They're not newcomers to the Arctic. There's some 30 holes that have been drilled in the Chukchi Sea. And the Polar Pioneer is the drill ship Colic Winterground has been scrapped. But Arctic drilling as envisioned by the Shell project is over for now. Drilling still continues in the Beaufort Sea, and our congressional delegation is still working on opening up 1002 area in Anwar. Here's a picture of employment for the oil field, and each one of these upticks or downturns can be attributed to either a price in oil or a price shift. And in 2015, it's on its way down. I'm trying to go as fast as I can, Pablo. In 2016, the oil field paid $2.1 billion in taxes and royalties, and the North Slope Borough employment was 1,800 jobs at $105 million in wages, and 5,000 workers in Alaska. So who are the players in Alaska? Alaska Pipeline, Bluecrest, BP, Kalis, Chevron, Conoco, Exxon, Fury, Glacier, Great Bear, Hillcorp, Petrostar, Shell, and Tesoro. On to commercial fishing. It's a bright spot in Alaska. Some people look at the Bering Sea and see a blank expanse of ocean, and I see the second largest employer in a thriving economic activity. I do have concerns about shipping lanes through some of the commercial fishing areas that haven't seen that much traffic over the years. And in August of 2009, the Secretary of Commerce approved the Arctic Fishery Management Plan submitted by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, which prohibits fishing in the Chukchi and the Beaufort Seas. So we're not going to see fishing up north anytime soon. The Alaska brand. One of my corporate agencies is Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, and they work hard on building the Alaska brand and the strength of the brand. In 2015, they became the #1 brand among proteins on U.S. menus, and we beat out Angus beef for the first time ever. In 2015, U.S. seafood consumption jumped by nearly 1 pound per person. This is the biggest leap in seafood consumption in 20 years. What are some of the impacts on value? Of course, some of the things that you're already aware of: strong dollar. The sustainability is a growing issue in Alaska. It has a great story to tell. The proliferation of eco-labels have reframed how we message the topic. Fierce competition from farmed and imported seafood. The Russian embargo enacted in 2014 closed off one of our largest roe markets outside of Japan. And the political conflict in that region has diminished the Ukraine market as well, another key roe market. On the good side, you have global supplies of salmon tightened. The yen has strengthened recently. Long-term demand for wild seafood, and the Alaska brand is a good story to tell. Just an industry snapshot: 60,000 direct jobs, 111,000 including the multiplier, 6 billion pounds, 1.7 billion in value, first wholesale value of 4.2 billion. It is the pillar of our state's economy in some respects. And this is just another slide that shows you the importance of Alaska pollock to the amount of volume. And when you look at value, salmon and pollock are about the same, but we have other species that fill in the gap. As far as the, compared to other states, Alaska exports more than any other state, all of them combined. And here we are in the world stage, we're number 6 of all the countries for exports. I catch up with my slides here. How am I doing, Pablo?
You're really cutting into the break, and we're not going to have Alaska salmon or anything like that. So making people hungry and cutting into it.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the mining industry. There's a lot of activity going on, but there's a lot of permitting, mines in permitting. So it takes a long time to permit a mine in Alaska, as I'm sure many people understand. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Upper Kobach Mineral Project, and you can see some of the statistics there. 40.5 million tons of copper are there. ADA, the Alaska Industrial Export Development Authority, is working on the NEPA process for this project, and it is moving forward so far. Red Dog Mine. I just wanted to say that the export value of minerals was $15 billion in 2015, and it was 32% of Alaska's total exports. Fort Knox, which is just outside Fairbanks, in 2016 poured their 7 millionth ounce of gold. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Nome. As anybody has seen the Bering Sea gold, to see it in person is something else. Some of the vessels that the folks are going out on to dredge, I'm sure drive the Coast Guard crazy. It is a sight to see. The Alaska LNG project, 800 miles of pipeline, $45 billion, includes a gas treatment plant, the pipeline, a 42-inch, and the takeoff point in the Kiski. A little bit of the timeline of the legislature putting this project together. We have completed pre-feed. This is an interesting slide of the jobs that it will produce during the life of the construction project, and I won't go into it in order to save time. Where the FERC application has been submitted, AGDC, which is also in my shop, had an open season, so they're moving forward. Here's the timeline for construction and financing. And last but not least, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Alberta to Alaska railway projects, 1,500 miles from Fort McMurray, Alberta to Delta Junction. 200 miles would be in Alaska. I'm also on the railroad board, so it's an interesting project. And as you can see, this would be huge to open up Alaska to make it cheaper to live, just all kinds of economic prospects. And with that, I'm done.
Yeah, Chris, thank you. Very, very informative presentation. We already have only 10 minutes for the break, but so what? Why not take a question if there's
Sure.
one? Any questions for Chris? I think they want their break.
I think they want their break.
So, in deference to the commandant, please, 10 minutes, be right back. Thanks. without spilling any of those drinks that you're not supposed to have in the theater. Yeah. Commandant, I think we can start now if you're ready. Admiral Sukumf assumed the duties of the 25th Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard on May 30th, 2014. He has been a supporter of this event, and we welcome you back, sir.
Okay. Hey, Pablo, thank you very much. And as people are getting settled in, and I know we have a lot of representatives here from the scientific community with us, I'm just going to flash back to 7 years ago today. And what was significant about that? I was down in the Gulf of Mexico. I was the federal on-scene coordinator during the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. It was on July 18th when the capping stack went above Macondo 252, and we finally had containment of the largest oil spill in history. Now, the reason I share that with you is you're trying to make decisions in a 24-hour window. We used nearly 2 million gallons of what's known as Corexit 9500, a dispersant. And we were being fought by a number of entities of saying this is too much dispersant. I said, well, what's better, dispersant or oil entering our estuary system that would probably take decades to recover if the oil would impact there? I said, so can you tell me in 24 hours, is it more harmful or beneficial to use dispersant? 6 months later, I got the answer that I needed, and it was actually beneficial. And then I asked the question of what is the microbial degradation of oil in the Gulf of Mexico, where we know we've had natural seeps for decades, and we couldn't answer that question either. So the reason I share that, because Senator King spoke to data informing decisions, data informing policies, and here with all the resources that we could bring to bear, the number of studies that have been done in the Gulf of Mexico, science could not keep pace with an operation where we need to make decisions in a 24-hour cycle. So I'm here to stand before you today to let you know that, yes, the Arctic is a high priority for the United States Coast Guard. Has and always will be. In fact, it goes back 150 years ago. What was called Seward's Folly on March 30th of 1867, when the territory of Alaska was acquired for the whopping sum $7 million. And you saw Chris' slide up there, all the billions that are generated. $7 million, 2 cents an acre, we acquired the territory of Alaska. And think during the Cold War. Had we not acquired the territory of Alaska, where would we be then and where would we be today? So history can be informative, whether it was an oil spill or whether it was an acquisition. But now we look at diminishing sea ice in the Arctic. And so what has the Coast Guard been doing about that? Well, the first thing we did is we wrote a strategy for the Arctic. In fact, we wrote a strategy at the same time the White House released its strategy. It's called the National Strategy for the Arctic Region. And there's some do-outs in there as well that talk about how do you implement a strategy. And that question was asked earlier. Ratification of the law of the sea is in there. Now, why is that important? Well, over the last decade, the Coast Guard cutter Healy has done extended continental shelf mapping, and our extended continental shelf is roughly the size of the state of Texas. And when you look at the untapped oil and gas reserves that are up in the Arctic region, much of that is in our EEZ or in our extended continental shelf. At the same time, Russia is laying claim to much of the Arctic Ocean. That will go before the UN. There are certain protocols that need to be followed. But what if? What if Russia lays claim to all of that and all the riches that lie below the surface of that ocean? I was up on the Shell drilling rig in 2015 and 14. And at that point in time, in 2014, the index for Brent crude oil was $110 a barrel. Today it's 46. There's a huge oil find in the Permian oil basin. So I keep a track of that as well, because I don't envision we're going to see oil above $80 a barrel over the next decade. And why is that important? because that's probably a price point that oil and gas needs to look at so they can economically exploit the riches that are up there. So maybe some of those policy barriers are coming down, but if the price of oil is down as well, we will probably not see oil and gas move in any significant way offshore in the Chukchi Sea. But what we did see is how fast they can move. And they could move much quicker than the bureaucracy within the federal government can keep pace. So when you looked at some of those numbers up there, you said, well, what happened? 2015, there was still a lot of activity going through the Bering Strait. Shell was doing plug and abandonment operations that year, so they had their flotilla go up, and Shell has not invested in shore infrastructure. Their infrastructure is at sea. And people ask me, do you build bases up on the North Slope of Alaska? Well, I'm worried about permafrost. And do I build infrastructure on an area that may be prone to coastal erosion or even worse yet, settling? In fact, when you look at the tank farms in Valdez, Alaska, the challenge for oil and gas working up there is they actually have to chill the base of those tank farms so they don't settle in the ocean. And if you're competing against states like Texas for oil, I was just down there 2 weeks ago, and let me assure you, they don't have to chill the bases of those tank farms, and there are many in the Port of Houston and in Corpus Christi, Texas. So there's obviously an economic advantage where we have a readily available source of oil today in the Permian Oil Basin and the infrastructure to get that oil to market. But I would look at that oil and gas and the minerals, over $1 trillion worth of minerals on the seafloor in our EEZ, in our extended continental shelf, as strategic reserves. Strategic reserves. And so maybe not today, but certainly as we look into the future as well. I want to talk a little bit about climate change because last August I was able to bring Senator King and 2 world-renowned climatologists up to Greenland. And then we flew out to the Jakobshavn Glacier. Now on the way out there, we saw moulins, basically looked like the unbridled Colorado River, and then going down a large sinkhole and water just gushing off the ice field of Greenland. And then we saw the Jakobshavn Glacier. We met with the Inuit elders, and they said, you know, for 1,000 years, the glacier remained pretty much steady and static. But over the last 5 years, it's retreated 25 miles. And then we looked out over Disco Bay, and we saw dog sled teams that were tied up in a big rock-strewn area that aren't out there doing what they do because it's now open water year-round. So when you talk to the Inuit elders, and I believe it was Senator Murkowski, you talk to the PhDs of living in the high latitudes, and they say their world is changing like they had never seen before. And diminishing sea ice is just a part of that. Now, what does diminishing sea ice mean to some of our villages in Alaska? What you see on the lower right is a home that has washed into the ocean in Sheshmaref. In fact, the village of Sheshmaref, which is just below the Arctic Circle, they're among 31 villages in Alaska that are looking with trepidation over sea ice retreats, which has been their natural barrier to winter storms, otherwise known as hurricanes in the lower 48 states. And as they retreat, their way of life changes as well. And so you have the emergence of what I would call environmental refugees. And it's not unique to Alaska. We're seeing that play out in the Marshall Islands, a rising sea level. Now, we don't know what that value is, but I watched last week, about a week ago, when that ice shelf on the Larsen Sea ice shelf broke loose. An area about the size of the state of Delaware, enough water to fill 2 Lake Eries. Now, this is sea ice, so it's not going to change the sea level. It's not going to change at all. It's neutral. But the glacier behind it fills in, and now you've got 2 Lake Eries filling the ocean. And so the modeling, it varies, but if you're in Larchmont, Virginia, it's in Hampton Roads, and if you bought a home there 20, 25 years ago, executive homes, well, good luck selling it for what you purchased it for, because it sits in seawater every time we have king tides. They have land subsidence, and you have a rising sea level. Then you have people pointing their finger of, we need to blame somebody. Who did this? You look at Miami. Miami sits on limestone. So you can build a seawall, but limestone is porous. It will come up underneath it. And so you've just built a containment system. When I look at Port Fourchon, Louisiana, and we talked about building ports in Alaska, I remember in the early 80s, I moonlighted as a commercial fisherman. That's why I'm still in the Coast Guard. I was Forrest Gump before he got famous at fishing. But that was just a village of fishermen, and then oil and gas moved offshore, and Port Fourchon was basically built by the oil and gas industry. In fact, when you look at our offshore capacity in the Gulf of Mexico, Port Fourchon would be that center of gravity. If you have a rise of sea level of 2 meters by the end of this century, Port Fourchon is now underwater. And then if you start looking at storm surge, if you look at our National Flood Insurance Program, we will bankrupt this country if we don't pay close attention to rising sea levels, or if we don't at least manage expectations as more and more of our population moves to the coast. But you've got to understand what is happening in the high latitudes. You are all familiar with polar acceleration. But you actually have to go up there, you have to actually visit, you have to talk to the natives who live there to see firsthand what is happening and how that affects the entire globe around us. It does not happen in isolation. Since I last spoke to this group 2 years ago, what else has the Coast Guard been up to? In October of 2015, we created an Arctic Coast Guard Forum. We have an Arctic Council that writes policy, they sign treaties, but there's no way to operationalize that. And so the first order of business was, how do I get my counterpart from Russia here in Washington, D.C. to kick off this Arctic Coast Guard Forum? And through our State Department, they said, we absolutely have to have an open dialogue, a transparent dialogue with our counterparts to include Russia. And in fact, this forum would not form at all had we not brought Russia to the table. So I give my staff and the United States Coast Guard credit for, first of all, establishing this. Then what do you do with that? We've met 3 times since. Last year in Nome, Alaska, we did a large search and rescue exercise. Denise, you could appreciate this. We were going to have 200 role players to simulate, these are now passengers from the Crystal Serenity before they came through there. And the village of Nome, city of Nome said, we don't need 200 role players to overwhelm our system. 20 will overwhelm us. And so you've got 1,700 passengers on Crystal Serenity on their way up, and they're coming through there again this year. You heard from Senator Murkowski, 4.7% of these waters are charted. That's a cause for concern, because in 1912, another cruise ship hit an iceberg, the Titanic. And as horrific as that was, it would have been worse yet had not the Carpathia been in that proximity. Otherwise, everyone would have perished. So where is Carpathia up in the high latitudes should something go amiss with Crystal Serenity? And just to bring that closer into focus, I was in Iceland a year and a half ago. And I was on the Icelandic Coast Guard vessel called Thor. And if that's not a name that just wants you to beat your chest, I don't know what is. And I was looking on their charts, and the datum was 1912. Same year as Titanic, same year as Ernest Shackleton of endurance fame. And I was talking to the captain, and as I talked to him, old codger, been around a while, and I asked him, how many years of sea duty do you have, Captain? 58 years of sea duty. As I look at my Navy counterparts, that is a lot of time at sea. And so I asked him, what is it like as you navigate in the high latitudes above the Arctic Circle? And he said, well, they will normally send a boat out in front of them with a side scan sonar and then doing updated surveys. Because even though you've got surveys, whether it goes back to Captain Cook or 1912, there's a lot of seismic activity up there. So maybe you've got 100-year-old data, but I would scrub that data clean because there is a lot of seismic activity. So we don't know for certain what those contours are up there. But when they are navigating up there, they said it's not uncommon when we see, ecotourist vessels going up there and then just plodding along at 20 knots. And so what if they run into something? So we will do a even larger rescue exercise, a mass rescue exercise under the auspices of the Arctic Coast Guard Forum in Iceland in September of this year. So yes, we are paying very close attention to that. I'm glad we have Gabrielle McGrath is with us. She is from our International Ice Patrol. And I was up in Newfoundland back in May of this year. And it's their job, and we've been doing this, the International Ice Patrol, since the sinking of the Titanic, and mapping all of the icebergs that are entering into the shipping lanes. I don't want to steal her thunder, but there are even more icebergs today than there were last year and the year before that. And you might say, well, obviously, the ocean is freezing up. What are we concerned about? Well, these are all icebergs calved off of Jakobshavn, that same glacier that Angus King and I visited. In fact, it's believed that it was one of those icebergs calved off of Jakobshavn that Titanic found in April of 1912. A lot of icebergs entering the shipping lanes, but this is direct in correlation to what's happening on the continent of Greenland as well. So what are some of the unknowns? And you've heard some of those already in terms of what's going on in the Arctic. What happens to fish stocks as we look at not just rising sea levels, but rising ocean temperatures? And where do those fish stocks migrate to? Right now, with a world population of about 7.2 billion, that'll grow to 9 billion by 2050. About 3 billion of those people subsist on fish as their primary source of protein. China has a fleet of 20,000 distant water fishing vessels, and you will find them literally all over the world. The fish move north. And it's great that we have a moratorium that says no fishing up in the Beaufort Sea. Well, what do you enforce that with? It's a piece of paper. But if you're feeding a starving population and you have no means to enforce sovereignty up in that area, when you look at the conservation efforts of our fish stocks in the state of Alaska, in the Bering Sea, it's a success story. And you saw that in Chris's presentation. We have a great fishery management program there, but we have a great enforcement program to go with it. So that's one unknown that we have up there. I don't know what the microbial activity is up there in the event that you do have an oil spill, but I can assure you that if there is an oil spill, we're not going to recover all that oil. And in fact, in the best of days, during Deepwater Horizon, we maybe recovered 15% of that oil. When I say recovered, we burned it, we dispersed it, and it was flat calm, and we had a fleet of over 6,000 ships out there doing recovery operations. And we had the infrastructure to support all of that. Now, you put that many people up in Barrow, Alaska, they better be carrying polar bear spray because they're going to be camped out with the mosquitoes because we don't have the infrastructure up there. So we don't know what Mother Nature will do, and we don't know what the long-term impacts are to one of the most pristine environments in the world. And it's not an area that we want to oil and then find out after the fact. We dodged a huge bullet this past weekend with the Laura Maersk, 9 miles off the coast of Akutan. We saw what happened in 2005 in November when Selendanga U on that very same track, but in November, when the storms of November came calling and she broke in half. Huge impact, and there again, we could not recover that oil, but thanks to the emergency towing system, disaster was averted up there as well. The Law of the Sea Convention, and I'm glad that question was asked. You will find that in our national strategy for the Arctic region. But we talk about the extended continental shelf, our ability to lay claim to that. Now, why do I call that out in particular? Because China will soon have a second icebreaker. And when their icebreakers, the Shui Long or Snow Dragon, is operating up in that domain, coincidentally, she's also operating and doing research in what is our extended continental shelf. And if we were to lay claim to our extended continental shelf, if I look to see what's playing out in other parts of the world, this might be viewed as a global commons. And we're back and forth. Yet we have sovereign rights to what's on that seabed and below. So how do we exert sovereignty over that area as well. When we look at the Northern Sea Route and the Northwest Passage, our interpretation at these are international straits. So we have a governance void there as well, because Russia and Canada view those as internal waters. And so what is the governance structure for the Northern Sea Route and for the Northwest Passage going forward? And might there be a bilateral or a multilateral relationship among trusted partners? It's a policy decision, and we're the executors of policy, not the makers of policy, but I say that as a service that's been literally operating up there since 1867. So what else are we investing in up in the Arctic? Next year we will put several CUBE satellites into orbit that will have a nearly geostationary positioning in the high latitudes, and mostly for search and rescue. So when those beacons, should there be a distress, it will downlink, and we now know there's a distress because you get much north of 72 degrees north, and you are off the grid in many occasions. And certainly our first priority is for safety of life at sea. Now I've been working, previous commandant, in fact the three commandants before me have been elevating the issue of we are an Arctic nation, and yet we have not invested in our ability to exert sovereignty in the high latitudes. And by that, we're talking about icebreakers. You'll hear more about that tomorrow from our acquisition directorate, but we chartered a study 5 or 6 years ago called the High Latitude Study that said if we need permanent presence in the Arctic and Antarctica, you're going to need 3 heavy and 3 medium icebreakers. And that's been our narrative up to date right now. We do have funding in this year's budget and in next. It gets us out of the starting blocks. In fact, we've already awarded studies to 5 shipping companies here in the United States, built in the United States with U.S. parts. But we might look at a different design, maybe not designed in the United States. We're looking at Finland. We're looking at Canada, some parent craft designs to drive down the cost and accelerate the timeline with which we can deliver this. We've created an integrated program office with the Navy. And you say, well, why did you do that? Because the money's in the Navy shipbuilding account right now. That's where it was parked, and enough money is parked in there to build the bow of the ship. And maybe you get a couple of navigation systems, but we've got about $150 million set aside. It's going to cost more than that. We're also doing trade-offs of how do we bring this into an affordable range and yet meet all the requirements. And I say that because we have not built a ship of this class in over 40 years. Now, the good news is industry has stepped forward. The fact that there is real money out there, because 3 years ago we had $5 million set aside to do a study. And we held industry days. And we had 3 members of industry show up. They said, well, if you're talking real money, someday we'll show up. So we held industry days a little over a year ago, and we had over 350 folks from industry internationally all in on icebreakers. So we need to build the first one by 2023. And that's been my push right now, but we need to fund that as well. So that's one area where we need to invest, but there's a human element that goes with that as well. I might bring that 58 years of sea duty captain from Iceland over here to the United States, see if he'll support and defend the Constitution of the United States. But you also need to invest in the human experience factor. For a number of years, our National Science Foundation was leasing icebreakers from Russia, from Sweden, and while our icebreakers were tied up, we'd have to send crew members just to stay current and operating in an ice environment. And when you're down in Antarctica, when the Polar Star was down there this year, 80 miles of ice up to 15 feet thick. And so you are around the clock colliding. And in most occupations, if you have a collision at sea, it's your worst day. But that's what they did around the clock so they could resupply our ice station in McMurdo. Why we need that capability of a heavy icebreaker as well. So as I work the audience, and you heard from Senator King, we need data. We need in pictures. And as simplistic as it sounds, when I put 40 icebreakers, which is about the count that Russia has right now, or 1.5. The other aspect I look at, well, what else is Russia bringing to the high latitudes? And in 2020, they will deliver, at least it's on the schedule, 2 ice-breaking corvettes. These are combatants. So now we have combatants operating in the high latitudes. Our Navy is not looking at surface capability because they have subsurface capability. And it's great that we have that capability, but you don't want your only course of action is a torpedo. What else might you be able to maneuver in diplomatically, short of war, in a conflict, just in an ability to assert sovereignty? So as we think into the future, what does an icebreaker need to do? Fisheries enforcement? Does it need to be a floating command and control system if we have a major oil spill? If we have an encroachment on our EEZ or extended continental shelf? Or do we have to retrofit these icebreakers with an offensive capability in the event we no fooling find ourselves in a standoff in the high latitudes? But these are the questions that I ask my staff, that we need to think creatively. We can't think back to 1867. We can't think back to 1912. And we need to understand that the pace of change will happen so quickly that we will miss this opportunity. So the good news is we are finally playing catch up to finally invest in the Arctic, in an Arctic region, but you better spend a lot of time engaged there. So as a service chief, I spend a disproportionate amount of my time in the high latitudes, maybe equal between there and the Western Hemisphere. I was in Mexico City a week ago, this time last week, dealing with opioids, drug crisis, and the like. But we need to keep our eye on this ball, and the more science that we can have, so we can make science-informed decisions, whether it's fish stocks, whether it's oil exploration, how do you mitigate the impact of an oil spill, how do we deal with environmental refugees, whole host of questions. And how much is sea level going to rise by the end of this century? I'm using a planning factor of 6 feet, 2 meters. And why that? Because the numbers vary, but I'm not going to assume that it's going to be steady, that it's going to be flatlined. Now, it would be easy to assume that, and then you don't have to do anything in reaction to it. But if we have more frequent, more severe storms, more inundation, and a rising sea level that now affects the high latitudes as well, we as a service better be ready for that, because our motto is indeed Semper Paratus. Pablo, you're standing up, which means I might have a minute or two for a question, but I just wanted to use that to whet your appetite. And again, it's great to see so many familiar faces here taking a keen interest on ice diminishing in the Arctic region.
Commandant, you have a minus 2 minutes.
Minus 2.
Okay. But just to remind you that there's a press conference scheduled right now, but we're still going to allow for 1 or 2 questions, perhaps one for the audience and one.
Let me just walk you around the collage behind me in the absence of that. Obviously, Crystal Serenity on the upper left. On the upper right, that is at Faneuil Hall, we stood up the combined operating guidelines with the 7 other Arctic Coast Guards. So really, it was a watershed event. Sheshmarif, as I talked about. In the middle, that is the Louis Laurent and our Coast Guard cutter Healy. Pablo, you were on board. That is a collision course, and Healy is the giveaway vessel, by the way. So I hope you weren't distracting the conning officer. But no, we actually do extended continental shelf mapping with our Canadian counterparts up there. It really is a great combined operation. On the lower left, that is Kuluk when she went aground, and she has now been scrapped. But just an indication of how harsh this environment is. Ice might diminish, but for those of you, if you've never been up there, I'll close with my one sea story. When I was commanding officer of the Coast Guard Cutter Rush, winter Alaska patrol, and we're ducked behind St. Paul Island because the wind's blowing 70, 80 knots. We're waiting for it to blow through, and we find out that a ship's breaking up 300 miles from our current location. So we come out from the lee, and had 3 brand new crew members on board the ship. Now, when you're standing on the pilot house of the ship, you are 55 feet above the water. As we're plowing into these swells, we're now watching the swells breaking down on us. We're logging between 75 and 85-foot seas. So maybe ice diminishes, but make no mistake, this is a harsh, harsh operating environment. So if you want to go up there and do ecotourism, I suggest you bring some Dramamine in your kit as well. But this is no country for old men.
Thank you. Since we're getting late for the news, for the press conference, this is a yes or no question. And, you know, you don't have to expand.
Very lawyerly of you.
Is the United States considering Arctic patrol ships comparable to Norway's Svalbard and Russia's two planned ships with specs similar to the Svalbard? Yes or no?
It doesn't lend itself to a yes or no question. Yeah, no,
you could expand a little bit.
Yeah, I won't. Yes or no. What I will say is, I mean, we're fully transparent what our needs are, what our requirements are, and we're working with industry to deliver what this nation needs. Make no mistake, I mean, these are national assets. We are a military service, and we need to look across the entire spectrum of what capability do we need in the Arctic, but we can't shortchange ourselves. These are platforms that will be around 30, 40 years from now. So we need to think long-term on that. And I'll be happy, I guess we're running out of time. I'll be out in the lobby as well. I'll be happy to take any questions after the fact. Thank you, Pablo.
So again, you're going now to the press conference, and you're saying that you'll be available after that?
I will.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Do you use contact lenses?
No, I can see fine.
This won't help you anyway. So.
Sunglasses.
So, sure. Oh, very good. So our next speaker on behalf of the U.S. Navy is the Deputy CNO, Rear Admiral Stuart Munch.
State the microphone, sir.
Thanks. Well, good morning, everyone. Terrific to be here with you. Obviously, the focus of our discussion is the Arctic. I am a submariner, and we'll speak to that to some degree. But my other association here is I am from North Dakota. So I'd like to thank the U.S. Arctic Research Commission and the U.S. National Ice Center for inviting me here today. And I'd like to acknowledge the other dignitaries that will be speaking here today. The Honorable Angus King, Senator from Maine, the Honorable Lisa Murkowski, and Honorable Dan Sullivan, Senators from Alaska. And of course, preceding me here was Admiral Paul Zukov, Commandant of the Coast Guard, who also took most of the press with him on departure. And other dignitaries and distinguished members of the audience. Admiral John Richardson, our Chief of Naval Operations, has articulated his vision for the future of the Navy. And he calls his idea a design for maintaining maritime superiority. In the design, he reminds us the United States Navy's mission is to be ready to conduct prompt and sustained combat, incident to operations at sea, and that we will protect America from attack and preserve America's strategic influence in key regions of the world. The design recognizes our world has become dramatically more globalized, and that trend is accelerating. In accounting for the reality of our time, the design implores us to acknowledge how emerging technology, the rise of global information, and the classic maritime system are interlinked. It recognizes that shipping traffic over traditional sea lanes is increasing, new trade routes are opening in the Arctic, and new technologies are making undersea resources more accessible. An important line of effort in fulfilling our design is to expand and strengthen the Navy's network of partners, and clearly the Arctic is an area of cooperation and partnership. The region has been conflict-free, largely due to the extraordinary efforts of intergovernmental fora, such as the very important Arctic Council, and as the Commandant of the Coast Guard no doubt mentioned, the Arctic Coast Guard Forum. The Arctic Council is committed to promoting cooperation and interaction among the 8 Arctic countries, 6 Arctic indigenous peoples organizations, 13 non-Arctic countries, 13 intergovernmental organizations, and 13 non-governmental organizations that have an interest in the Arctic, all of which are committed to sustainable development and responsible environmental and social assessments in the region. So in keeping with the design and its themes that call for a deepening of operational relationships with other services, agencies, allies, and partners, U.S. Navy forces operating in the Arctic are likely to provide a supporting role to the Coast Guard for search and rescue operations and to support interagency and international partners, if needed, for civil activities. But be assured that the Navy is and will remain focused on its primary mission to be prepared to prevent conflict and to ensure that our national interests are protected. The U.S. Navy has been in the Arctic for quite a while. For example, the world's first successful submarine transit of the geographic North Pole was conducted by USS Nautilus in 1958, heralding the start of a successful extended Arctic undersea exploration and operation. Since then, the U.S. Navy regularly and routinely operates and conducts undersea exercises in the Arctic Ocean and collaborates and cooperates with other Arctic nations by participating in multinational exercises, including an ICEX held every 2 years. Through its Arctic presence, the Navy's submarine force continues to contribute to our homeland defense. Although we patrol the Arctic with our undersea and air assets, the Arctic is expected to remain a low-threat security environment. It is encouraging that nations have demonstrated a sincere desire to leverage existing frameworks of cooperation to resolve disputes peacefully. Moreover, most nations are committed to the legal architecture set forth by the provisions of the United States Convention on Law of the Sea to peacefully resolve differences. Our design nests under the national strategy for the Arctic region that defines the desired end state as an Arctic region stable and free of conflict, where nations act responsibly in a spirit of trust and cooperation, and where economic and energy resources are developed in a sustainable manner. Shortly after this national strategy for the Arctic was released, the Department of Defense released its 2013 Arctic strategy that identified its objectives to ensure security, support safety, and promote defense cooperation, and to prepare for a wide range of challenges and contingencies. The strategy was updated in 2016 to sharpen its focus on homeland defense in light of changes to the international security environment. To supplement the national level guidance, the Navy released its own Arctic document that many of you are familiar with that we call the Arctic Roadmap. Signed by the CNO, the Arctic Roadmap identifies 4 strategic objectives. First, ensuring sovereignty of the United States Arctic region. Second, providing ready naval forces to respond to crises and contingencies. Third, preserving freedom of navigation. And finally, promoting partnerships within the U.S. government and with its international allies and partners. In addition to identifying strategic objectives, the Navy has been following a measured plan designed to improve our future capacity to conduct operations and training, to seek opportunities in science and technology, to make better use of facilities and equipment, to enhance maritime domain awareness, and to advance environmental observation and prediction. The Arctic Roadmap enhances the line of effort in our design to deepen the dialogue with research and development labs and academia. And tomorrow, Commander Kelly Taylor will speak to you more extensively about the Navy's Arctic Roadmap. As we execute our Maritime Arctic strategy, we are determined to ensure focus on a particular objective: our national security interest in preserving the freedoms of navigation and overflight and other lawful uses of the sea and the Arctic. The Navy will be consistent in its global approach to maintaining peace and stability and promoting respect for international law. To support freedom of navigation, we have several options in the Arctic. Navy submarines can and do conduct freedom of navigation operations either undersea or on the surface. Navy aircraft can and do conduct operations throughout the year, and Navy ships can conduct operations in open water during the summer melt season. Most importantly, we support the National Fleet Plan, where U.S. Coast Guard cutters, as sovereign immune vessels, can challenge excessive claims through freedom of navigation operations. Moreover, because freedom of navigation operations support international law, they can be conducted by any allied navy, as is currently being done in the South China Sea. Strategic international partnerships are the key to ensuring a peaceful Arctic. In accordance with our design, we are engaged in extensive security cooperation activities and other military-to-military forms of engagement to establish and maintain international relations and partnerships necessary to meet security challenges and reduce the potential for friction. We also are able to achieve our National Maritime Arctic Strategy by working in close collaboration with the U.S. Coast Guard to address gaps in Arctic communications, maritime domain awareness, search and rescue, and environmental observation and forecasting capabilities in support of both current and future planning and operations. The Navy and the Coast Guard collaborate and complement each other's unique capabilities and authorities. Specifically, the Coast Guard concentrates on safety and security, addressing such missions as Arctic fisheries protection, search and rescue, and environmental protection, while the Navy concentrates, of course, on defense missions. Because of our deliberate and extensive planning and interoperability, both services seamlessly support one another. Central to our design for maintaining maritime superiority, the U.S. Navy also works closely with our geographic combatant commands. Within their geographic area of responsibility, the U.S. European Command and U.S. Pacific Command are fostering collaborative working relationships with regional partners. And the U.S. Northern Command, which has responsibility for the Arctic and Alaska, is the U.S. Department of Defense advocate for Arctic capabilities. The Northern Command recently updated its plans for the Arctic and analyzed future capability requirements for this challenging and evolving region. We continue to train and operate routinely in the region as we monitor the changing environment, revisiting assessments and taking actions as conditions change. Our design encourages us to be receptive to innovation and creativity and to the lessons of history. And it well may be possible that the process by which non-military Arctic issues are being successfully resolved has the potential to serve as a model to resolve future issues of national security among the countries that have an interest in Arctic maritime stability. In the meantime, we believe that a near-term conflict over Arctic resources is unlikely, given the level of cooperation and adherence to international legal norms observed and practiced by Arctic and non-Arctic nations. For now, the Navy's security posture remains appropriate for the Arctic. We have significant undersea capabilities and deep operational experience with our submarine force that routinely operates in the Arctic Ocean under the ice. The Navy recognizes the strategic importance of the Arctic region, the national security implications of the diminishing sea ice of the Arctic Ocean, and the importance of free and unfettered navigation in this ocean. The Navy also recognizes that an ice-diminished Arctic remains a very difficult maritime operating environment. Climate is harsh, the distances are vast, the infrastructure is limited, darkness dominates the winter months. As sea ice diminishes and the Arctic Ocean opens to more maritime activity, the U.S. Navy may be called upon more frequently to support other federal agencies as we continue to work with our international partners to ensure a secure, stable, and most importantly, peaceful region. There are challenges ahead, but through our design and its principles of partnerships, learning, strength, and teamwork, the U.S. Navy will remain vital to the stability of the Arctic region. And with that, Pablo, I'm happy to take any questions with my remaining time.
Thank you, Admiral. In case none of you have any questions, we have some online, but I'll open it up to you guys. Any questions from the audience on Navy engagement in the Arctic? Those lights are so bright, and you're right in front. There you go.
Yeah. The Navy, of course, acquires navigation data wherever we go. And as a matter of routine, that's provided to NGS within the Department of Defense. And then it would be further shared from there. You're going to hear later on from Admiral Dave Hahn, who commands our Office of Naval Research. And he also has some additional projects that he's working on using unmanned vehicles to do additional charting of those waters. Like all things, we're limited in resources, so we have to prioritize. So as the Arctic becomes increasingly navigable, I'd expect that we'll see additional work in that area.
I'm going to take one online.
Sure.
Is the Navy planning to make investments for ice-capable surface vessels anytime in the near future?
Well, with my last sentence, we're limited in resources, so we have to prioritize. So we feel under current conditions that our undersea capability from the submarine force and the fact that all our aircraft can operate throughout the Arctic region provides us with the capability that we need there. We have looked at what would be necessary for surface ships. It's pretty extensive changes to the hull to be ice hardened, and it is quite expensive when it add a lot to the cost of our ships. Given that we're trying to expand the fleet size, we have a greater priority on that right now than ice hardening our surface ships. Yeah, the ICEX is done every 2 years for those not familiar with that. And we will send at least one and often multiple submarines to the Arctic for those operations. And in the past, we have included other countries with their naval assets. It provides a base camp as well that allows scientists to conduct research while they're there, as well as dignitaries to pay a visit and become more informed through firsthand experience in the Arctic. It is structured in the sense that we have to program for it with funding, and therefore we do it every 2 years. And then to make the most of the opportunity, again, what we do there is fairly well planned out in advance and structured to make sure that we get the largest return on our investment. Is there something beyond that that you were... Mm-hmm. Oh, sure, yeah. That's also tagged with geolocation data, I believe. And so we're careful to protect some of our operations while we're there, and so not all of it can be releasable. But we do try to provide as much as we can, again, to get the most return on the investment for the operations there.
In the 1940s, you had
Well, again, most of what we do is through the Navy Arctic Submarine Lab, which is headquartered in San Diego. And that's the command that runs these biennial ICEXs. And that will be the main thrust of our effort in the near term. Again, we'll assess conditions as we go forward and evolve the Navy's posture there as appropriate. If there becomes more commercial activity, I'd expect there'd be more U.S. government agency activity and then a greater need for support from the Navy in the future.
One more online. You don't have to answer it, but I'll ask it. You state that the Arctic is expected to remain a low-threat security environment. What is your definition or scope of security?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to answer.
Well, Pablo, I'm wondering why you're so forgiving with me, but we're so harsh with the Commandant of the Coast Guard there. Security in the sense of military security and what I was referring to. Obviously, other forms of security, personal security, with the harsh conditions operating there, is more a function of the Coast Guard. The Navy is defense and national security. And this would refer to military activity in the Arctic. And again, so far the nations are cooperating and communicating, and we're not sensing a threat developing in that area.
With this speaker, we have plenty of time. If there are no more questions from the audience, we really would like to thank you for representing.
Yep, certainly. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So we have one more talk before the lunch break. It's going to be the NOAA keynote speech. It's going to be given by the NOAA acting chief scientist, Craig Mclan. So, Craig, you have plenty of time to, at your leisure, roll down the stairs and join us. Is Craig in the house?
He's here. I've seen him.
We actually have about 5 minutes. John Farrell in the house? I did not bring my guitar today, so let's relax for the next 2 or 3 minutes until Craig comes down. Thanks.
laser if you need it, right there in the center, and then just right arrow.
Got it.
And stay by the mic because it's being webcast, so that's the only way they can answer.
Thanks very much. Thanks for pulling me out.
All right, guys, let's settle down. I mean you, church. Settle down. All right. It's a pleasure to welcome the acting chief scientist of NOAA, Craig Mclan. I would hope that there were not that many acting people in NOAA, but hopefully we'll get that sorted out soon. It's all yours, Craig.
Pablo, thank you very much. Good afternoon, or actually good morning. It feels like afternoon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for keeping you delayed here. We were just in the discussion with some of the media folk who were asking some very insightful questions, and I think the nature of a symposium like this really provides an enriched public understanding of some very challenging questions. So once again, to applaud the organizers of this forum, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I've been preceded by other far more qualified and eloquent spokespersons from NOAA over the years, and I hope to at least keep the bar somewhere near the median point of that. But if we look at the current state of the Arctic, it is an area of rapid change, and our scientific recipe or our scientific instruction given to us by the Congress is rather rich and requires us in NOAA to be collecting and formulating a lot of information in measurement and then offering conclusions as to what those measurements might spell. So if I take a step back now, I think a lot of folks here are probably familiar with NOAA, but I'd like to offer, for those who may not be, a rather short characterization of our mission. We're challenged to answer some pretty tall questions. First question I would offer is how many fish are in the sea? And that's a toughie, and I'm not sure anyone really does know the answer, short of ecclesiastical references that people might be able to make. But in terms of how many fish are in the sea, that is the job of our National Marine Fisheries Service, which is a major portion of NOAA. That's an organization that's been around for over 100 years, and their job, our job, is to conserve and manage living marine resources. We do so under various very detailed levels of instruction from the Congress through the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Magnuson Act. We provide the science, the community through fishery management councils provide the insight and the direction for regulations that seem to make the most sense to the community at large. And there's also the reserve function in the law that if the direction that the council-led management is taking is not appropriate for the health of the stock, then the Secretary of Commerce can step in and override regulations and provide a different direction. All of that complication to suffice to announce that we do in fact endeavor to count how many fish there are in the sea and then set an appropriate level of harvest so that those stocks are healthy, viable, and could continue to provide nutrition and a robust economic future for people who participate at the various levels of business transaction and fisheries. At the same time, we're trying to preserve the marine environment, and that includes Marine Mammal Protection Act and Endangered Species Act as well. So if you apply that to the rather newfound area of the Arctic, because we've not been fishing in the Arctic and we've not done much work in the traditionally described areas of the Arctic, that's a task ahead of us, and that's a task we've just recently begun to undertake, but there's a lot of work, a lot of science, and as the Admiral's comments just earlier this morning led, it is science-based decision-making that we endeavor to practice. So we want to find the science before we make public policy decisions. So how many fish are in the sea? Second question. What's the weather going to be like tomorrow? A lot easier to answer nowadays. You can just look at your Palm device in your pocket and read it. But that information comes from largely the tax investment of the U.S. citizen who puts money forward into NOAA's budget, where we spend at about 2.5 cents a day for weather forecasting. We give it to the world. We give it to all the private sector, and we give it to everyone. And you can get it on your Palm device. But what's the weather going to be like tomorrow? It started as a pretty complicated question with sophisticated observation systems, modeling, and now our ability to forecast quite reliably within about better part of 5 days. And we're trying to push to make those forecasts even better into the future, and we spend a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of effort in order to do so. The challenge for us in the Arctic is that we don't have the Arctic as well monitored, measured, and quantified as we do the other traditional parts of the United States where our jurisdiction for weather forecast really arises. So for us to look at installing the types of monitoring systems that would be necessary to make, for example, Alaska and the very important people who live up there as important as citizens in any other state or territory, in order to have Alaska as well monitored as we do the lower 48, there is a gap that we would need to close. And that's something that we would work towards or are working towards. But in terms of also some of the other complexities of weather forecasting, there are aspects in the Arctic that we just don't see anywhere else. And you heard from two previous mariners. I'm a short mariner. I was in the NOAA Commissioned Corps and retired as a captain, never navigated in the Arctic waters myself. So I have a great deal of respect, also a great deal of mystery in terms of how challenging that may be. But the forecast elements for the Arctic are very different than they would be for other parts of the world. So I'll mention a little bit more of that shortly. Then we also have the question, if you can answer, what's the weather going to be like tomorrow? What's the weather going to be like 50 years from now, 100 years from now, or more? And that's climate science. And we have two authorizations in NOAA that instruct us to undertake a study of climate and to be able to report those results for science-based decision making. And we undertake that mission with rigor, and we apply it in many different areas. We apply it inside our agency and outside. Our fisheries folks are working with our climate-derived information in order to try and forecast what the ecosystem will look like in the future. At what latitude might we find the fish stocks that today are predominantly in a habitual latitude? Rates of change are being noticed, and we're trying to quantify that and look forward to the economic future as well as the ecosystem and biological future. So how many fish? What's the weather tomorrow? What's the weather like 50 to 100 plus years from now? And then the last one, is it wise to build on shifting sands? I'll not cite a reference for that, but the notion of coastal zone management and our ability to sustain the ecosystem-based, economic-based quality of life as American citizens enjoy on the coast are practiced throughout NOAA, through the Fisheries Service, through Sea Grant, through the Coastal Zone Management Program, through many components of the NOAA budget and NOAA programs that have been around for decades and have continued to serve the American public quite well for quite some time. And if you pause to remember that better than 50% of America's private wealth and private individuals reside within and around that coastal belt around the United States, that's a significant portion of our population, our investment, our economy, and the economic engine of the coast is something that we also look out for. Looking at these ties, you can understand that NOAA being set and organized within the Department of Commerce brings a different level of interaction. So we are, in fact, a science-based mission agency. Our mission is described, excuse the cartoon character of it all, but along the lines of those four questions that I've outlined here. And they are quite tall and demanding questions. So the science enterprise that we've constructed in order to answer those goes back to the various line functions that we have of the National Marine Fisheries Service, the National Weather Service, the National Satellite Data and Information Service, or NESDIS, then also the National Ocean Service, and then finally the organization in NOAA that I'm responsible for today is the science organization that looks out over the horizon and into the future to try and provide tools, methods, models, and manners of doing business in order to answer some of those questions. So in terms of what's happening in the Arctic, this is an audience that doesn't really need to be reminded of that, but to just review the general notions of what we see happening as we record and measure warmer air temperatures over land masses, melting of ice, minimums that we increasingly perhaps have not seen before, the ice sheet in Greenland starting to melt at an earlier onset each year, the notion of ocean productivity now being measured at rates that either we haven't had access to measure before, or what we're measuring, we're now seeing something that's a bit of a surprise to the biological community. And we're looking at, again, latitudinal migration of some components of the ecosystem. So there is a very rapid, relatively speaking, in a geological timescale, there's a rapid rate of change going on in the Arctic. And the Arctic is also, as we've seen, breaking up. The traditional weather and cycled patterns of circulation in the Arctic are breaking up and leaving the Arctic. So not to be cute, but what many people are reminding us is that what happens in the Arctic no longer stays in the Arctic. And it's influencing at rates yet to really be measured, rates yet really to be quantified, but there's a strong signal that the Arctic breakup is starting to influence that which happens in, for us as Americans, the lower 48 and other parts of the world. If we look back at our approach to this inside of NOAA, I show for you here up on the left-hand side the national strategy, which has been around since 2013, and we had generated in and around 2011 this NOAA strategy for the Arctic. And these comport generally with the missions that I've described earlier, and you'll hear much more detail about these from speakers that will follow us. But if I could just give an overtone or a setting of the stage for this, the forecast of sea ice and improving our weather forecast really brings in other elements that we don't traditionally get involved in and requires our ability to make new forecast tools in order to be looking at some of the components of ice-based forecasting. We don't really have that kind of environment anywhere else in the United States other than in Alaska and beyond. So our weather forecasting is an area that we need to focus on in order to make more robust and more complete in measurements, models, and forecast tools as we wind up seeing, as it may develop, more activity in what could be an ice-free Arctic. If we look at the foundational science and our understanding, there's a nice trilogy here that starts with foundational science. Perhaps I can illustrate a little better here. I'm sorry. Thank you, Pablo. If we start with foundational science, then move to stewardship and management, we're applying that foundational science to the stewardship and management requirements that we have. And by doing so, we then could advance to a state of a healthy and robust Arctic. The people of the Arctic are very much a part of this. There are populations of people, there are native populations of people, and then there are also the general residents of Alaska that we have to look for. And as I iterated those mission spaces that NOAA has, you could see that our science-driven mission and those mission requirements are very much oriented towards people, community, and economies. And we do so through the application of science and science-based decision-making. That's a theme, I think, that's throughout any agency that has the business profile or the mission profile as we're talking about here. That's another area that we've committed to through this strategy, and right now, we, as the Coast Guard has told you and shown you, we don't have the icebreaker capacity to be up as long and as often as we would like to be in order to do the kind of science that's necessary. We're looking at under ice tools that can allow us to traverse the Arctic and make measurements without having to disrupt the ice at the surface. But we're looking really at science solutions anywhere we can find them. There's a lot of international collaboration in these areas, and in the work that we've done over several years with Canada, for example, in developing our profile in a shared way for the potential extension of the continental shelf. I think that extended continental shelf work has been very importantly guided by the Coast Guard. NOAA provides funding, and we've had cooperation from the Navy and others in order to do so. And somewhere along the lines, I saw Larry Mayer in the audience here, and you'll hear from Larry shortly, but he's really been the U.S. lead in bringing this all together. His will be, I guarantee you, a fascinating talk, and also to be able to see how much of the Arctic we do know about physically, and how much we have yet to learn physically. So the international partnerships, as I mentioned Canada, as I mentioned other nations that are very much a part of this, enable us to bring capacity to the Arctic that we ourselves don't have inside of NOAA or through other means. Our investments in the Arctic have remained relatively constant since about 2013, 2016. We're at a total of around $125 million if we were to draw a circle around those programs or activities that are executed in the Arctic. And this largely excludes our satellite surveillance. As you know, NOAA has polar orbiting and also geostationary satellites. And if you've not gone on the web and looked at some of the new GOES 16 imagery, it's pretty darn exciting to see what the fidelity of those images might be. And what really excites us is that those images from satellite are now matching the fidelity of radar-scaled, ground-based radar-scaled images, and that opens up entire new doors and avenues, if not highways, for scientific understanding of weather phenomena. So we're very excited about that. But excluding satellites, we're at about 125 million. And you can see the general percentage breakout here, and as we track the national plan of looking at responsible stewardship, that's where most of our money is taking place here. And frankly, most of that is in the already surveilled and measured and monitored areas of the Bering Sea, and not really getting too far up around the corner into Chukchi and not yet into the Beaufort. But we've got most of that activity in that area is in the Bering Sea and looking at marine resource bases. we've got to get around the corner. We've got to devise the methods, the tools, and the practices in order to do so. But you can see the distribution, and I think it's visible enough. I'll not call each of these out for you as we go, but I think it's important to understand generally where our funding is. And then if we look at a geographic distribution here, reinforces the point I just made, you can see where most of our activity is. So by this profile, at a level of spending of approximately $125 million, this is status quo. And as we work to reach beyond that, go farther north, go north and then east, and really cover the full area of a U.S. EEZ, but then also cover the area of that global Arctic. It's very important for us to do that, to be convening in an international sense the collaborations that are necessary to monitor and measure the Arctic at a pace, scale, and tempo beyond where we are today. And that's what's going to be necessary for us to really understand the phenomena that's taking place as the Arctic breaks up, as the Arctic then starts to influence other parts of the world through global circulation and in an oceanic and also an atmospheric sense. By the way, worth noting that for our application of Arctic, according to the Arctic Research and Policy Act of 1984, we've defined the Arctic to extend a bit below the Arctic Circle, and it includes parts of Canadian land, we're not accessing Canada, I beg your pardon, parts of Alaska mainland, and also the Aleutians and components of the Bering Sea. So we're looking at it more from a large marine ecosystem perspective rather than just the singular Arctic Circle. But the fish stocks that are very much involved there are transboundary if you choose to respect the Arctic Circle as defining that which is within the Arctic. But it's a complicated area, and it is requiring more of our scientific focus. Here's a nice placid picture that we'll just leave as a recruiting poster for why one wants to research the Arctic. We have a lot of people who are very interested in working on coral problems and tropical and semi-tropical environments, but clearly the Arctic is a harsh place to work, only because this is one of our newer fishery research vessels that we're very proud of. This is the Oscar Dyson, and it's a photo that was made in the Bering Sea, but there's another Bering Sea photo that NOAA used a long time ago, and it's a Kodachrome that's so badly faded I didn't want to insult you with the likes of modern graphics, but it was of the Miller Freeman, which is an older fishery research vessel. And our work is not as compelling in a life-saving nature as would be the Coast Guard's work, to go up and rescue mariners that are in distress. But we still find ourselves up in the middle of storms, in the middle of weather that we would prefer not to be in order to answer those questions I raised earlier. And one of them is to determine the health of the fish stock in the Bering Sea, upon which major industries are focused and founded. But this other photograph I'd love to have shown you is of the Miller Freeman in some rather large sea state, and one of the windows on the bridge is covered with plywood because it had earlier in the day blown out, taking a wave over the bow, and this was a rather handsome sized vessel of about 210 feet. So the exposure, the extremes, working in the Arctic, well known to the Coast Guard, well known to the commercial fishers, but also well known to some of our fisheries scientists and our crew members in the NOAA fleet. So we're up there as part of that community, making observations, trying to make these measurements, but what we depend on also are the same weather forecasts that the Coast Guard needs, that the commercial fisher needs, and that's a burden that falls on the shoulders of our National Weather Service. So they're rising to the challenge, but as the Arctic opens up, that's an area we have to do more in. We have to find our way to be doing the science that's uniquely applied to the Arctic, and I think you'll hear a little bit more about that as well. So another area that I want to mention, I'll go back to, is the nautical charting of the areas in the Arctic. You heard this morning of navigators using charts that had, in some cases, lead line soundings as the basis of it with a 1912 datum, but it even gets worse than that. There are parts of Alaska where Captain Cook and his colleagues made soundings. And in some cases where you don't have shifting, drifting sand masses, you have hard rock bottom and the like, there's a reasonably high degree of reliability in those charts, but not the kind of reliability that you would want to place any hope or reliance if you had the alternatives of multi-beam echo sounders, where you could really get a three-dimensional picture of the seabed. And we currently have 2 ships operating as wide as the season is long and as long as it lets us operate up in that area. Unfortunately, those 2 ships are almost as old as I am, and closing in on that too, because I don't. Last birthday was the last one I celebrate, and it just keeps going from there. But these ships are very aged. We need to replace them. And that's something that we have made continued requests actually in the President's budget is a request for ship replacements, and we're hopeful that we could see some movement in that direction, and we hope that we can get the support of the Congress in order to be there. There are new methods of mapping that are far less labor-intensive, people-intensive, unmanned surface vehicles, the likes of the technologies that we could be using and are starting to use in the Arctic. They hold great promise, and they can lower our cost of making these observations, bring us away from the traditional levels of spending. If I move past that into the national strategy level of effort number 2, advancing security interests, one could look largely at NOAA and raise the question, is there a relationship between NOAA and national security? Well, clearly we have the likes of our national defense enterprise, the military services. We have the coastal, and included as a military service is the Coast Guard, of course, but the work that the Coast Guard, Department of Homeland Security at large, other agencies fill. I am delighted to hear more and more, particularly from our naval oceanographic community and the naval operating community, how much NOAA's observations, models, and forecasts are being used as part of our national defense readiness structure. Simple questions as to what will sea level be in what year, in whether it's the Arctic or in Alaska ports, is as germane to us as is that same question for whether or not the Tidewater area in Norfolk and the Naval Operations Base will be submerged, how often out of the year. So we are increasingly being relied upon by the national security enterprise to be providing this information, including the climate forecasts that we generate, model, and disseminate quite routinely. So this applies to the national security envelope, but it's accomplished through foundational science. It's accomplished by applying that foundational science through the stewardship and management questions, but also relies on an intergovernmental community and international collaboration and domestic collaboration and cooperation. That brings us to the last level of effort of the national strategy that we're very much involved in. And through the World Meteorological Organization, through the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, where I represent the United States at that IOC, it's part of UNESCO. But the work that's done there through oceanic and weather-based observations really go into a global exchange of information so that Canada, Russia, Denmark, every nation of the world can enjoy those observations, particularly as they are made in the higher latitudes. But we also have interaction with the local communities and the independent institutional governance of those local communities. And this is a very important component of the Arctic. This is the people part of the Arctic. In addition to those citizens of Alaska who might have arrived there later in time than did the native people, the native populations of Alaska are a very important component, and through our Sea Grant and Coastal Zone Management Program, we work very, very earnestly in order to understand the needs that these communities have and in order to understand how we can bring benefit to those communities in a way that not always does the rest of the economy find a way to bring them forward. And in some cases, bringing communities forward is not the answer, where one wants to maintain the heritage and culture that has brought the people to the place where they are today. So there are a great many levels of interaction, and I hope that you will indeed hear more of those today. I'll close with a notion of our participation in an international Arctic observing network. And, return to that slide. You can see where these little colored dots in the upper left-hand corner, hopefully you can read, I believe you could read some of the abbreviations of just what the different types of measurement systems are here, but rather than getting into a detail on that, I think there'll be more talks and discussions on this. But a point I'd like to make here, as I mentioned, there are two Arctics, if you will. From the United States perspective of a 50-state union, we have Alaska that we're very concerned about to provide the services that the citizens of Alaska need, whether they be mariners, coastal watermen, or people who live inland. And we need to be providing an appropriate level of service to Alaska as we do to the lower 48. Additionally, there are the global science questions which take us north of where this map is and into that polar ice cap and into that cryosphere, into that global ocean that we know as the Arctic. And many of our programs are focused, as you saw the distribution of our spending, much of our spending is focused on the state of Alaska and the coastal environs there for fishing, for coastal management, for weather, etc. That larger top of the earth, if you will, top of the world, is a portion that we deal with in global ocean science, global atmospheric science, and global climate science. That is not currently the heaviest level of funding that we have. It's more towards providing the services for the people in the state. And then I'll return to the theme that I started with. We are, in fact, a mission-driven science agency. Those missions are very certainly described for us in law, and the Congress has prescribed those areas that we maintain our focus in, also funds us in a manner very similar to those areas of focus, and that's pretty much where we find ourselves. But please don't be misled by this diagram. This is where we're focusing in our application of the U.S. portion of a joined international Arctic observing network, but our observations, as you'll hear, and perhaps you already did hear, I'm sorry, I was in the media center just now, but perhaps you heard from the Navy some very impressive work. You'll hear more about the work that the Navy's doing in some of the physical ocean measurements and the like. There's a lot of work going on in the Arctic. I think we need to continue this, do more, and I think you'll hear more from some of the following speakers. So thank you very much for your attention this morning, and I congratulate you on the forum and the rich exchange of information we have here.
Thank you, Craig.
Pablo, thank you.
Let's open up for questions. Very shy audience. Really?
I think I made it easy for everyone, Pablo.
No, there are plenty of questions.
I think if you heard the question the gentleman asked is, in NOAA's opinion, are we ready for a major oil spill? And I want to go back to the Admiral's comments this morning, where the Coast Guard, who would be the on-scene commander for an oil spill, would really have that informed decision, the decision-making authority and be the on-scene commander. NOAA's role is to provide science advice. And there's a lot of science at many different slices and levels that I think are worthy of continued study and worthy of continued investigation. And I think that this is a policy question that the nation will have to wrestle with. How much of what you do know is sufficient in order to take a particular activity and go forward? And as we've seen before, there had been licensing for exploration in Arctic areas. So one can explore to an infinite potential the scientific certainty, or one could be looking at what we know today and do we move forward. That's always a policy question rather than a science question. I think in terms of science, we would always love to know more. Thank you.
Are you allowed to answer politically sensitive questions? I'll throw them.
I really enjoy Pablo's sense of humor, and
I'll throw them at you, and you.
Let it roll.
Okay,
Pablo.
first one. What does NOAA's budget look like as we move forward with the new administration? Is there still support for climate science? What about the Arctic? Actually, that was 3 questions.
So I'll start with the question of what does the NOAA budget look like. It's certainly it's a matter of public record. The budget process is continuing to evolve. As we know, the Congress, it's written in the Constitution, the Congress makes the budget for the federal government. So far, we've heard from the House, and we understand where the numbers are on the House side. We've heard the President's request as well. And for detailed questions about the NOAA budget, the party that's been identified to answer those most thoroughly is at the Department of Commerce level, so I'll make reference to further follow-ups with the Department of Commerce. But you could see that in the President's budget, there were reductions that were made in order to shift money from the discretionary accounts to the national security, the southern border, and to the national defense accounts. And those are obviously very high-level decisions. Where we find ourselves now on the House side, still evolving, is to a certain extent some restorations of some of the proposed reductions that were in the President's budget. But climate science took a proposed reduction, but many years we've seen proposed reductions coming from either the Congress or the executive branch, and we're currently able to maintain a robust operation and a robust series of measurements around the globe in order to assess the state of the climate. The second half of that question, Pablo, please.
No, I think you covered it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, I think I'll include I'll include Alaska in amongst the 33 Sea Grant programs that we have around the country. And the Sea Grant program has a 700 and some % return on investment. And that is remarkable. And Sea Grant does a very dedicated and loyal job of documenting their economic contribution in addition to the science that they perform. So the Sea Grant program has been very important for local economies, for aquaculture, for many different areas of the vibrance of coastal communities. And it's a widely respected, highly regarded program. Alaska Sea Grant, I think there's a really easy website to look through and see the economic contribution that's made from each of the Sea Grant entities. As you know, Sea Grant is a program that is leveraged with state money. So for every federal dollar, there's at least 50 cents contributed by the states. So Alaska Sea Grant has been very helpful to the safety of mariners, helpful to translate in an understandable way some of the complex fisheries regulations, and helping businesses get established and sustained.
It's interesting because with that answer, you partially answered this question, which I was going to pose, and maybe now it's not necessary, but just for the heck of it. How is NOAA mandated to advance resilient and healthy Arctic communities and economies? So certainly through Sea Grant, that's one way, but if you want to expand.
In terms of NOAA's instruction to enhance the vibrance and the economic wellness of communities, the Coastal Zone Management Program is one where we look for consistency across states in taking action along the coast so that the action of one state doesn't unwittingly or unnecessarily harm the action in an adjacent state, and that we look for some measures of conformity in terms of what is happening along the U.S. coasts, balancing the developmental opportunities and economic prosperity that usually accompanies that with preserving the environment and protecting the ecosystem, which also delivers prosperity and components of the economy. In the National Marine Fisheries Service, there's a significant degree of consultation and understanding of economic prosperity to those communities that are served by commercial fishing access. So it's pretty much distributed throughout our being. The National Weather Service on a daily basis provides the public with decisions to enhance your economic prosperity, your individual safety, the wellness of your community. It's really across the entirety of NOAA's portfolio.
And I'll take a couple of minutes from lunch, since I'm not having any lunch. It doesn't matter. And give you one more question, and then we can close. How does one close, how does one close the Arctic forecasting gap with manned observations, improve automated observations, leverage satellite observations, anything else?
How to close the observing gap?
Forecasting gap.
I think there are a couple of ways. Increasing, particularly in the northern latitudes, increasing the density of observation-based platforms, whether they be in situ or, as in situ, whether they be buoy-based, land-based, mobile, gliders, drifters, and the like, and buoys that can penetrate the ice and send their signal and transmit their information throughout the 360 days, 65 days of the year. But we also have remarkable gains that are coming to us through our models based on the observations we're able to make so far. The modeling capability is extending quite rapidly. We're seeing some new models throughout development in the university community and federal agencies as well. We're particularly proud of the models that are coming out of our Princeton University laboratory, the Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Lab, where from that lab has been developed through competition and delivered to the National Weather Service the next model core for the weather forecast system. The root of that, it's called the finite volume cubed model, has been applied to such things as Arctic sea ice. And 2 to 6 months in advance, we're starting to see models that are showing skill in predicting the thickness of the ice up to 6 months out. So I think through technology we'll solve some of it, but we also have to increase our observing density. Thank you.
Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great. I'm happy that you have glasses. All right, so I'll see you all 15 minutes past 1, sharp. Oh, time out. I'm supposed to inform you of the screening of the movie Sea Blind. It's going to take place at the President's Room. Please For those of you that want to sit, grab your lunch and be back at noon. If you haven't gotten your tickets are necessary. Please do so at the registration table during the break. And screenings will be held both today and tomorrow at noon. You can find more information on page 6 of your symposium program. Thank you.
Paulo had gotten my presentation. I'd saved it to that computer because I couldn't open it up on this one.
Be today or tomorrow? Or?
Today. Yeah, that's not on there.
Doesn't look like it. Do you have a sticker?
No, I had it on a hard drive, but I couldn't save it to this computer from the hard drive for some reason, so I saved it on that computer, on his one over there, and then he was going to somehow get it over here. I just want to make sure that it's...
Yeah. We got an hour to figure all this out. Hopefully.
I know.
We got over the flickering screen thing.
I know, yeah. That was good.
Yeah. I'll be back down to make sure we get it.
Okay.
No, he's a great guy. Yeah. Yeah, it opened up. Come on, while I do this, you know.
Doing pretty well.
Huh?
We're going to IGARS next week. I don't know if you...
You what?
We're going to IGARS next week.
Oh, yeah. I can't. I don't have travel money. I don't have a job. I can't go anywhere. Yeah.
You're a man of leisure now.
Yeah, right. I'm a man of leisure. So you put it...
I just saved it on the desktop.
Yeah, so...
So it's this one right there.
Okay, good.
I have no idea what happened on the other one and how it opened on this one.
Yeah. What am I doing here? Okay. So where is it? There it is. And it's going to be on day 1 afternoon, which is not this.
Yeah, how did I get before Admiral Allen?
Huh?
How did I get on the agenda before Admiral Allen? I'm like...
Because he picked his time.
Yeah. I'm like, at least I'm not after him. That'd be worse.
He actually picked his time.
He's such a good speaker.
And your time is...
13:55.
Yeah, if I see him and I see you all together, if not, I'll see you tomorrow.
So where are the posters?
They will after lunch.
Okay. Because Sean was going to print mine and put it up.
Am I spelling this?
No, not F, just TH.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Not like McGrath.
That's right.
Okay.
Want to make sure it opens?
Huh?
Want to make sure it opens?
It better, but yeah. Well, first thing I want to make sure is I put it in this thing here, because if this crashes, okay. Cruiser 7. Okay, so it is in the right place. Good. Now, see if it opens.
It does, I'm going to cry.
So you still, the agency is still there? You know, I mean,
it didn't fall apart after you left. I mean, I know you really wanted it.
Yay. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Yeah. So it didn't fall apart. Too bad. Too bad. Actually, so probably yeah. You're still supposed to bring my box. There's a box. I left the box in my cubicle. Nobody ever brought it. I thought you were going to bring it. Which cubicle? The one I used to have. No. Yeah, hi. Good to see you. Hi, how are you? At the College Park office. Yeah, but There's a box I thought you were supposed to bring.
Chris?
Yeah. Or Chris, you or Chris.
I played when I was young. I switched to volleyball.
Okay.
It's a box.
No.
That I left all that.
But when I played,
yeah, I left all. Everything that is there. Yeah. I left it for the name, actually. I need to put this on there. I need to make sure everything is ready, and then I may grab some. I cannot go out. I wasn't kidding.
Yeah. Watch this myself.
Yeah.
See what it's like to be retired side.
Yeah, right. You know, it's it feels the same, but not. Yeah, I thought.
When I was younger, I would have liked to meet them.
Yeah.
That's a celebration in 98.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
I tried to make a photo of yours.
All presentations will be available. Summary will be available.
Just through online?
Huh?
Through
Same website. Yeah.
Like last year's.
Everything will be available. Yeah. So be careful what you ask, because that'll be available too. What you respond. Yeah, sure.
Save my memory for my cell phone.
Yeah, don't use your phone.
We're going to
Hi.
Oh boy, more of that.
Did you need to do something on here?
Are you fixing?
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Are we making it a little bit darker?
So what was the issue? Was it a power issue? Too much power? I mean,
It's a
legal?
synchronization issue,
Yes.
and it was something particular to possibly
So it
this
wasn't
laptop.
legal or slide?
No, so it wasn't Slido's fault. It was something in the theater.
Yes.
It was. So, before I forget, another thing I had done, I had actually gone.
Does it have to be set to this, or can it be set higher?
It can be set higher, yeah.
Why is it set to this particular resolution?
Because I tried going to a lower resolution to see if it would give me.
Oh, to see if
yeah.
it would change. Okay, gotcha.
So that's actually the built-in display. If we go to, we select the, if we do the drop-down and go to the, yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Yes.
So the other thing I noticed is that I actually went directly from the receiver, the receiver from there, to the projector, and it was still giving issues.
Receiver? What receiver?
The extron receiver for the transmitter. Yeah.
So it might be that then.
Well, that's the other thing. So
How
I
did
tried.
you get
so
it to
we,
go through then?
I got physically plugged into the transmitter back there.
But it's got to come out of the receiver.
I mean, not the transmitter, the receiver that's up there. I physically plugged it. I ran a line. That was one of the solutions I tried. I ran a line from the projector to the receiver that's up there to bypass everything else in the system completely.
And you would still have that issue?
Still will have that issue. The other thing I
So there's something in that one extron thing that's correcting something. That's got to be it.
So I also tried it on both sides, and with both podiums, even switched podiums. Still having issues.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to play around.
What other inputs do you have besides VGA?
Then you get this block, on the screen.
I didn't get a chance.
No, but even on me,
Because I know the transmitters have a couple of different.
Can I get, I brought a laptop with me. Can I just plug that in here?
Oh, you need that. One thing that I really Oh, how you doing? Finally, nice to meet you. Good job, Are you leaving now? No. Gonna get some lunch, or are you coming back? Oh, it's actually something showing us. Good man, good man. Yeah.
So after I got to call it, I ran over to the bunch of folks.
Absolutely.
So I think, well, I need to make sure that I put.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you looking at? Yeah, I need to get in.
Yeah, yeah.
That looks kind of. That's the.
Yeah, I know. They.
Yeah, sure.
So they had.
Can I play with this now, or you still?
No, yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
They had built a new podium, so they just kind of.
It's so dark.
Max lines up.
The photograph from there, the flash, does it illuminate that enough? Practice shots.
You had a good idea too.
Oh, hi, Ted. Yeah. But you look a little bit older, but you look a little bit older, but how are you? Yeah.
Can we go to the screensaver? Whatever it is that we've been shown as a backdrop.
Yeah.
So we can
Let,
take a
yeah.
center picture. I'm sorry.
Let me move. I need to save Gabriel's. Yeah, because.
Did you get my text at Admiral Han?
Huh?
All right.
Yeah, I'll need to do that too now. Oh, okay, so accept that.
Yeah.
Do you think it's I'm so to bring up the backdrop and then with this like
After the stroll to the.
It's snowing somewhere.
Happen again, right?
No.
Yes.
Organized?
Yeah, trying to figure out how we want to do this.
Maybe you should buy their shoes, not in China.
An alternate light, dark, light, dark.
So we're. Yeah, there. We can. Go ahead. Yeah.
Are you done here?
For now.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you were doing something? Oh, okay. That's fine.
You could Photoshop it.
Oops.
After, yeah.
There.
You finish? Okay, now I'm getting in. Okay. No, wait. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Sorry to hold it for lunch. Thank you.
So you need to unplug this too?
We're going to try to.
Oh, a different laptop.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Then.
we're trying to diagnose the issue.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. What's that?
You want to have to attention to what's going on, have to worry about all the other logistics.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was built to do this. You're fantastic. I'm ready to retire. Oh my gosh. I can tell you, your coordination was A+. I mean, all the emails I saw.
Okay. About the shoes, but that's somebody else. I think it was Admiral's shoes.
Yep, Admiral's shoes. Yep.
Shoes. But what is it? Something?
Yes, the only white shoes the Navy stocks are made are called Bates ortholites. And the foam on the bottom disintegrates.
I mean, but he's an admiral.
Yes.
This is not the worst I've seen.
Yeah.
I've literally seen a
How about the shoes?
That's probably me this morning.
No. This wasn't today. This is another time.
Oh.
This is another day.
So it has happened before.
Yes. I've seen it before. That's.
Set up the posters here over lunch. Okay. On the backside. Am I going to be running from the laptop up there?
Right here, Pablo.
You want him still running talks from here, right?
Yeah, it's going to be the same, but who's going to do it? Okay, good.
Yeah, just kind of.
Is there an issue?
And then also tell the speakers, speak into the mic, walk away from the mic.
Okay.
It's not a click. It's not a clicker. It's just
It's been like about a year.
because we don't have the other piece. It's only the board. Yeah, but no, well.
Go figure it would say.
No.
Wait a minute.
I think it's the Admiral, ma'am.
The Admiral?
Moon.
I'm thinking.
No, they are.
Where's the receiver for this click?
What I was thinking. It's not here.
Is it plugged into the?
It's not working.
Is it
I
plugged
don't
into the
think it's
computer
just
up there?
you, sir, because there was some up,
It should be in this computer.
there.
You're running on
there.
How could that be?
I don't know where it went.
Yep.
They do it on purpose so they know where you guys.
Probably. This is why I have only black flow shine.
We'll fix that later.
Want to use it?
Well, I could, but
I think he just made.
Coming from.
So that's also being fed by the other.
That's it. Because couldn't you just, instead of them having a laptop there, couldn't they use, I mean, there's a confidence.
So the confidence monitor really is for when we get to. It's not necessarily for the presenters. It's going to be for tomorrow once they get into panel discussions, and they're still going to be running slides, but they're going to be sitting center stage. Like, see, this isn't having any issues.
I'll be here all day tomorrow. Thanks for covering.
Yes.
I'm going to get my shoes fixed.
what's the fix? There's no. Oh my God! But then why wouldn't the Navy?
Congratulations. That's very good. Busy. We got a full house for the first time in years. So. I'll have new shoes tomorrow.
All be on the desktop, correct?
So let's wait until. Actually, I can play with this for now.
Yeah,
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, escape. So, okay,
For sure.
yeah, oh, wow. Okay,
That's the problem when they extend the display.
I'll close everything. I
So
know where I am.
I guess I'm going to need to take a look at the.
No, okay, no. Let's start from the beginning.
All right.
Oh, okay, let's see if there's anything else. Okay, okay, I think he probably did that, but let me close them all.
Okay.
No, yeah. Another good.
All right.
So, talks. Okay, so if you need to, somebody's talking without,
If they don't have slides,
or
then
some other
like
issue,
what
just put that
Admiral
one in
did.
there. Okay.
Okay.
Talks. The one. See, this another. Like to see it on a list, so you can put it nicely on time.
Okay, so it's got time.
Yeah. So now, what we need first thing is to move my graphs from here to here. So.
Okay, so
let's
that's
do
going to be
that.
cruise.
Yeah. So how do you open?
In
this?
this. No problem.
Huh? No, I just wanted to open another pen and do it, but. The one that says cruiser. you have something?
No, I'm just making sure you have access to all the presentations we have.
That's what we're gonna, let me get the.
All right, cruiser. All right, what am I looking for on there?
Day one.
There's no day one on the cruiser flash drive, Pablo.
What do you mean? No, go to 7. Yeah.
7. Oh, okay.
Day one.
All right, so this
Okay.
is 7.
So this is the one that says talks.
Okay.
The
Okay,
one.
so it's the same structure as the
Yeah,
other one?
exactly. So that's McGrath. So copy.
All right.
Put it right here. Paste. Yeah. Now let's list. Okay, so that's good. Now let's see if we're good. So break. So it's route lane is there.
So command lane's up first.
Then Dave Jackson. Where's Dave? Okay, Dave Jackson.
And Skipper sent her.
So we need Dave Jackson.
Okay.
His Canadian Ice Service.
Okay, I just want to make sure he didn't send it.
Yeah, Skipper sent hers as a PDF instead of a PowerPoint.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Okay.
Something with your laptop. Hurry.
Okay, so then Gabriel, and then Todd Allen, he's coming. Oh yeah. I don't think he's.
Where's the other one? Oh, there's an HDMI.
Well, do you have an HDMI to VGA adapter?
Unfortunately, no. Actually, yes, but
I have one. I should have brought it.
but let me. I want to see this for a second. I have an idea.
I have HDMI input
for this.
Yeah, so
I have an adapter. I was trying to think might be helpful too. Well, I'm glad I missed that.
Oh, you were not.
No, I walked to
The proper senator. He really wanted to show his
Navy Yard.
slides. Did you actually have to go and buy one?
Yes.
Where?
Navy Yard. Yes. So as soon as I'm on my lunch break, I'm going to buy floor shimes and return these.
Did you tell them that?
Yes. And they're like, these are the only ones we carry.
Sorry,
They have,
seeing if
they
I
have a
can find
contract.
a sort of setting in here.
Guarantees every officer has to buy 2 or 3 pairs of shoes. Report is yours on the bottom because I have a thumb drive where you can put files directly from here to a computer.
Really?
Yeah,
Without infecting me?
without infecting you.
Well, I don't. I really need to see my email.
Okay, you need to see your emails then.
Yeah.
I think we have one kicking around. I have to go. I have to go look for
I
it.
have one that also splits that.
That happened before?
No,
Flicker
but,
thing?
no. But this is So usually we would be. There's another laptop that we normally use. Unfortunately, that one had a very. It pretty much died a couple days ago.
Okay.
So this is a NOAA laptop. I mean, we've had it for a while. I've used it for things. I don't think I've used it for specifically running off the podium here. Yeah, we're trying to see if we can.
Oh yeah, then I cannot. But what's the Wi-Fi password?
It's pin app 701.
Pin?
Pin app. F-A-V-E?
I believe it was Pennsylvania
Yeah,
Avenue.
Pennsylvania Avenue.
Oh,
Do
okay.
that 701 and an exclamation mark.
Yeah.
701.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it was still doing the same thing.
but the
Oh, for a
P
second.
is capital though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
701 exclamation.
We can
do that in a moment.
You've already spent a lot of time on this.
No, then Todd Allen.
So capital
that's what I'm trying to see if you
P,
send it
A, V,
on,
E, 7,
to me,
0,
but,
1, exclamation.
haven't seen it either.
And it's for the Burke.
Oh, maybe, no,
I wanna know
it's
if I
like
can-
the US. 001. Yep.
Ah,
this is-
okay,
yeah.
that's what
Yeah,
I did wrong.
yeah, it's
Sorry about that.
Let's see. Bring for everybody? Thanks.
Yep, that worked good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's not charging.
That might be my fault.
Help with something? I can help you, sir. Oh, okay.
Let me go look for that adapter, see if I can find it.
Yeah, but P is capital.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, it's connected now?
Yeah, okay, great, thanks. Still.
Yeah, now it's not connected, I believe so.
It's not showing.
Can we try it again?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now
Sounds
it's connected.
Good, thanks. Yeah. Actually,
That doesn't work in
necessary.
Then there isn't like any technical issues from the booth or something. Oh.
Some kind of problem, and he.
Yeah, he keep like wiring
And I
stuff.
think that one converter did something to correct the signal, but that converter has a different purpose in there.
Oh,
so
yeah?
you can't run it through there all the time. So, but clearly, this is a really old laptop.
And it's
Windows 7,
it works.
It worked just fine.
Okay.
So,
So now is
just
the issue of the
some kind of
laptop. Okay,
anomaly
so we
with
wanted
that.
to know. Okay.
Yeah, it might be the actual VGA port
Of the
is a little bad
laptop.
or something,
I think
bad
we should
solder
try.
connection or-
Then I can bring another laptop actually.
Just make sure it's got a VGA out.
Oh, let's see if this adapter works. Power because it's inactive. It's HDMI. So detected it.
Ones I've used in the past don't work.
I have no idea.
Previously it was.
It was.
So they were both originally being fed by the
That's
presentation switcher. So that's where that started from.
this already.
Yes, this is already looking a whole lot better.
Yeah. Beauty of digital over analog.
Well, you know, I would.
Projector?
That's probably the resolution. Aspect ratio. Okay, that's not what I wanted at all. Thank you. I'm not on good sleep hour time.
Hang on, I understand.
Looks a little oof on there, but
Yeah, this is going to look a little bit.
yeah, the yeah. Fortunately, no, because since it's sending, yeah, since it'll catch the VGA, it'll catch the info, and it'll be like, I can't do a high resolution. Technically, I could force a custom resolution. I don't want to break anything right now. I do, but you know, since they're encouraging people to connect to the Wi-Fi around here, I'm a little hesitant to be reliant on that.
Okay, Pete.
I'm gonna reconnect to that into the presentation switcher and see what that looks like. Also, maybe go pass out somewhere. I kind of. I think what happened, I was here late Saturday, and I was also tired and sore, so I slept in Sunday. Everything has been cascading. So yesterday I was in early, I was out at like 2, but then I got home and I took a nap, and that completely screwed everything up. So
the good thing is this is working. You want to pull up on the next presentation and just.
The minute you're going to get locked out. The minute you're going to get locked out, so you've done something.
Let's. Yeah, let me.
Don't they do that when you have so many tries?
Unless that's a Bluetooth.
Yes.
Which one is that? The red one, please?
This is the red one, yeah.
Oh yeah, we need
a dongle.
Yeah.
I thought I saw something. Okay.
Good fix?
Yes. For now.
Don't go away too far.
Let's get 80% solution for now.
Huh?
Okay, there we go.
I hate typing without seeing.
Yeah, when it's not showing you.
You did that, right? lost me.
Yeah, this was just her checking to make sure.
This is
Oh, Pablo Clemente, nice.
swapping in for him.
Yeah. Like Comer.
Yeah, it's great. First time in DC.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
From where?
From Vancouver.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, welcome. Like the weather.
Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah, it is hot.
PowerPoint's all queued up.
Working on it, sir.
You send your PowerPoint. Yeah,
See it up there.
Yeah, it should be.
But if you want to take 2 slides out of it, if you
Yeah,
want to, you
yeah,
can.
whatever you want.
I can.
Is it like
No, it shouldn't be any problem.
No, I just. He wants to make it shorter. Results?
Thank you
Yeah,
very
the-
much. Do we have spare?
Well, you could.
Has USB Type-C.
Don't worry.
And
Yeah. But if you don't, you're still out of
I
it.
do not see any reports. I gotta check with him really quick.
What's that?
Alright.
It is really.
Yeah, is it gonna require any software installation or is it just gonna, okay. Alright, that sounds like a plan.
Talking about you and asking questions. So typically, you could actually use all the time to talk, but if you want back in terms of questions. Oh yeah. And some people stop early just to get the question, but it depends. How you feel. You can try.
I've got about 4 slides. Once you start going.
Yeah.
See
Yeah, but what I've noticed this time around that the audience is kind of shy questioning, but then we have it open for anonymous questions, and those have been coming in. So people, and then I will give you the question.
All
But
right.
feel free to show and share as much as you want.
L.
Great.
Okay. Oh, that's actually great. Yeah. And make that very clear. Oh, that'd be great, actually.
Today, no, that's kind of it.
Okay. Oh, actually, that's great. I'm glad you told me that. But that's
Any way somebody can break this?
to happen. Oh. Does this happen when you switch with him, or was this the plan all along?
Right now, the only thing is I have to.
But focus on ocean expedition or on both.
To my mind, like in PowerPoint might be forcing it.
Also, you upgrade, which is what we were looking for. Oh, okay, yeah. Because when he said no, the person is gonna go. That's not. It's good to have because you're off to that. But it's just one.
Yeah, no, I reading the program.
Yeah,
I see more
I really appreciate it. Yeah.
It's,
I'm glad you expanded it. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I.
Oh, we could even change the title.
Okay, so press that, it breaks.
That's good.
No.
Oh, no, you have to reverse it. Oh, good. No.
Well, here's the thing, is if I press the wrong button, it pops it out.
Then we don't have. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Okay, now it's working. So I'll just be sure to instruct them.
teach
to
them.
only use these two.
Yeah. So can we check?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any of these four work. If you press that one, it comes out. If you press the red one, you get black screen of death. So easy back and forth, and it should work just fine. And then the middle one is a laser pointer if necessary. And then I'll probably give another run through as everyone's coming back up, since I think.
Can I fix this mess?
Oh yeah, sure. Go nuts.
Oh, I've already done that.
Now, did you want to make a change to one of the presentations? Okay. All right.
And let's plug this back in so it doesn't die. Nope. That would make me sad. Okay, well, it wouldn't make me sad. It would make me a lot of things that I've already been today. Oh, that's amazing. There's a receiver for it.
Yeah, somebody found it.
I don't have any specific. Okay, I don't see any presentation for David or Tad, so we're gonna have to see, wait and see. But all the other ones.
All right.
Okay, so the other.
I want to make sure that I'm pulling everything from the correct file. So this is what I have saved on. This is the stuff that's saved on the computer. Are these all the presentations?
What is this complete thing?
That's ones that are done. Like when they're done, I moved them in there, so this way it's less confusing. I'll move them back out if you want.
Okay, no, that's fine. So
I have commander lane open. I have
okay, so we're also missing this Tony Edwardson. We're missing Han. And yeah, but no, his hand is there, no?
This is the thumb drive.
Okay. Hey,
oh, okay. See, this is the other thing. I think. Jesus.
How did these people not send the presentations? Okay. All right. What do you want me to open up so you can log in?
Okay, I need they send it to the 1 p.m.
Okay. There's
yeah, I'm gonna take this off.
Okay.
Let me take that.
Okay. Up arrow?
Mm-hmm. You're not using any of them, no?
Nope. I don't think I'm using any. Click the eject.
I thought I wanted to do both.
Yeah, it'll do both simultaneously. I used to have that exact same thumb drive. Okay. And I pulled that one out. I didn't know if we had any files on that.
I don't know.
Okay.
That one is.
The light doesn't go away.
This is the one I'm going to use. No,
No.
I need to.
Pablo, I need
What?
this. This goes with presenter.
Oh, I see.
Hey, it happens, Pablo. We got.
Looks like a drive.
Yep. That was cool. What, sir? Yeah, had to do some troubleshooting, but we got it. We hope so. We're just short a couple of presentations. I know, sir.
I cannot download it.
It's not going to behave? You want to try logging on your email?
I guess now I could log in on my email using this computer and then download it and see.
That's going to be the best bet.
Unbelievable. Sure, something else is going to happen. Where's the arrow here? That I tried to do. Look at that one.
Does it have Firefox on it?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, this is not going anywhere. Oh. Crashing every time you.
Oh, it should have edge, which should be more stable. I don't know what. Yeah. Let me guess, it's not going to let me open Firefox. If I can log in, Pablo, would you be able to email it to me?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, try to log in, see if that the problem is mine. Why would not? Like my username and like yours.
Who knows? Yep, let me in.
Really?
That's correct.
Doesn't like my political leanings.
I think it's probably just part of the big conspiracy. All right, send to me. Oh, you got it on there?
Yeah, they on it.
Okay. All right, and it's 7th day symposium talks, day 1. Pablo, which ones? What am I grabbing?
I'll tell you right now.
Okay.
1515.
1515. What folder you put it in? Because it's not.
Day 1. There. Oh, you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, oh no, that one.
This one.
Yeah, just rename it there.
Will do.
No. Okay, leave that there.
I know. All right.
And then hand H.
There.
No. Just type 1515 underscore.
Okay.
Copy that.
Yeah.
And that one, put it on. Okay.
All right. Copy.
So we're missing.
All right.
We have Lawton.
I got Lane.
We have Moran.
I have Lane, McGrath, and.
So we only missing 2, Jackson and Edwardson.
All right, I have King. There's Jackson. What time is Jackson?
Oh, really? Good.
Yeah, what's
so
up?
then rename it. Yeah, it's. 1335. Jackson in front. They didn't name it right. That's why. We're good. So we're only missing 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
All right. 1315 Commander Lane.
So we're good.
1335 Jackson. 1355 McGrath. 1515 and 1535 Lawton. 1555 Moran.
So
and then
missing...
King supplement.
What's that? No. Oh yeah, that.
Done?
Yeah.
All right.
And you are on this machine, not on the...
That is correct. This is on this PC.
Yeah. So we only need 14...
All right. So I'm going to go back here. There's no 1455. I will eject your thumb drive, okay?
Yeah.
All right. All right. No problem.
You would have loved to hear that.
He would, but he's laughing.
But of course, he imitated you.
But he's laughing all the way to GE, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
right.
laughing all the way to GE.
Yeah, right.
All right. Pablo, you mind if I cut out for about 10 minutes to get some grub?
Hey, Jackson sent it. Yeah, we got it. Good, thank you. We just found it.
Absolutely.
No, but we have his presentation.
So I'm doing the summary, right?
I believe so.
And I need all the presentations.
Okay. We're still waiting on one, so I can get you all but one right now, or we can collect them at the end once we have them all.
Well, okay, I guess I'll have to wait till the end of the day anyway. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Because we're still waiting on who? Jackson?
No.
Oh, no, sorry, we got Jackson.
Edwardson.
Edwardson, okay.
Okay, so I think we're good. You can go and have some lunch or something.
Yep, all right, we'll do.
Just gonna grab some.
I'll be back in
Did you eat?
Yes.
20 minutes.
You gonna wait for me?
You said you weren't going to eat?
I was just kidding.
Oh, you were kidding. You have your cigar, not your guitar.
I'd rather go for a cigar. I didn't say anything bad about it. Money on it. Money, who's talking about? Netflix looking there, brother? All right, guys, I'm going to grab some. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we all set up. Oh, yeah, no, I think it's open. It should have opened good, but I think it really looks good, but
Okay, so yeah, if you just scroll down.
oh yeah, I'm blind.
Oh, yeah, no, it works.
No, yeah.
Yep, okay,
I
good.
checked it. And as a matter of fact, yeah, you're one of the first to. Are you looking for somebody specifically? Oh, I see. Yeah, the guy, no, the guy that's going to help you here. The lieutenant? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I understand. You know what I mean?
I didn't go towards it. I had to go out and get a drink. You got some grainy photograph.
Comms check.
Welcome back.
Right, man. Would you like to drive?
First presentation this afternoon is going to be provided by Commander Ruth Lane, Director of and Commanding Officer of the U.S. National Ice Center, and it's going to be on the U.S. National Ice Center providing domain awareness at high latitudes.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and welcome back from lunch. Feel free to keep filling in. Okay. I'm Commander Ruth Lane. I'm excited to be here with you today. I'm an oceanographer with 19 years in the Navy, and I'm nearly halfway through a 2-year tour as Director of the U.S. National Ice Center, and I love my job. The National Ice Center is co-located with NOAA's Office of Satellite and Product Operations at the NOAA Satellite Operations Facility in Suitland, Maryland, about 10 miles southeast of here. The National Ice Center is a tri-agency organization composed of 40 Navy, NOAA, and Coast Guard personnel. We are civilians, military, and contractor personnel dedicated to providing global to tactical scale ice and snow products, ice forecasting, and related environmental intelligence services for the U.S. government. As I said, the National Ice Center is a tri-agency organization operated by Navy, NOAA, and Coast Guard personnel. We fall under the Department of Defense, Department of Commerce, and the Department of Homeland Security. NOAA works to understand and predict changes in climate, weather, oceans, and coasts, to share that knowledge with others, and to conserve and manage coastal and marine ecosystems and resources. The Coast Guard protects the public, the environment, and U.S. economic interests in the nation's ports and waterways along the coast or in any maritime region as required to support national security. The Navy maintains, trains, and equips combat-ready naval forces capable of winning wars, deterring aggression, and maintaining freedom of the seas. 3 bosses, 3 mission sets. Navy, NOAA, and Coast Guard have each published an agency-specific Arctic strategic guidance derived from the President's National Strategy for the Arctic region. Published in 2013, the National Strategy for the Arctic region championed 3 lines of effort: to advance security interests, pursue responsible stewardship, and strengthen international cooperation. So 3 bosses, 3 mission sets, a wide range of customers. Each of our parent agencies has a unique mission with a unique customer base, but they all have a universal need for quality information to inform decision-making. From publicly releasable analysis of ice extent, concentration, and characterization, to tailored imagery products and forecasts for naval submarines, Coast Guard cutters, and national icebreakers, the National Ice Center provides domain awareness of the physical environment. So now that you know a little bit more about the team I represent, let me turn to maritime domain awareness. The 2005 National Plan to Achieve Maritime Domain Awareness, published by the Department of Homeland Security, defines domain awareness as the effective understanding of anything associated with a global maritime domain that could impact security, safety, economy, or environment of the United States. Security, safety, economy, and environment. So maritime domain awareness is a concern for all 3 of my bosses. Domain awareness is a key component of an active, layered maritime defense in depth. It is achieved through the collection, fusion, analysis, display, and dissemination of actionable information and intelligence. Teams monitor activities in the maritime domain through the interconnected use of land, air, space, and sea-based radars, sensors, and information systems to identify and evaluate potential and actual maritime threats in a timely manner, and to fuse and analyze data or distribute information to enhance operational decision-making processes and support operational planning. Legacy sensors are integrated with current and emerging capabilities to provide a common operational picture for information sharing, situational awareness, and collaborative planning. Critical to this effort is the coordination collaboration of federal, state, local, tribal, and international partners, as well as the private sector. Physical domain awareness has 2 main features: characterization and exploitation. Characterization of the environment involves observation, analysis, and prediction. Exploitation requires the tailoring and integration of environmental information by subject matter experts. The snow and ice analysts of the National Ice Center characterize and exploit the environment every day to provide domain awareness to the nation. I would like to share some examples of domain awareness from the National Ice Center with you. The principles of consistency, relevancy, accuracy, and timeliness are imperative to providing the right information at the right time for the right decision. Consistency. I mentioned we have about 40 personnel to cover a global area of operations. To maximize our efforts, we leverage domestic and international partnerships for environmental characterization and exploitation. We are a member of the North American Ice Service with the Coast Guard's International Ice Patrol and the Canadian Ice Service. We participate in Global Cryosphere Watch, the International Ice Charting Working Group, and the expert team on sea ice. Together, we strive for harmonized products to provide seamless domain awareness to operators moving through our overlapping areas of responsibility. Relevancy. The National Ice Center works closely with Naval Research Laboratory's Stennis Space Center as they develop the next generation Global Ocean Forecast System, an ocean ice nowcasting and forecasting capability coupling the Hybrid Coordinate Ocean Model, HICOM, the Community Ice Code, Sea Ice, and the Navy Global Environmental Model, NAVGEM. It uses Navy-coupled ocean data assimilation, (CODA), to assimilate satellite observations such as sea surface height and sea surface temperature, and in situ observations from ships, buoys, gliders, and floats. National Ice Center is leveraging the GOF's ice strain product and in-house subject matter expertise to develop a heuristic ice strain and fracturing risk assessment tool. This 5-day forecast of fracture risk will enable operational commanders to maximize accomplishment of exercise goals while minimizing risk to forces forward, such as during the Navy's biennial ice exercise held north of the Arctic Circle. Accuracy. Inaccurate products are not useful to the end user, and accuracy is improved through observations. Observations are scarce at the high latitudes. National Ice Center coordinates execution of the U.S. Interagency Arctic Buoy Program and U.S. involvement with the International Arctic Buoy Program, with the University of Washington Applied Physics Laboratory Polar Science Center. We are pleased to provide USIABP 10 buoys this year. for deployment to the data-sparse observation zones in the Arctic Ocean. We leverage satellite Earth observation products from NOAA, NASA, DoD, Canada, and Europe, and drive development of algorithms for identification of icebergs, ice concentration, and thickness. We support NASA's Operation Icebridge and SNOWX to provide calibration and validation of satellite Earth observation. We are excited for the continued development of the U.S. Arctic Observing Network led by NOAA and the National Science Foundation under the Interagency Arctic Research Policy Committee, as well as the latest 5-year departmental research initiative from the Office of Naval Research on an Arctic mobile observing system. Comprehensive Arctic observations improve not only Arctic weather prediction and ice forecasts, but are also a key contributor to the accuracy of weather prediction in more temperate zones, such as the continental United States, as well as hurricane track and intensity forecasts. Timeliness. National Ice Center requirements carry a timeliness factor. We have a daily battle with them, but our customers are global, so our analysts are on call 24 hours a day. We provide annotated satellite imagery products to approved government customers within 6 hours of the imagery capture, which means imagery is required to be delivered to our watch team within 3 hours of the observation. We are grateful to the satellite imagery providers who enable our timely production support, especially the professionals at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Looking to the future, National Ice Center operations align closely with 2 of the U.S. Arctic Research Commission's 6 recommended Arctic research goals following the White House Arctic Science Ministerial last fall. Goal number 1, to observe, understand, and predict Arctic environmental change, and goal number 6, enhance international scientific cooperation in the Arctic. National Ice Center operations are increasingly aligned with Navy and NOAA weather prediction and warning, and we have seen similar alignment initiatives with our international partner ice centers. National Ice Center goals to transition science to watch floor operations in fiscal year 18 are focused on forecast product development, forecast verification, automation, and sensing strategy optimization. We are developing several new products and tools for our customers. In addition to the ice fracture risk assessment, we are working with Navy and Coast Guard to provide ice information to vessels as overlays available in their electronic charting and display systems. We are working with DHS, Arctic Domain Awareness Center at the University of Alaska Anchorage to provide an ice condition scale, which allows the Coast Guard and public mariners to determine navigation safety of a shipping route from ice condition information derived from satellite imagery. We are excited for Finland's chairmanship of the Arctic Council and their goal to improve meteorological cooperation. The Finnish Meteorological Institute is one of our partners in the International Ice Coordination Working Group, and they are getting domain awareness right. Finland is the only country in the world where each of their seaports ices over in the winter, but the Finns don't let it dampen their activity. FMI provides consistent, accurate, relevant, and timely information to keep their country moving, and we look forward to learning about their best practices. We are excited for NOAA and NASA and the future of U.S. Earth observation. GOES-16 launched successfully last fall, and the imagery is breathtaking. NOAA announced that when operational testing is complete, GOES-16 will take over the GOES East role. Upcoming launches include the Joint Polar Satellite System, scheduled to launch this fall, and the Ice Cloud and Land Elevation Satellite, ICESat-2, next year. At the National Ice Center, we are particularly interested in NISAR, a joint endeavor between NASA and India's Space Research Organization, to field a space-based synthetic aperture radar, optimized for studying hazards and global environmental processes. SAR imagery has proven the most effective for analysis of ice extent, concentration, and characterization because it's not blocked by the pervasive clouds found at high latitudes and is independent of daylight. It's an exciting time to be part of the nation's domain awareness team in the Arctic. I love my job. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Let's open it for questions. You're not going to let her escape that easily.
There's one
there.
Increasing usability and products work well.
We've been working on our customer outreach program. That's one of the first steps, I think. It's been difficult to try to determine exactly who's been using our webpage. That's always a great challenge. I'll be honest, we're not happy with our webpage, but we're working on bringing that into the future. I mentioned we're realigning with the weather centers. As the National Ice Center NOAA side moves over to National Weather Service and Ocean Prediction Center, we expect we'll get a new webpage through that, and we look forward to optimizing it. We're doing the same on the Navy side, and we're just trying to make it more user-friendly. We've had a lot of feedback that our products aren't always easy to find, or the research teams that are trying to get packaged bundles of data because we've got it. Wouldn't it be useful if you could get it and use it? If you have any suggestions, please let me know. And this is my operations officer, Christian Blatchford, in the front row, and my technical director, Karen Panowitz. Please seek them out if you guys have any ideas for how we can make things better.
Any other questions from the audience?
One in the way back. It's in the light.
Yeah.
See blind? I'm not familiar with
Ruth,
that
could
problem.
you repeat the question? We just got a note here saying that people online cannot hear the questions. So could you repeat, or just
I
the
think he wants
gist?
to know if we can assess the degradation that's associated with albedo from carbon deposits on the ice. That's exactly my question. Right. Where's my science officer? I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that, but it's something I could look into, and if you give me your name afterwards, I'll get a response back to you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
As you heard from Ruth's presentation, the other two partners of the National North American Ice Service are the Canadian Ice Service and the International Ice Patrol. So the next two talks are going to be given by representatives of those two agencies. First one coming up is Mr. David Jackson, Special Project Advisor, and he used to be, in fact, the director of the Canadian Ice Service until recently. He's going to be talking on emerging needs for tactical scale ice information in the North. David?
Thank you, Pablo. Afternoon, everybody. So this is an overview of what I'm going to talk about this afternoon. I'm going to introduce you to who we are at the Ice Service. So a lot of the stuff we do is very similar to what Commander Lane just talked to you about. I always like to give a presentation on what it's actually like in the Arctic, because I know a lot of people who study the Arctic or who are interested in the Arctic have never actually been. So it's always a good thing to kind of review those kinds of situations. Then I'm going to talk about what you actually kind of need when you go up there from a meteorological point of view, but also mainly from an ice information point of view. Then I'm going to talk about some emerging needs that we've found and been dealing with in Canada, in the Canadian Arctic Archipelago, from different operations, etc., and initiatives that we've been doing. So the Canadian Ice Service is part of the Meteorological Service of Canada. We're the leading authority for ice information and icebergs and lake ice in the country. We provide real-time and forecast ice and iceberg information to mariners. We also take care of the archive of ice information and our ice charts, as well as some satellite imagery. That's heavily used by researchers, anybody in academia, marine classification societies, oil and gas, and anybody usually working or studying in the Arctic. We also monitor Canadian navigable waters for oil spills. We use satellite imagery to direct aircraft to what we call anomalies, and then they confirm whether or not the spill is oil. You can ask me later why that capability is resident in the Canadian Ice Service and not somewhere else. So sea ice is a very Canadian issue. We have I guess what we'll call the longest coastline and the greatest area of ice in the world. The annual variation in the extent of ice is approximately half the size of the country. And that has seasonal effects on weather and climate, marine ecosystems, safety and the efficiency of marine transportation. So sea ice development, you can see it's correlated up with the date up here, the advance and retreat. So in the ice service, we have 2 seasons, one in the Arctic during the summer, and then one in southern Canada and the Great Lakes during the winter. Those are starting to overlap due to climate change effects. Operations in the Arctic are all about safety. So there's ice up there which will damage or sink your ship. Contrast with operations in the south, it's all about efficiency because there's no real ice that's going to severely damage or even sink your ship. It's all about moving people and goods, perishable cargo, efficiently and effectively. Arctic challenges. It's cold. There's still winter. Everybody got to remember that. So when the ice freezes in the winter, it freezes over completely to the thickness of a 4-drawer filing cabinet. I think one of the senators earlier talked about tell me in things that I understand. So 4-drawer filing cabinet thickness. That has effect on people and equipment. There's dark. There's periods of 24 hours darkness and seasons of low light. It's isolated. There's a very low population density, and there are very, very few built-up areas. There's lack of infrastructure, no real ports to speak of, repair, salvage, or fuel and provision capability. And there's vast distances. The topography is completely different from the eastern to the western Arctic. In the east, it's characterized by high mountains and very steep cliffs right down to the water's edge. So when you're talking about identifying ice on a ship's radar, it's very simple. It's very easy and very easy to see where the land begins and the ice ends. In the western Arctic, it's all low land and low bluffs, and it's very difficult to identify where the ice and where the land changes. There are significant navigation issues. Radar is affected by meteorology. Anybody heard about super and subrefraction? You can see things sometimes 300 to 400 times the distance your radar can pick up stuff. There's satellite issues. You've got to remember that in charting, a lot of those charts, as was mentioned this morning, were charted many, many decades ago, if not centuries, and they used completely different datums than GPS. So GPS uses WGS84. So you are actually navigating with a piece of equipment that is far more accurate than the surveying that was done on that chart, and using a completely different datum than the survey that was done on that chart. So when you're navigating, you need to understand what you need to do to transfer a position, for instance, from one chart to the other. There's limited communications. Voice is okay. There are complete and sophisticated VHF, HF, MF systems, and Iridium covers up to the pole for voice. However, if you're going to translate or going to download an ice chart, for instance, that requires a lot of data, a lot of bandwidth, you're going to take 2 to 3 or 4 hours, especially when you're above 75 degrees north. Weather, there's lots of wind, lots of blizzards, increasingly freezing spray and fog. Water depth is quite variable, as you'll notice from when you look at a chart, any of the charts in the Arctic. Significant tides and currents, some of the biggest and fastest in the world. There are icebergs, and there's also ice islands and ice conditions. So anytime you encounter ice, it's always a mix of all the different ice types. It's never one. And it's always covered in snow, so it's really difficult to tell what's in that ice field. Hence, doesn't matter what ship you have, you try to stay away from it. So sea ice and ice of land origin are a danger to the safety of navigation. They're a danger to maritime interests. They impede maritime trade and commerce, and they're of interest to riparian interests. Sea ice has different stages of development. So there's new ice, gray, gray-white, which is about the thickness of a coffee cup, for those that are remembering what that senator said. Thin, medium, and thick first-year ice, second year, multi-year, After it survives first year, it goes into second year, and after it survives a second melt, all the impurities are leached out, it becomes multi-year. Ice thickness varies. There's usually ridging and rafting. It's where the ice travels up on top of each other or collides with each other. In the eastern Arctic, icebergs are commonly found within sea ice, and they are always accompanied by stuff that falls off them. So what are called bergy bits, about the size of a truck, and growlers, about the size of a car. The growlers are the more dangerous because you can't see them on radar sometimes if there's a sea running. Just some pictures, the nasty ridge right there. So what you see above is always paralleled by something below as well. There's some old ice in amongst other different types of ice. And here's an ice field outside Iqaluit where you've got a whole bunch of rubble, and there's an iceberg, and generally there's stuff following it and falling off it. And it's always snow covered. Another picture. Going into that even with an icebreaker is difficult. So you need weather information. You need current weather plus forecasts. That includes precipitation. Winds, speeds, direction. Ice travels with the wind, sometimes the current. It depends which is stronger. Icebergs generally travel with the current. Air temperature, whether you know that when you get out into open water, is there going to be freezing spray. And risk of structural icing. Ice information when you're approaching ice-infested waters. You need to know the limit, the edge of the known ice, how much of it is there. Is it 9/10 of what you see, or 5/10 or 2/10? The stage of development, and remember what I said, ice is never uniform, and generally it's all snow covered, so you get all different types of ice within the same ice field. And in the Arctic, you have a presence of ice of land origin, or icebergs. When do you need it? You need current conditions, you need the short-term forecasts, days and weeks, medium-range forecasts, months, and a long-term forecast, which is always based on climatology. So that's generally from season to season, so we'll project what is supposed to be happening in the next season. Ice charts are produced from a variety of sources, combination of visual observations from ships and aircraft. Satellite synthetic aperture radar is our sensor of choice because it's all weather. However, the Ice Service is also one of the largest satellite imagery users in the world. We use about 15,000 radar sat images each year, but also 60 to 70 of any type of other sensor, because when you start to combine them all, they provide invaluable data and confirmation of data. Satellite imagery provides ice information over very large areas, but it can be difficult to interpret. If you want to start transmitting it onto ships, which ships are starting to say they would like, you have bandwidth issues. So once you're starting to get into the Arctic, you have huge issues. So you try to zip it, but still, they're still too big. So you need trained ice analysts to interpret satellite data. You incorporate all of that using the international code. We have an organization called the International Ice Charting Working Group, of which all of the ice services in the world, or pretty much all of them, are members. And we seek to harmonize the presentation of ice information. So when you look at, say, a Canadian chart, or an American chart, or a Russian chart, they're generally similar with maybe some individual variances. So you need average ice concentration for areas, the percentage of each stage of development. When you see an ice chart, you will see a uniform color, and then what's called the egg code, which denominates the total amount of concentration and each of the partial concentrations of the ice. Areas of ice pressure, which is really important to know when you're going into any area, and areas of ridging and leads, especially if you're going to be walking on the ice. So what do you need for a forecast? The probability of ice being at a certain location at a given time is important to know. Possible trajectories of icebergs or significant ice flows, and the probability of ice pressure, and whether or not it's going to ease in a 12-hour period. So a lot of effort and energy goes into a lot of those types of products and a lot of that type of information. So this is a radar sat image of the the Beaufort Sea. So here you got Banks Island, McClure Strait, Alaska up here. And then we translate that. So generally, just by way of a bit of explanation, the whiter the reflection here, the whiter the image, the older the ice. And we translate that into that, where it tells you where the concentrations of ice are. So this is a stage of development chart. So you always look down here to see what it is. Is it a concentration chart or is it a stage of development? So this is a stage of development, and it's all color coded as to what's thick first year, what's thin first year, etc. And these are the internationally accepted, what I'll call what we call the egg codes. So it gives you total concentration. What's the next concentration of the next different types? During the winter, the Canadian Ice Service is the only ice service that monitors the Arctic. So we issue regional ice charts for that area once a week. Reason where we look at the Arctic in the winter is we need to know where all the multi-year is, because all of the old multi-year ice is generally pressed up against the edge of the Canadian archipelago, and it infiltrates during melt. So we need to know when it freezes over the winter where it's going to be at the start of the navigation season. So you need the ability to analyze and integrate all of your imagery, training in the interpretation of marine information. You need frequent updates, accurate modeling between acquisitions so that we can move that ice into a type of into a forecast, high resolution information in critical areas, accurate, I said that already, sorry, low bandwidth products for shipboard use and sometimes for community use, and additional products for onshore planning. So into emerging needs, more frequently in the last few years as on-ice operations have increased, national defense, for instance, they're using more vehicles, they're putting more things on the ice, including people. So they need to know a lot more about the ice that they're going to be going on, what kind of topography it has, how strong is it, when's it going to break up, if it's going to break up. This is a picture of Canadian Rangers on a mission patrol, and they're on sea ice, as you see, so it's very important to give them the information on where they're going to go. What are they going to have to cross? Where's the best place they're going to go? Because you start getting into some of this stuff, and ridging and rafting, it's very difficult to get your snowmobile over. And you don't really want that ice breaking up underneath you. This is the U.S. U.S. Air National Guard that participated in one of our operations in Alavets, which is a whole of government operation in the Arctic done every year. So we worked with them to find an area to build a landing strip. So that was a very complicated operation, finding the proper ice and given the proper requirements that they needed to land that aircraft on that ice in support of the operation, because you don't want the aircraft landing 100 miles over that way when the operation's over here. So you got to find out what's going on in the immediate area and try to find a good place. Search and rescue in the Arctic can take place any time of the year, because while the Canadian Arctic freezes over completely in the winter, you are seeing some breakup in places like Barrow Strait, off Resolute, Lancaster Sound even, that incur a search and rescue when people are caught on the ice. So the challenge for Canada is it's huge. It's significant. All of the resources are in the south and operated by the Trenton Search and Rescue Region. So it takes time for that resource to come up to wherever it has to go. In fact, I'll comment on, say, oil pollution. You can have all the depots you want, and that's great that you have depots. So we have them in Hay River and Iqaluit over here, and a couple of others, plus a big one down in St. John's. And it's okay getting them up there. From Hay River, you can get to, say, Grise Fjord or Arctic Bay or wherever it is you have to get them, you land them. But frequently that big oil pollution is not going to be around a community. Minor oil pollution is when they're being refueled by tanker. But the problem is the intermediate transportation and the ability to maintain that oil spill response or that search and rescue response. So getting it from the depot up to the community is fine, but then you got to get it from the community to where the spill is, and then you got to take the people there, and then you got to take where they're going to live, and what they're going to eat, what their garbage is, et cetera, and maintain that. And a spill cleanup doesn't take 2 days. It takes a lot more. I talked about darkness. When these guys are going out for whatever it is they're going out for a search and rescue, or for cultural activity, or for hunting or fishing, they're going out on the ice in the dark. So they need to know with pretty good accuracy and timeliness what that type of ice condition is going to be. Arctic sea ice is a highway for many of the communities. These are just some of the well-worn, oops, what did I do? There we are. Well-worn routes that communities, Inuit, Inuvialuit, etc., are using. So it's used on a daily basis by those who live by and travel on the ice to and from hunting grounds, taking supplies to other communities. They need to plan their routes, hunting activities, travel activities. So we've started a program where we give much more accurate ice information on what's called the fast ice around a community. Fast in this case means it's fast to the land. It doesn't move quick. It doesn't move at all. This is a product that we started producing for Transport Canada Marine Safety. It's a reinterpretation of our ice charts based on navigability of whatever polar class you're wanting to look at. So if somebody says, well, Canadian Arctic class 4 or 3 or polar class 6, IX class 6, where can they go? So we produce a chart that's color-coded to the particular Canadian Arctic class or polar class or what have you, that tells that organization, be it National Defence or Transport Canada, where they could expect a ship of that type to be able to go. That's proven useful in many other situations for shipping companies that identify what type of class they have, where can they go, and when. Planning. This is a probability of the presence of ice chart, and you can look into it's color-coded by whether the ice is going to be around for 100% of the time or 10% of the time that you can encounter it. So you can plan quite a ways in advance when and where you're going to go and what it's going to be like, so that you can look at what type of equipment you need. This was a RadarSat-2 image that we produced for Operation Nunalivut in 2015, and you can look at rough ice and different types. According to the legend, we labeled it open water, surface roughness of heavy ice, medium ice, and light ice, and then gave them advice on where they could go and when and how that was going to move. This is also kind of the same thing, where this was a surface roughness, where you're looking at red is kind of, you don't want to go there because it's probably ridged and there's a lot of ridging and rafting, and so that allows you to, again, plan out your route on the ice. This is the community-based ice information test product that we've been using for looking at fast ice. We haven't traditionally done that before because we've only catered to commercial maritime and government maritime, mainly deep water interests, but we're now starting to find a huge demand for that because the fast ice around a community is not as predictable as it used to be. So it breaks up and does a lot of things which people don't expect. So we kind of give this every so often and update it. Red being don't go there. There's thick fast ice. So green, you can go there. As far as this one goes, we produce it on an FTP site for each of the communities, and we produce it in English and French and in Inuktitut as well. The other thing we're trying to do with this is we're incorporating as many of the Inuit classifications of ice that we can. So where we know, and this is where we rely on community observers. We have a connectivity with community observers, and we incorporate what they've seen and incorporate that with our satellite data So we'll use whatever words they want to use on how that ice, its travelability, etc. And that's the end of my presentation. I always like to finish with a quote from Eisenhower.
That R. David Eisenhower?
That's yours.
Oh.
That's yours. Yeah.
Thank you, David.
We had one, but I think he was the janitor in Parliament. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Time for a couple of questions. Yes, sir. Repeat the question. Sure.
So you want to know how accurate the ice, when you say, just let me clarify, what do you mean when you say ice numeral? Whether it's multi-year or gray-white or something like that?
Yeah, ice numeral.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, your question is related to the Arctic ice regime shipping system and the ice numeral generated by that. Okay, so there's two systems in Canada. There's the ship safety control zones, which specify which ships can go into which geographic area during which times of the year. So the Arctic ice regime shipping system was created not to circumvent that, but to complement that and take into account any changes that had occurred as a result of climate change, differences from the archival information for their ship safety control zones, etc. So what that numeral does, that's generated by the ship. It's generated by what's in front of you. So you look out and you say, well, this is the regime that I'm finding here, and this is I do my calculation, this is the type of ice, this is the class of my ship. This is for everybody else's benefit as well. This is the class of my ship. Do I have icebreaker assistance? Yes, I do, or no, I don't. That generates a positive or a negative numeral that says, yes, I can go. So that's usually transmitted to Coast Guard and to, more importantly, Transport Canada via the NORDREG reporting system. The hole in that argument is that we then have to translate that ice information that we've produced as an ice service into, well, is that the actual ice regime in front of that ship? And the way we do ice charts, that's challenging. I don't want to say it's impossible, because when you look at any specific polygon, it may be 6/10 of ice. And the way it's presented is that 6/10 of ice is all over the whole area, but it may be up in one corner, or it may be down the other one, or it may not, maybe in the middle. So there is a disconnect between that ice numeral that the ship sees and can we confirm that? Does that sort of answer your question? That there is a disconnect, but we then rely on the ship and their ice navigator consulting the guide which we've produced as to what does the type of ice condition look like, and therefore what does that translate into for your numeral calculation. Long-winded, I know, sorry.
Dave, there's an online question.
Okay.
Any plans for Canada to set up a Northern Joint Rescue Coordination Center?
Not that I know of, and that's the search and rescue in Canada is the responsibility of the Department of National Defence, and the Canadian Coast Guard manages the marine rescue part of that. So I would say I don't think so. I haven't heard of any, but that doesn't mean there aren't discussions underway. There was a question over here, yeah. Well, pretty much what you've seen there, it'll depend on what kind of geographic area we want and what the satellite can produce. I mean, just because you want a high-resolution imagery of something doesn't mean you're actually going to get it, because everybody's competing for satellite information. I'll give you an example. When HMS Erebus was found, National Defence and Parks Canada. They didn't give out the specific position of the place because they didn't want archaeological raiders going in and taking stuff, or looky-loos and people coming in to have a look. So the Ice Service was charged with monitoring that. So when we order satellite information, that area, we know exactly where it is, and we know the confines of the square that we want to get imagery of. So we don't just want a regular SAR scene image from RadarSat. We want as high a resolution as possible that will give us as much information about the ice and about that area as possible in as tight an image as we can get. So the issue when you're talking about high resolution, first off, is that everybody else wants probably images of the same area. If you've got the same resolution, that's no problem. You all share the image. But if somebody wants high resolution and other people want wide scan area, then you got to deconflict. So there's a whole committee for that does that. Now, as far as high resolution products, we would probably translate that into something like community information. So we would produce high resolution imagery, much higher than what we've got now, to look at exactly if we know exactly where, for instance, a hunting party is going to be going and they need information for X day, well, we'll produce a route for that. That's what we're looking at. We're not doing that right now. Probably because, I don't say probably, but because of the previous issue of ordering high resolution imagery. I can order all I want, take all the imagery I want, but whether I get it, that's going to be irrelevant. So I can't promise that we're going to get that. Does that kind of answer your question?
I
think
hope
it sort
so.
of does. Yeah. Well, you can ask me. We can talk.
Yeah,
at
you can take it
about some of the other things that
elsewhere,
we're thinking of doing
please.
as well.
Thank you, David.
Take your discussion elsewhere.
Thanks. So the next speaker is Commander Gabrielle McGrath. She's going to be talking about the International Ice Patrol.
This button is laser pointer. And if you hit either of those, it'll back out. Don't worry, just hit it again.
Okay, great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As Pablo mentioned, I am Commander Gabrielle McGrath, and I'm the commander of the U.S. Coast Guard International Ice Patrol. For my talk today, I am going to start off just with explaining the Ice Patrol mission, just for those that are unfamiliar with it. Then I'm going to go into our 2017 ice season and give you a case study that we had this year with this situation that we had that happened at the end of March, beginning of April, that the media called an iceberg explosion. So hopefully that'll be of interest to everyone. I'm going to cover our status of using satellite reconnaissance to detect icebergs. And then I'll finish up with some support that we're going to be doing for the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Maple this summer. So just to begin. So to take a look at the Ice Patrol mission, the latitude of 48 degrees north is considered a very important latitude for us. It is what we consider to be the nominal northern boundary of the transatlantic shipping lanes. So when we're looking at how severe an ice season is, we consider the icebergs that have drifted or are detected south of that line of latitude to gauge how severe an ice season is. This box denotes where we actually conduct our aerial iceberg reconnaissance. So we go up to 60 north and then east and west and south, really to the extent of where the icebergs exist in any given season. These red lines are a little bit hard to see here, but they designate the transatlantic shipping lanes. And as you can see, the Great Circle route coming across the Atlantic Ocean cuts just south of the island of Newfoundland. The problem with that is that the icebergs calve off of the glaciers of Greenland and travel south in the cold Labrador Current right into this area of risk of the transatlantic shipping lanes. The difference with our mission compared to a lot of the Arctic missions is the mariners that are looking at our ice products are people that are not familiar with seeing ice and don't want to see ice. They want to get across the Atlantic safely and efficiently as possible without interacting with it. And that star there at the bottom just designates where the Titanic sank. A lot of people often think that that was much further to the north, but it was actually there at the tail of the Grand Banks. This graph designates the interannual variability of the number of icebergs south of 48 north in any given ice season, dating from 1900 to present. As you can see, the bars to the right of the graph you see a lot higher bars to the right, and that designates the modern reconnaissance era when aerial aircraft were used to look for the icebergs. Over the last couple of ice seasons, we've had 4 extreme ice seasons in a row. and we are currently at 993 icebergs in the shipping lanes for 2017. So ice still poses a threat to mariners. I think you've heard a lot about that this morning. Definitely covered in Dave's talk just a few minutes ago. The picture just to point out to the right is the Federal Kushiro. This vessel back in 2009 actually went through our iceberg limit, did not heed the warnings of the Ice Patrol, and struck ice heading through the Strait of Belle Isle and was put into dry dock for some time. We're very proud of the fact that for vessels that do heed our warnings, no vessel has struck ice in the 104 years since the Titanic. But for those that do not heed it, they can have issues. So how do we produce our warnings for the ships? We take all the reconnaissance that we get from our missions, from commercial area reconnaissance, from ship reports. We feed that into a computer model in our operations center that's located in New London, Connecticut, that uses the environmentals to predict the positions of the icebergs. And then we create the product there on the right. And just to show that a little bit in more detail, this is called the North American Ice Service Iceberg Chart. We work in concert with the Canadian Ice Service. It was a very long partnership that we worked with them from approximately about 2006 till 2011. We used to each produce our own chart. Now we just produce this one chart. The Ice Patrol creates this between January and the end of August, and then the Canadian Ice Service creates the exact same product in the fall months. The way that is designated is when the icebergs are threatening the transatlantic shipping lanes, the Ice Patrol creates the chart, and then when the icebergs are threatening the Canadian coastal waters is when the Canadian Ice Service creates the product. Just some things to note on this. The solid pink line that you see here is what we call the iceberg limit. So what we're saying to the vessels is if they stay outside of that pink line, they'll be safe from the danger of iceberg collision. You'll note that this part of the line up here is dotted. That is what we call the estimated iceberg limit, and that was created in partnership with the Danish Meteorological Institute, who provided data to us monthly, climatological data as to where the iceberg extent is. An initiative that we have moving forward with the Danish Meteorological Institute is actually to add iceberg observations in this region south of Greenland. The numbers that you see here are the number of icebergs per 1 degree of longitude by 1 degree of latitude, and the dashed line that you see is the actual sea ice limit. We get that from the Canadian Ice Service. And another recent addition to our chart is to actually have the sea ice limit off of Greenland as well, that is also provided by the Danish Meteorological Institute. One more thing to note is that we also put on the chart the date of the most recent reconnaissance and the era, the date of that and the area that they covered. That is something that came to us as a feedback from the Queen Mary II, that they wanted to be aware of where we had most recently done reconnaissance, and that's something we added to the chart 2 years ago. This is a new product that we just created this season. It's called the 7-Day Iceberg Outlook. My chief scientist, Mr. Michael Hicks, produces this each week, and it provides a week outlook to what the iceberg conditions are going to be off of Newfoundland and off the Labrador coast by the week. So how do we get these products out to vessels? It is sent out by pretty much every means possible. We use the internet, we use radio broadcast, and we use Inmarsat to get the product out to vessels in any way possible. So how do we get the iceberg data that we collect? Obviously, as I mentioned, we do get reports from ships, from commercial area reconnaissance flown by the Canadian government, also for the oil and gas industry. But the way that we achieve our own observations is mostly by aerial observations. We use the HC-130J aircraft that is based out of Coast Guard Air Station Elizabeth City in North Carolina. We do missions of approximately 9 days, twice per month, to base out of St. John's, Newfoundland, and fly out to the extents of the iceberg limit looking for icebergs. We do this using typical search patterns with 25 nautical mile track spacing. Something that we are bringing into replace some of those aircraft hours now is the use of satellite technology. A couple of years ago, we came up with this satellite concept of operations, where we have designated different areas within our operating area where we can use satellite technology. There are still some challenges with this technology. Our validation efforts that we have conducted thus far between what the aircraft can find and what the satellite detects is only about 50%. So we are not confident to use that data in the most dangerous areas of the shipping lanes right here. So in areas B and C, we do not add our direct observations from the satellites into our database. Again, just because a lot of more risk there, smaller icebergs, a lot greater chance that the targets detected by the satellites could be something else. But in area A, we are using those observations directly. And something that we achieved this season was we actually procured a license for iceberg detection software that we actually share that license with the Canadian Ice Service. So we can download imagery in our operations center and analyze it in-house. And that was the first time that that has ever happened. And so it was a great accomplishment this year in 2017. And you can see the numbers up here for Area A, how many images we achieved this season and how many icebergs we added to the database. And then in Area B and C, we are still looking at those images. So you can see how many we had in that area. But we did not add any icebergs just based on our current policy. So back in January was the first time that we actually did all of that whole process in-house, where we achieved the image, downloaded it, analyzed it, and then added the targets to the database. So that was a great milestone in our history of using satellite technology. So just to show how this technology is very difficult, as you've seen from the last two presentations from Commander Lane and Mr. Jackson, the use of satellite for sea ice, for the synthetic aperture radar, it's pretty clear to see. And again, not minimizing how detecting by sea ice, but you could kind of see the edge of the sea ice there, if you look at it. And if you want to overlay the Canadian Ice Service product, you could see where that ice edge is on that imagery. Doing the same for icebergs is not quite as simple. This is just a picture of a flight that we did for a iceberg validation with a satellite image. So you could see how the image right here is overlaid on top of our flight track. And these are some actual pictures of iceberg targets that were collected during that flight validation. And this is over sea ice, which is very difficult to detect icebergs within sea ice using satellite imagery. So this is really hard to see, even harder than normal to see on this screen. But you could see this white triangle, if anyone could see that. That was an iceberg detected during the flight. And there's obviously a time difference between when the satellite image was collected and when the flight was conducted. So typically we try to make that under 3 hours or so. So the icebergs move, but they don't move that much. And these little blue circles denote the icebergs that were found from running the iceberg detection software on that image. Now, again, this image is not very clear on the screen, but I would challenge you to be able to find an iceberg within that. It's very difficult to see. So this is a validation test that we did with Sentinel-1A imagery back in March of this year. So just to orient you, this is the island of Newfoundland, this is Quebec up here, Strait of Belle Isle right here, so going into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. So this is the actual image. These are the targets that were found using the iceberg detection software. These were all of the targets detected. And our policy right now within our operations center is only to use the high confidence targets that come out of that evaluation. We are just learning to do the satellite analysis. Our people are currently trained to be aerial ice observers, so they're learning this new technology. So just as part of our policy to kind of take back from the number of targets that are detected, we are using the high confidence ones. So again, I apologize, that's a bit hard to see, but so those are red, kind of just in this area here, were the high confidence targets. And then we conducted a flight in this area. That was our flight track, and you could see the blue targets. So obviously, the correlation between those is less than 50% on this image, what was found from the flight and what was found by the satellite analysis. This is a validation test that was actually done by the oil and gas industry on the Grand Banks. So you see the flight that was conducted. This was done by the Provincial Aerospace Limited. The green line there is their flight track, with the green triangles being the iceberg observations from that flight. And this is the satellite swath with the icebergs detected from the satellite analysis. And as you can see, there's actually 0% correlation between the two, and this is in open water. So these are just some of the challenges that we're looking at and why we have not completely incorporated this technology, but we're very proud of the fact that we are now using it and taking advantage of that extra source of reconnaissance. So just to capture some facts from the 2017 ice season, as I mentioned, we're currently at 993 icebergs in the shipping lanes thus far. We do keep counting that data the whole way till September 30th. It's basically on the fiscal year, so that number could rise by the end of the year. But this is our 4th extreme season in a row. So you can see the numbers there from the last 4 seasons, very high numbers. One thing to note is just back in 2013, we only had 13 icebergs in the shipping lane. So we often get asked of the question of global warming and our calving rates increasing, and is that why we're seeing more icebergs in the shipping lanes? But what we have found is that there's a very strong correlation between the North Atlantic Oscillation Index, which shows basically how the wind and atmospheric conditions are set up in the season, and that really affects how many icebergs we have in the shipping lanes. So this year was so far the 19th most severe season on record, dating back to 1900. This year, a lot of our icebergs were shifted to the west. Last year, we had a very eastward distribution of icebergs, so it's interesting how every year varies based on the pattern. We expended 295 flight hours, which was a strong reduction from previous years. The last 2 years, we used over 460 flight hours, so using the satellite technology has allowed us to reduce those flight hours a little bit. And we also had some issues with weather that also impacted that as well. And as I mentioned, the first time incorporating the satellite data. So now I'm going to get into this season explosion that we had in late March, early April. So back on March 27th, this low pressure system came across the Atlantic and set up here and spun pretty much in place for about 3 days with hurricane force sustained winds. This was a very interesting atmospheric condition, and those counterclockwise winds pulled right into the area where the Labrador Current pulls the iceberg south. If you can see that this blue line here, that is the 1,000-meter contour, and it is the driving area of the Labrador Current. So you're already having the current bringing the iceberg south, and then that combined with these counterclockwise winds from the north really pulled the icebergs down into the shipping lanes. This is just another pattern. This is a surface level pressure chart. You could see the strong, for those of you weather geeks out there, you could see the strong, tight isobars here, which created those strong winds. And again, this is going to be a bit difficult to see, but I was actually on this deployment. We conducted these 2 flights on March 24th and March 25th. And you could see, again, this is the 1,000-meter contour, a little bit hard to see. But the southernmost and easternmost iceberg that we saw between both of those flights was right here. That system came into place between the 27th and 28th. We did another flight in the same area on the 29th, and you could see all of the icebergs that came into the shipping lanes in such a quite short period. I was actually on this flight, and the icebergs that we actually plotted here are probably only half of what was there. There were so many in the area that we couldn't even actually count them all. It was absolutely amazing. And in a 1-week period, from the 27th of March through the 3rd of April, we jumped from 37 icebergs in the shipping lanes to 455. Incredible. So this is just going to show you what our product looked like over that course of that period. So this one is from the 27th of March, 1st of April, 3rd of April, and then the 11th of April. During that period alone, between just the 27th of March and the 5th of April, we had 7 icebergs that were detected outside of our iceberg limit. Now that is something that typically in a given season we'll have 1 or 2 typically. It's something again that we pride ourselves on, making sure that our warnings are accurate and we're letting the maritime community know where those dangerous areas are. And just in that period, we had 7 icebergs outside the limit because of how quickly our model couldn't even keep up with how quickly they were moving to the south. The oil and gas industry on the Grand Banks was inundated with those icebergs. For any of you that are familiar with that, there's an extreme oil rig population there on the Grand Banks, and there were so many icebergs coming onto the rigs. They'll do towing operations a lot of times where they'll actually lasso the iceberg and tow it away from the rig. But there were so many that they couldn't even get that into place, and they were using water cannons to just basically stand on the rigs and on boats around the rigs and spray the icebergs away because there were so many coming onto the rigs so quickly. This was huge in the media. We did an article, I did an interview with the Associated Press that pretty much went viral. It actually was in over 350 print articles worldwide. We had some live interviews on the NPR and the Weather Channel. We were on CBS International News. So it just was a crazy time period for us. And then I'm just going to get into some of our partnerships here real quickly. You've heard a little bit about the North American Ice Service, both in my talk and the 2 previous talks before mine. I mentioned the work that we do with Canadian Ice Service for creating our product. We also work with them to gain commercial aerial reconnaissance each week. We request tasking in certain areas, and then CIS hires the commercial provider to do those flights. I work very closely with the NIC to access radar Sat-2 imagery through the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Sorry, I'm trying to go quick, Pablo. I see you standing there. And we also gained access.
On me is the Admiral. He's ready to go.
The Satellite International Data Hub, that gives us more quick access to satellite imagery within our operations center. And then we act as a COOP alternate site, so continuity of operation site with Canada. And that was something that we tested 7 times during the season successfully. Both of the previous talks spoke about the International Ice Charting Working Group. That's something that we are, work closely with as well. We're a charter member. I am the chair of the Iceberg subcommittee on that group, and we are working to standardize iceberg warnings worldwide, as Dave had mentioned in the previous talk. And then just to mention, I think this is important to mention with this group, a lot of our talk today has been on the United States responsibilities in the Western Arctic around Alaska. But just to remind everyone, we also have responsibility in the Eastern Arctic as well. The U.S. has responsibility for NAV Area 4, as you can see over here, which runs from 7 degrees north the whole way up to 67 degrees north. So we are responsible for those navigation warnings on the eastern side of the Arctic. And for any vessels that are coming in and out of the Northwest Passage, we would need to provide those warnings to those vessels as that becomes more of a viable shipping route. Something we will be doing this summer in working with the National Ice Center and the Canadian Ice Service is providing support to the Coast Guard cutter Maple. That is a seagoing buoy tender based out of Sitka, Alaska. She will be transiting on the yellow route that you can see here through the Northwest Passage down to the Coast Guard Yard in Baltimore. We will be providing Iceberg information for the vessel, basically when she comes out of Lancaster Sound until she arrives in port in St. John's for about a 2-week period. And this is what that product is going to look like. This is just an example that we provided to the vessel before she got underway, showing the sea ice edge, which the National Ice Center and Canadian Ice Service will be providing more details on that. But we are going to be providing areas of where the iceberg concentration is. And these words that you can see here, isolated, few, and many, are definitions that we've been working with the International Ice Charting Working Group Iceberg Subcommittee to come up with those definitions and to recommend to the vessel, for instance, in an area of isolated vessels, they could pretty much proceed as normal, compared to when there's an area of many icebergs where they're going to want to post extra lookouts, slow their speed, and just be aware of that. And this seems probably pretty rudimentary, setting up these areas, but this was actually done using extra wide swath imagery from the Sentinel-1A satellite, and then setting up these areas based on the concentration of icebergs in a given area. And that's it.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Thanks for a very interesting presentation and very informative. I would suggest if anybody has questions, they could find you during one of the breaks.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the Council on Foreign Relations just published an Arctic strategy for the U.S. and Admiral Tad Allen was one of the writers of this document, and he's going to be talking to us about some of the results that they found. Admiral Allen, he has addressed this venue before as Commandant of the Coast Guard. I believe you were going to bring your wife with you, or Mrs. Young? Or a Mrs. Young? Okay, so yeah, we're ready for her. So as soon as the presentation is up, I think they wanted to put a background on you, yeah. So you look prettier. That's all. Right. Or not.
All right.
Thank you.
Afternoon. A couple of prefacing remarks. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm a devout American. I'm retired and my pension's assured. And the last meaningful political exchange on this topic was when a senator looked over the top of his glasses at me and said, Alan, what is your opinion on global warming? Like I was going to touch that question. And my answer was, I'm agnostic to the science. There's water where there didn't used to be, and I'm responsible for it. And I didn't get another question. So why am I here? I was asked by the Council on Foreign Relations, I'm a fellow there, to co-chair a study with Christy Todd Whitman, former EPA administrator, former governor of New Jersey, and to take a look at strategy issues related to the Arctic in concurrence with the change of administration. We had a very robust cross-cut of subject matter experts, leaders, and so forth. You all know Lawson Brigham. He was on the committee with us. He's back there in the lights somewhere. And I believe there's some slick sheets and a couple of copies of the report if anybody wants it, but it's available on the web. There's not a lot of time here today. I was going to go through the 6 major findings of the report and then make a couple of comments regarding some of the internal discussions we had, some of the more, what I thought were more profound discussions we had related to our work, and then I'm glad to go to some Q&A. As I said, I have no slides, and you got me. The intent was to kind of raise our sights a little bit and understand, as the title of the report says, reinforcing U.S. strategy on America's fourth coast. There are a lot of assumptions, a lot of legends and myths, and a lot of preconceived notions about what the Arctic is all about and what the issues are up there. You've got a very multifaceted presentation today, so just listening to all the speakers, you understand that it's not a simple place that's far away and cold sometimes and not getting this cold, and we have diminished ice up there. It's a very complicated place. So let me give you the 6 findings, and then I'd like to make a few comments. The first one, securing U.S. rights to perhaps more than 386,000 square miles, 1 million square kilometers of subsea resources on the extended continental shelf by ratifying the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea Treaty. I'm going to come back and talk about this. Funding up to 6 icebreakers operated by the Coast Guard and having at least 3 operational in the polar region at any one time. I'll come back and address that as well. Improving telecommunication, energy, and other infrastructure in Alaska to support sustained security presence and economic diversification. Deepening work with all Arctic nations, including Russia, on confidence building and cooperative security measures through the Arctic Council. Supporting sustainable development for the people of the Arctic and further consulting with Alaska natives to improve their well-being. And finally, sustaining robust research funding to understand the ongoing profound changes in the region and their global impact. Those are the large issues, and you can find them in the report. Let me just put a finer point on a couple of them, and maybe we can lead to having a discussion about it, because I'd much rather talk about this thing than sit here and tell you probably what you already know. UNCLOS. I've stated my entire professional career and as a Commandant, this is a national embarrassment that we have not ratified this treaty. You can say what you want about the science and everything else. We were the originators of this treaty. There is no adverse negative economic impacts that can be derived from this. We're short-sighting ourselves by not being at the table when the claims are adjudicated by other countries, most notably Russia, which is claiming their continental shelf almost to the North Pole. Whether or not that has a chance of ratification in this administration, I don't know. But it's time to start understanding that our security and economic interests in the Arctic are best underpinned by acceding to the Law of the Sea Treaty. 6 icebreakers. I understand the National Academy of Sciences reported out this week recommending 4. Lawson and I were talking, I don't care if it's 4 or 6, it's got to be more than 1. And we got to get the first one built, okay? The biggest barrier to icebreaker construction and acquiring icebreakers for the Coast Guard is not political. It's not related to mission requirements. It's not related to need. It's related to intransigence in the bureaucracy in Washington, where nobody wants to take a step forward unless they're indemnified against the funding. The mid-level bureaucrats in OMB that for years played off the National Science Foundation and the Coast Guard against each other in their budgets, holding somebody at hostage until they can make a decision. It's time to let national policymakers and the real requirements of the Arctic speak to what we need and not mid-level bureaucrats in OMB. As I said, I'm retired, my pension's assured. Telecommunications, energy, and other infrastructure. You know, we're dealing with micro communities up there that have very little land access. And we're going to have to come up with a new way of thinking about this in terms of telecommunications, safety, sanitation, and so forth. Basic water and sewer are needs at these outlying communities. And it's time we started putting our thinking caps on, because some of the technologies that are developed there can probably help us in other places. Microgrids, more expanded use of maybe space-based or low orbiting or even balloon supported Wi-Fi and things like that. But there should be a renewed interest and looking at how you deal with micro communities, because it's not just a related Alaska issue. One thing, if you've been up there and you've looked around, you know that we got a real problem with these coastal communities. Some of them are having to be relocated because of the loss of protection of the ice shelf and the subsequent erosion. And these underscore all the problems, including lack of land access and so forth. I would tell you this: if you want to think about framing this problem in a more strategic or global, from a more global perspective, think about the problems we're suffering from migration right now related to what's going on in Syria. And think about the extent of climate migration that we might see, climate refugees, 50 or 60 years from now. It's significant. We need to be thinking about it. Deepening work with all Arctic states. Probably the most robust, Law of the Sea was a pretty robust conversation. Probably the most robust conversation in our group was the relationship with Russia and the need to understand Russia in terms of not being so, I guess I would call it all or nothing. We tend to look at Russia as a monolith, and in some ways it is. But when we're looking at issues related to Syria, the Ukraine, the Crimea, and so forth, those are issues that are certainly important. But the fact of the matter is we share a waterway with Russia. We share EEZs. We share common challenges associated with protection of the EEZ, fishing enforcement, and so forth. There has to be a way, while we deal with the larger issues with Russia on security, to continue a dialogue and a conversation. That is probably best done in conjunction with the other Arctic states, and it's probably best done with cooperative efforts that are not related to security, where there may be a disagreement between Russia and ourselves. And we already have agreements in place that underscore this. Search and rescue, oil spill response, and basically what connects the Arctic region now that supersedes national boundaries are the indigenous people. And we think there needs to be a much more robust discussion that links Arctic states together. And we did a pretty good job of advancing that in our late chair of the Arctic Council until this last spring. That needs to move forward. There needs to be a more robust R&D framework to operate from. We had a science ministerial this last spring here in Washington. That needs to continue. Some of the things that are underway that we need to focus on, because there are ways to continue our interaction with Russia, whom we share a waterway with. One is the implementation of the International Polar Code, which sets forth, if you're signatory to the IMO treaties, certain requirements to strengthen the vessels and make them more safe to operate in the Arctic. How do we actually enforce that moving forward? As it stands right now, the U.S. can only enforce these treaties if the vessels are calling in a U.S. port. Merely transiting through territorial seas or transit waters doesn't necessarily at this point give cause to actually board and find out what's going on aboard these vessels. I think moving forward we have to figure out a more robust way to be able to ascertain whether these ships are being operated safely in those environments consistent with the Polar Code. I think as we see the changes in the conditions in the ocean, water temperature and so forth, the issue of fish stocks, we placed a moratorium on fishing north of the Bering Straits. That was a temporary measure because we did not know what we didn't know. I think we're going to have to take a look at that moving forward. And sooner or later, that's going to have to be integrated with international regimes regarding not only regular fishing, but also illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. In general, the problems in Alaska in some cases are precursors to what we're going to see 30, 40, 50 years from now in other parts of the world. We can take advantage of the situation that's up there right now and develop a cohesive, comprehensive strategy that will work to the benefit of the native populations up there, the overall security and transportation issues in the region, but moreover, will give us the intellectual capability, competency, and base to understand what's going on as we start addressing these problems elsewhere in the country. You know, we got seawater coming up through drainage grates in Coral Gables, Florida right now. So this is a global issue. Whether you believe the earth is warming or not, I don't care. There's water where there didn't used to be, and we're all going to have to deal with it. So the report is available on the web. I'm not going to get any more detail on it. I'd be glad to answer some questions. I know we got a short amount of time and you're going to break here. So why don't we break and I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, folks. But thanks for having me.
Thank you. There's some microphones available now, so if anybody's going to make it, hopefully you're going to make use of it if you want to make it.
If you can, I can repeat the question.
Any questions?
I see a hand back there in the clouds.
Admiral, thanks for that great talk, for your candid remarks. So my question is, with all the agencies developing their own strategic plans and prioritizations for the Arctic, how do we pull that together into a more strategic national plan?
Yeah, two points on that, and thanks. I should have addressed it in my remarks. In the last administration, we had an Arctic Executive Committee that was headed by a former ambassador to Sweden, Mark Brzezinski. We need a governance structure, whether it's that one or another one. We're going to have to come to grips with how we integrate what's going on across government between the Defense Department security issues and the rest of government and the private sector. If you'll note, they just this week recreated the Space Council, headed by Dr. Scott Pace from George Washington University. I think there's something to be learned from that. I also think there's something to be learned from some policy changes that were made right at the end of the Obama administration that actually came up with a national plan for space weather. Now, these aren't Arctic specific, but these are frameworks, doctrines, and policy platforms, if you will, allow you to kind of coordinate across government. So there's going to have to be something there. And the second one is a permanent high-level representative for the Arctic in the State Department, whether that's ambassadorial rank or assistant secretary. In our view, you can call it either way. But there needs to be somebody designated to be that international emissary for the Arctic. Thanks for the question.
There's a question from the online. You did mention UNCLOS, importance of UNCLOS. So is there any strategy under development to get Congress to consider its ratification that you know of?
There was actually, after Russia, the most extended discussion in our group was UNCLOS, or one or two. They were very close. There were actually people that were so frustrated having this issue be around since the 1970s, that we're starting to think about other more limited multinational or bilateral agreements we could make that would extend our purposes and issues in the Arctic. And the committee kind of split, the task force split on whether or not we should make a recommendation to go for some kind of a lesser agreement and then back off the original premise of the Law of the Sea Treaty. In the end, the task force decided that it is important that UNCLOS be considered in its current form, and it needs to be brought to the floor of the Senate for a vote. The question is whether or not you can make a compelling political case to do that. This is one of those things where, in the light of the policies of the current administration, you can make a case both ways. There are certainly economic and security issues for ratifying the Law of the Sea Treaty and then being party to the claims that are being placed by Russia and other states up there. There's also economic reasons why we'd want to make a claim on an extended continental shelf and have that validated by an international body. On the other hand, there are always folks out there talking about sovereignty issues. I don't see any sovereignty issue or even pseudo-sovereignty issue that's been raised since I've been working this issue, which is like 40 years, in my view, that overpowers the logics of acceding to the treaty.
Thank you. There's another quick question. What do you mean by ecumenical about science, since science is a belief system?
Oh, I think, I don't want, I said I'm agnostic to the science.
Okay, agnostic.
Yeah. That was probably too glib to use on a elected official, but that's what I said.
That's fine. There's someone called Joe Costi, and he comments, "We miss you, Admiral." Whatever that means.
I miss you too.
Well, thank you very much. And we're giving away glass wipes, which probably I need because I think I misread my notes. And I was really referring to Congressman Young that's planning to bring his wife. So, but, I see the likeness.
I know Congressman Young very well. I don't know which one of us is insulted.
But in any case, I think it's break time. Let's take about 15, 16 minutes.
All right.
For those of you that saw the original program, this particular time slot was set aside for Senator Sullivan to speak because of healthcare discussions in Congress. He was not able to participate this year. But Mr. Anthony Edwardson, President and CEO of the Ukepvik Inupiat Corporation, or UIC, will be talking comments from a whaling captain. Tony?
All right, sir. Just make sure to talk into the microphone.
This is good. Thank you. Paolo Gipsy. I'm Anthony Edwardson, President CEO of Ukepvik Inupiat Corporation, also a member of the Barrow Whaling Captains. And when Senator Sullivan asked me to fill in for his spot, I didn't have a problem filling for his spot, so I also won't have a problem filling his spot for a senator. So, but I just want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank the Arctic Research Commission and the Arctic Policy, and I just want to share with you guys a little bit about the last speaker that spoke. He said he wasn't a Democrat, he wasn't a Republican, but I just want to share one thing that I had shared with my older brother, Charles Etuk Edwardson. And him and I were at the whale camp, and you know, we were discussing about the industry, and then I said, Charlie, why are you so against the industry? And he goes, well, Anthony, they're out to harm our environment. And I said, I think if we do this in the right way, you know, we can go far and beyond that. And then so as we spoke for a while, Charlie goes, Tony, my Republican brother. So I always remember my brother Charlie. He's done a lot of good stuff for ANGSA. He's done a lot of good stuff for our North Slope Borough. And I think when it comes to a home rule government, North Slope Borough is one of our largest home rule government, and it's got 88,000 square miles of land. And with the North Slope Borough, we have the Prudhoe Bay, and they also work closely with the Alaska Eskimo Whaling Commission. And when it comes to Alaska Eskimo Whaling Commission, we have an agreement with the bilateral agreement with the Russians that it goes right down to our whaling, Nunuk Commission, Beluga Commission, Walrus Commission, and other organizations also. And I just want to share that that when it comes to our whaling, we heavily depend on our whaling, and it's our subsistence way of life. We've been doing it for thousands of years, and as you can see on this map, the whales, they migrate. I don't know which one's the pointer. Okay, right here. The whales migrate from the west to east in the spring. And we patiently wait for the whales on the edge of the ice. And this year, Barrow Whaling Captains were successful on landing 8 whales. And this year was a very unique year because of, everybody calls it global warming. And my brother Charlie always say it's going through its cycle. But this year we had a very, the ice wasn't thick enough to pull up some 40-foot plus whales. So when they talk about ice not being thick enough, so we were pulling the whales up, but they kept on falling through the ice. So, you know, anything over 40 feet wasn't thick enough for that ice that we have. And we don't see that old ice anymore nowadays. That old ice, we call it Covenant ice. And we don't see that. And earlier, that presentation from the Canadian, they showed us some slides about the ice and the ice thickness. Right now, the ice thickness is just not thick enough for pulling up a good sized whale. And our average whales are about 40 foot. And we normally go after the 30 foot or less, and because those are the prime, we call it the butterball whales. And so those are a lot easier for us to work on the ice than the big whales. And first thing the community will ask on the VHF is, how big's the whale? So, you know, when they don't say anything, some of the community just, they march right out there. But otherwise, I just want to share one thing that earlier they talked about icebreakers. And I think when it came to saving the whales in 1988, and I think the world was heavily focused on trying to save the gray whales that were stranded on the ice. And I think when it came to collaboration with other nations, that there was 2 Russian icebreakers that showed up right there, and the whole world was focused on Barrow. And those of you that don't know where Barrow is, we're right there at the very top. And when it came to those whales, the Russian icebreakers, the smaller icebreaker just plowed right through the ice. Right in this area right here is where we made all the holes to for the whales to breathe. You know, made holes every 300 feet, and you know that's what we tried to save those gray whales. But the Russian icebreakers came right in and they plowed a path, and so we know for sure that when it comes to a deep water port, we're looking at Barrow, Alaska ourselves. And because U.S. Coast Guard, when it comes to Healy or the polar, when it comes to a scientific research, they have to go all the way back to Kodiak to fuel up, not Kodiak, but Dutch Harbor, and go back and go do their scientific research. And I think it would be more feasible if there was a port put in place right there in Barrow. And I think we heard it today about the ice rapidly receiving and the water rising. And I think right now what we're looking at in our protected lagoon, and we call that the Eielson Lagoon, it has a natural draft of 38 feet. And then to come into that draft, it's got some area that need to be dredged, but it's got we're looking at 4 fathoms, you know, just right to get into that 38-foot draw. And today we heard about Admiral Paul. He mentioned about the icebreakers. And I know when it comes to icebreakers, they only have 2 right now. And the third one, they're using the third one for spare parts. So it's very similar like the slide you saw earlier from the Canadian about how the Inuit transport over the ice with snowmobiles. So we do the same thing. We transport our whaling gear, very similar, just like what you saw earlier. And we have an American-made chassis with a Japanese engine. So that's how some of our snow machines are. And as far as when it comes to icebreakers, I strongly believe that we can work with other nations about, you know, because right now it's a huge amount of, substantial amount of money just to build one icebreaker for the U.S. And that is substantial amount of money. And I think with that amount of money, we can probably look at purchasing 3 icebreakers. So otherwise, I just want to emphasize about a little bit of our whaling. And when I said about the home rule government, our home rule government provides jobs and opportunities for the whole North Slope. And within that whole North Slope, it serves 8 villages within the North Slope. And that's provided by our local North Slope Borough government. And without our North Slope Borough government, we wouldn't have the infrastructures that we have today. And the infrastructures that we have, especially when it comes to supporting the industry, the North Slope Borough worked really hard on putting in a search and rescue effort. And this chopper that we have is very well capable of supporting the industry. And before, those choppers that we have weren't even capable of flying in icing condition weather. So right now, when it comes to infrastructure, our UIC and our joint venture was very instrumental on helping the North Slope Borough on building a new North Slope Borough hangar, search and rescue, and to support that new chopper that we have for the North Slope Borough. And when it comes to search and rescue effort, I think we work closely with the U.S. Coast Guard. We work closely with the Russian government. And we also support the U.S. Navy on a lot of the infrastructure that we put up in Barrow. Right now, we have a contract with the U.S. Navy on supporting the ice camp logistics that's going on Beaufort Sea. And so when it comes to hand-in-hand working with the U.S. Coast Guard or the U.S. Navy, we try our best to, try and support our clients. And at this time, I don't have very much more to say, but I just want to thank the Arctic Research Commission for allowing me to speak on behalf of Senator Sullivan. And when it comes to Senator Sullivan, I think he took over our late Senator Ted Stevens. And our late Senator Ted Stevens was very instrumental on helping us build a new scientific research facility in Barrow. And we have a very beautiful scientific research facility that we operate, and it's operated by UIC. And I think a number of you guys have joined us at our Arctic Business Development Tour. We'll be hosting another Arctic Business Development Tour in February 27th to March 2. So if you guys are willing to join us for our Arctic Business Development Tour, you guys are more than welcome. And I want to thank our late former Mayor Edward Ita. He used to be in the Arctic Research Commission, and the one I think that took over her spot is Marie Green, and I want to thank Marie for, allowing us to be part of this here. And I just want to thank you guys for all the good stuff that you guys are doing for the Arctic. And when it comes to Arctic, we got to be part of it. And if we're not involved, there's people going to be coming in. And the most important thing for our people is we have that traditional knowledge. And that traditional knowledge that we have is when it comes to these young kids, the young generation kids, they have no clue about how the ice conditions are. And then so it's very important for us, it's very important for us to teach those young children about, for example, when it comes to bearded seal hunting in the springtime, it's very unsafe when the shore-fast ice is still attached to the shore. And then the young kids are so impatient and they try to go over the ice with snowmobiles and go to the open lead. But little do they know when it comes to west wind, and that's when our elders taught us about when it's west wind, you stay away. You come on in and go, you stay home. And so you know, I think about 4 years ago, there must have been like 6 vessels lost just on account of being impatient. And, you know, that's why it's so important for the Coast Guard to be present. Oops.
It's okay.
I think it's very important for the Coast Guard to be present up in the Arctic. And when it comes to they're present, they're all the way down in Kodiak, and I think they have a few choppers there in Kotzebue, but that's still 400 miles away from Barrow. And I just want to share that Senator Sullivan did an outstanding job on supporting our scientific research. And in 1986, we took over the Naval Arctic Research Lab, and that's all operated by UIC. So when it comes to supporting science, we're very well interested on supporting science. And when it comes to supporting science, we have that traditional knowledge for sharing whatever expertise that we have. And when it comes to the industry, we have the MMOs, that marine mammal observers that stay on the vessels, and, you know, watch guard with the industry and let them know what kind of marine mammals those are or whatever it may be. But our main source of food comes out of the Arctic Ocean. And so when it comes to subsistence way of life, we're very protective of it. And earlier there was mention about the oil spill response, and I think on oil spill response we got ourselves very well equipped with Shell when they were up there, when they were drilling on the 2012 and 2015. And Shell was very helpful with UIC, and we also picked up a man camp from Shell for very little. And I think with a lot of the Shell's equipment that we have for oil spill response, and our oil spill ARS group works closely with Alaska Clean Seas, that's right outside of Prudhoe Bay. And I think when it comes to oil spill response, we try and coordinate everything with not only the Alaska Clean Sea, but also with the U.S. Coast Guard. And so when it comes to infrastructure, we are very lacking on infrastructure. And when it comes to infrastructure, those are the areas that we're mainly focusing on and trying to assist the U.S. Coast Guard or the U.S. Navy on, you know, building those infrastructures. And otherwise, I think I'm...
Anthony, you have mentioned the U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. Navy a couple of times in terms of your relationship and your work with them. But yesterday we learned that the U.S. Air Force is planning to pay a visit to Alaska at high-level members of the U.S. Air Force. Are you aware of this, or have you had any?
Yeah, we're pretty much aware of them. Yes. And then we just want to thank NOAA for, you know, doing an outstanding job for us in the Arctic. And, you know, just the other day, me and my good friend Cliff, we went on a walrus hunt, and some of our local guys were saying, "You guys are too late. The ice is 100 miles out." And we have the satellite image, right? And we're looking at it, and the ice was only like 6 miles out. And the other guy goes, "What image are you looking at?" "I'm looking at an image right now." And then he said, the ice is 80 miles out. And then we said, "Wow, what image are you looking at?" So we left Saturday, and then we went right out to the point where we want to put the deep water port, and it wasn't even 6 miles out. And how we know this, and I shared this with Don Long, he's our former mayor, and he's also the in charge of the new port that we're trying to put in for the North Slope Borough. We call it Kisu, and Kisu on the horizon it's white, and that's where the edge of the ice is. When you see the a white cloud, not a white cloud, on a clear day it'll be like a white mist, but we call that the Kisu. So when you see the Kisu out there, you know for sure the ice is there. Now, when it comes to Kungu, Kungo is a dark cloud where there's an open lead. That's what we call Kungo. And if you see a dark cloud, that means there's open water. So, there's some, when we talk about traditional knowledge, I just want to share about traditional knowledge. And at this point, I don't have any more.
Anthony, I think there are a couple of questions.
Okay.
Hopefully we could go through them very quickly. First one, if you dredge into that 38-feet draft harbor of Barrow, would you have to redredge every year or a few years because of ice movement? So it would be a continuous maintenance?
Yeah, see the ice movement. Right now we got the freeze over, just the freeze over that comes in the fall, during the winter. And then that ice just pretty much stays around, and then, there'll be ice going out, ice coming in, but that ice usually stays once it's stuck to the shore fast ice. And that ice is not very thick. So what we're waiting for is hopefully the lead goes out, and maybe when the ice makes a big turn around, there'll be some better ice on the other side that, we call that when it underdrocks. When the ice hits and it rolls around, and hopefully on the other side of that ice, there'll be better ice. But, it's the ice that we have right now is just a freeze over for a year.
Okay, so may not have any significance as it relates to dredging, I guess. The other question, do you think the oil and gas industry will resume exploration offshore the North Slope in the next 10 years?
With the price of oil going down, I think Shell was very optimistic of trying to go out there and pursue their 2 wells that they were trying to drill. But the problem that they came across was that the Obama administration gave them so much, there were so much policies and regulations that they had to follow. So we couldn't drill 2 wells simultaneously. They only allowed us to drill 1 well at a time. So that was a huge impact for Shell. And they did spend substantial amount of money, about $7 billion, just to drill 2 wells. And at this point, I don't know what their status is, but there is some areas that they were able to discover in Smith Bay and just right outside of Cookpik, Nuiqsut. And with the price of oil, I think it's like, got to look at them in the horizon.
All right, good answer.
So,
all right, well, we'd like to thank you for your contribution.
Yes.
The next speaker is the Chief of Naval Research, Rear Admiral David Hahn, and he's going to talk about the Office of Naval Research, ONR Arctic Opportunities. Oh, yes, let's give him an applause.
Can you guys drive that for me? Perfect. Okay, good afternoon. Let's try that again. Let's get charged up. Good afternoon. All right, there we go. Okay, so my name is David Hahn. I am the current Chief of Naval Research. What's that mean? That means that I have the pleasure and the honor of working with some of the smartest people on this planet across a wide variety of technical and scientific disciplines to do one job. And that job was put on this part of the Navy back in 1946 when we were stood up as an organization, and our one job is to plan, foster, and encourage scientific research. For what purpose? For this country to maintain a maritime advantage if we ever have to apply naval forces to a conflict. So that's a lesson that we learned in the World War II conflict, and coming out of that, we recognized that there was significant advantage to be gained for this country if we marry that sort of secret sauce that we had during that conflict together and keep it as an enduring activity set for this country. And that's having the academic institutions of this nation and, frankly, like-minded nations around the globe, working with our government laboratories and our government employees, working with our industry. All three of those working in concert on things that matter to the naval service. All right, so what's that got to do with the Arctic, you ask? Well, I'm a career submariner, so I've only been in this Chief of Naval Research position for single-digit months. I'm beginning to understand how that works, but I do know how my environment works as a submarine officer. And what I know is this: every capability that our naval forces, Navy and Marines have, is influenced and, frankly, probably directly coupled to the environment, right? So as a submariner, I am acutely aware that acoustic propagation in the ocean changes from place to place, from time to time. I recognize what sea state has to do with my ability to operate my ship and what it does to the adversary, what it does to their plans and my plans. So this coupling that is just innate to my organization as a submarine officer is really across our whole Navy and Marine Corps team. Why does that matter to you all? Well, because our Navy is being asked to operate in lots of places. You heard that this morning, I think, from my counterpart, Admiral Stu Munch, as he talked about how the design for our U.S. Navy and our naval forces intersects with the Arctic and what the threat vectors look like, what that environment looks like, and how we as a Navy are pursuing understanding that part of the globe properly so we can, if we have to, apply naval force in the appropriate way. How do I fit into that? Well, my jobs are, again, use-inspired research, right? So let's go to the next picture if you could. From my perspective, three things matter. And we do well as an organization when we keep those three partners, academia, industry, and government, working together. And we can put together an enduring program approach that allows for us to work off a big problem over time. If we try to solve these huge problems in quick little chunks, we typically undercut the objective. So we don't want to do that. So in this particular arena, the environment matters, right? The environment matters in ways that we as naval officers and as Marine Corps officers, the naval forces uniquely understand and we need to appreciate. And I think the other reality is the dynamic nature of this particular environment, the Arctic, you guys know it better than anybody, is influencing how we can go and understand it and then marry it from a data set and a physical aspect to our ability to predict. Because at the end of the day, what my job is not to bring technology to bear, it's to cause research to occur. And that research might result in a technology, it might result in a predictive model where we understand how a technology will work in an environment. And that's really the approach we're after here in the Arctic, because that's kind of where we are, our understanding of the physical and how that's influencing the things that we would need to bring to bear if we are ever asked. We need to be in a position to accurately predict it such that if we got to do it, we know we're bringing the right kit and we know how that kit's going to operate on any given day in any situation. Now, can that be achieved through science alone? The answer is clearly not. I think you just heard from the previous speaker that there is an element of the human factor that goes throughout all of this and it's woven in there, right? And we need to understand that, and my experience has been that anytime we're successful, it is that team sport across everybody who is willing to go participate. So we'll talk a little bit in a second here about a series of programs that we have sprinkled across time to go understand the environment better so we can get in a position to predict, develop capabilities, and move our Navy and Marine Corps to that next spot, whatever it might be, to operate effectively in the Arctic. That set of programs and those folks who participate, that's dynamic as well. It's open to everybody. So my expectation is that it's not Frank Herr and from Code 32 here at ONR and his merry band of scientists and program officers. It's everybody they can touch who can add value to that conversation at any point in time. And we're willing to change our program based on the input we get from you all and those who ride in you as those folks who are focused on this part of the globe and trying to help our Navy and Marine Corps understand it better so, again, we can operate more effectively there. All right? So we're about those three things. How do we go observe in a way that we can get enough data so we can understand the variability, not just in a moment, but across time? This is a hard problem, as you know. It's a very physically demanding area. So what we are, the thread that we're pulling on, and we see this not just in this area, but in other applications around the globe, is this notion of manned-unmanned teaming. And this is an area where that technology thrust that clearly has application across naval warfighting, we can bring it to bear every single day in this part of the globe to do this job. By doing so, we accomplish many objectives. One, we get a better sense for how people and machines are going to have to work together. We get a sense for how the large amounts of data that we can accumulate in a very short period of time, how we can deal with those and merge that into the data sets we have and then make meaning out of that. Because if we don't understand what the black cloud and that white cloud or that white mist mean, then all we have is data. So our ability to do that is being made much more easy across time because of Moore's Law and all the things that are going on with that, right? That's why the gentleman who preceded me knew that that ice was 6 miles away, and he knew that immediately. Because data and information are ubiquitous, and our ability to process it is now moving at light speed across the planet, right? You all know that. It happens to you every day, and you take advantage of that. So we're going to be able to do more and more of that as we understand man-machine teaming and apply it to this area to gather data about the physical environment. Then our challenge is to move that into meaningful models that we can use. If we don't operationalize this data set, if we don't operationalize this research and keep it alive over time, then we as an organization, my part of the job jar, we have failed because we're not really helping the capability developers and those who have to apply that capability in a warfighting setting in a substantive way. So that's our job. So we got to get that done. So those are the three things that we are working on, and I'll take help from anywhere. Frank tells me that he's willing to invest dollars in this, and he in fact does invest dollars. So we will continue to be a leader in the investment in this research because we need the answer. All right? So let's go to the next picture, if you would, please. So the thread through all these is the same thing we just talked about, right? Every picture here has what in it? An unmanned thing, right? Or it's the result of an unmanned piece of equipment. Now there's people in here, and that's necessary because remember, this is not, autonomy is not going to answer this for us, right? This is man-machine teaming at its finest. When to outfit the toolbox with the right piece of gear, then how do you use it for its intended purpose in that environment? If we try to ask these things to do more than they're available to do or really capable of doing, we're just tricking ourselves. So we're right-sizing our understanding of this environment, what's working, what's not working, and we're continually learning as we move through a series of programmatic steps across a number of years. And I'm actually delighted to be here at the 7th one of these, which means that it's not just us who are interested across time. It's also you and the organizations that you represent. So that's great. And we've got this activity set that started in 2012 going out to the mid-2020s with several phases so we move through an understanding about how this all plays together, and then we can bring it to bear in things that matter to the Navy. It will probably matter to you in some manner, way, shape, or form as well, so that's why we want to partner with you. All right, so let's go to the next picture if we can. Okay, so this is that series of initiatives, Department Research Initiatives, or DRIs as we call them, and this is really Frank's crowd. It's Code 32, again, Frank Herr, you probably all know him, and his band of scientists, engineers, technical folks, all working against this objective to make very useful outcomes from the opportunities that are presented across time and his investment of dollars into each of these activities. So we're looking at what are the thermodynamic effects and how is that changing the way the ice is melting, refreezing, moving across time. It's important to us. We want to be able to operate up there and predict, right? What effect does sea state, wave motion, other things, weather have on that same phenomenology. How do the acoustic propagation paths, the physics of that propagation, how does it all change based on all those other things we just talked about? Because as a submariner, I don't hear them if I don't understand that acoustic path. And it may close down for some reason that is directly coupled to the weather or to the environment from 1 minute to the next, or based on where I put my ship or where his ship is. My weapon doesn't operate in this environment with a predictable outcome unless I've tuned it to the environment. So these are sophisticated, complex pieces of weapon systems that, again, are directly coupled to this environment. If we mess it up and we don't have the right model, then we're just wasting bullets. And given the extreme measures it takes to put a submarine up here, you guys know that if we go up there and waste bullets, then that's probably not what you want us to go do. So it matters how we pursue this set of scientific research initiatives and then what we do with the data that comes from it. So we're going to keep driving into these things, and the capstone really is this, the last event on the tree here is this Arctic Mobile Observing System. Take everything that we have learned about how these tools function in that environment, where the important places are for us to be so we can get maximum value, and then how do we do this such that we get the data back real time in a persistent manner, so then we can truly understand what's happening, absorb it, make meaning out of it, and then work it into our models and be able to predict it. So by the time we're there, you know, we're in graduate school with respect to how we're doing in this particular arena. And I look forward to that. Frank, I don't know, I guess I'll still be around, I hope. And it depends on how well you do in the previous things here. And I'll be in a position to see how this is going. And I am very interested in you participating if you are not already, because your thoughts, your ideas, your participation makes a big difference in our ability to provide a fulsome outcome, no matter where you come from. So I am happy to take questions about these opportunities or anything else that we're doing inside of the Office of Naval Research or the Naval Research Lab or the rest of the Naval Research Enterprise, frankly. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Let me start with a question about Frank Hurd and his band of merry men, or
his merry band of scientists and program officers. Yeah. Sure.
Is this like Robin Hood?
I feel like it's Robin Hood every day. So, you know, I'm the sheriff of Nottingham, and Frank comes.
Yeah. How do you allocate money in the Navy to the Arctic versus other perhaps higher priorities?
Yep. So that's a great question. So at ONR, the Office of Naval Research, we're funded. We're relatively well funded to go do research. And again, use inspired. So we have lots of choices of where to apply those dollars against current and future naval problems. As we have seen over the last several decades, the expenditures of dollars for research, in whatever form it might come in throughout the R&D continuum, has moved away from government and more towards commercial industry, chasing some market. And we in my world, now that I live in, we need to be very selective in where we choose to invest and where we choose to fast follow someone else's investment. So we have identified several things inside of a portfolio of possibilities that are uniquely naval applications of technology where nobody else is going to put a lot of dollars and investment into that, so we need to lead that investment. One of those is understanding ocean acoustics. Another of those is naval shipbuilding and design. And you add those two together and you get some pretty significant things that affect the Arctic, right? So Frank's job is to go and look through that fog and understand where does he need to apply his scarce resources inside of an integrated portfolio of activity over time. And I will tell you that inside of his particular integrated research portfolio, Arctic research is about #1 on the list of priorities because it's something that's happening, whether you want to believe it or not. The Arctic is opening up in a way that none of us could have predicted, really, and we need to understand it because we want to be first in that market. Understand it so we know what we can and cannot do. So it's high on Frank's priority list. There are other things that are high in the undersea battle space arena. Again, does that impact the Arctic? Sure does. So that's a unique naval need. We call them NNRs, National Naval Responsibilities, where we have to lead that research. So the Arctic intersects with probably, of the 5 we've got, intersects with 3 of them solidly and probably another 1 tangentially. The only one it really doesn't hit is sea-based aviation. Right? Not quite there.
Thanks.
Yet.
Let's see if there are other questions from the audience. Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Look at the Arctic Ocean, you're seeing a ocean with several continent size. That ocean you're looking at is several continent size. And from what I'm gathering all day today is from several military people is that the Navy, Coast Guard, everyone seem to be wanting to look in instead of actively participate within the Arctic Ocean.
So I don't think this is just me talking, I don't think that's the Navy's position. So I think we have to pick and choose where we participate and how we do that around the globe. A lot of responsibilities there. So at this moment, given the threat vector that we see associated with that part of the globe, and our understanding of how we would apply naval forces there, we're at the right spot of looking in to understand how we would operate in, right? So we do operate in, the submarine force operates in that environment, and we've been part of it for decades. As the rest of the naval forces learn about that environment and we understand how we should operate there, and how we can effectively operate there, I think you'll see more of a shift into what you're thinking. Operate in it, don't just look into it. So I think you will see that over time, and we're at the front end of that effort as Frank and his team do this research to provide a fulsome understanding of what can and should be done here. Does that help? Okay.
Thanks. One more very quick question. At NRL, do you ensure that bathymetric and top sounder data from subs are regularly declassified according to the approved protocols and provided to scientists? It sounds like a loaded question, but I'm sure you have an answer to it.
The answer is yes. No, we do. We have an understanding of how valuable that data is because of the temporal aspect to it, when it was acquired, as well as how it was acquired, and how valuable it is to the research community to maybe fill in parts of the puzzle that we don't have any data available to fill in. At the same time, we balance that against submarine operations and laying in, for example, enough data points so somebody could figure out, aha, we know we can do the time distance problem. We saw the submarine on the surface in port A, and then there's a data set associated with a part of the globe. So we balance that and make sure that we're not giving away too much, yet we're providing as much as we can to the scientific community. So pretty good established procedures in place for those.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your participation. And I see that you use glasses, so I'm sure you're going to enjoy this.
All right.
The next speaker in the program is Mr. Aaron Lawton, Director of Operations of One Ocean Expeditions, as he's going to be talking on Arctic marine tourism.
Button here, laser pointer, and left, right. If you get one of these, it'll black out.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm, as stated, the Director of Operations with One Ocean Expeditions. We're an expedition cruise company based in Canada, operating in the Antarctic, in Svalbard, in Greenland, and in the Canadian Arctic at this point. But I'm also here on behalf of IACO, the Association of Arctic Expedition Cruise Operators. And IACO is a member association that covers most of the expedition cruise operators operating in the circumpolar Arctic. So my presentation is more on the generic Arctic expedition cruise industry and less on an infomercial on One Ocean. You can get me talking about that later. I'll take a global approach and start off with just the passenger capacity snapshot of the global cruise industry, not just the Arctic, but this is the global cruise industry. In 2017, an expectation of about 25.5 million cruisers around the world. This is a big industry we're talking about, and these folks are coming from around the world. In 2015, about half of those cruisers came from the United States, the UK, Germany, Australia, and increasingly China have seen increases in this cruise industry as well in the market. So cruises are coming from around the world, and it is a big industry, and it's only going to get larger. But taking it into the region, into the high Arctic, and I will just turn and face the screen for a moment, otherwise I'll miss some of these arrows. We're looking at the cruise patterns for the circumpolar Arctic. The green arrows show the more conventional cruise industry, and the yellow arrows show the expedition cruise industry. The conventional cruise industry at the moment is focused around the coast of Norway up towards Longyearbyen or Svalbard, around Iceland, and there's a smaller portion of that conventional cruise industry on the west coast of Greenland, where there's a little more ice-free water. The expedition cruise industry also spends a lot of time up in the Svalbard area. You see this arrow going up into the ice. There's that the nuclear icebreaker North Pole trips going from through Franz Josef Land up to the North Pole, and then up around the east coast of Greenland, a bit very isolated part of the world, up into the west coast of Greenland, the Canadian Arctic, and through the Northwest Passage. I'm going to leave the Alaska cruise industry and Inside Passage cruise industry off the table in this discussion. We don't see the green arrow yet going through the Northwest Passage. The Crystal Serenity, just one transit, doesn't quite rate a green arrow yet. So here we've got a graph just showing the cruise passengers in the Arctic, global cruise passengers or conventional and expedition cruise passengers visiting the Arctic and the various regions of the Arctic over the last decade or so. And what you can see from this graph, you can see the blue lines indicate the Svalbard, the red is Greenland, and a very small portion of the cruise industry is in the Canadian Arctic and in Russia. I hate to say it, and any Canadians in the room, please plug your ears for a second, but in Canada and Russia, we seem to be overburdened by regulations in the cruise industry. So that is a bit of a barrier of entry for many of the companies operating in Svalbard and Greenland. I hate to compare the two countries, but... And just to show that trends in some of the regions, we see this again is not just expedition cruises, this is conventional cruises as well. This is Norway, and you see that growth curve for Norway. You see it a little differently for Iceland, and by region in Iceland, each of these represents a region, a cruise region of Iceland. But again, you see the increasing trend in cruise tourism. So this industry is here to stay, and it's going to grow. And as it grows, there's going to be a demand for new areas, and new vessels. This information is from CLIA, the Cruise Line International Association. The new ships on order, quite a staggering quantity, 97 ships on order over the next 10 years, 26 this year on order. They might not all get delivered, but that's an incredible capacity, cruise capacity being brought to the industry. I've dropped the term conventional cruise a few times now, and I should perhaps explain it. This is what I would consider a conventional cruise ship. It's a large ship. Passenger numbers, what I would say is greater than, the line I draw is greater than 500, and it goes up into the thousands. The crew on these ships go up into the thousands from time to time. These ships are large in passenger numbers, large in size, multi-story ships. For their size, they're incredible ships. They're incredibly maneuverable. But for some of the waterways, the Arctic waterways, they're just incredibly large ships. And a bit of a concern to see a ship that size going through a strait. Someone mentioned Bellot Strait earlier. These are big ships. Generally conventional hulls, so not ice-strengthened hulls. and with limited experience in on the bridge dealing in ice-covered waters. Over the last few years, we've seen a few of these ships coming down into the Antarctic, and where they don't have the expertise on their bridge team, they're bringing in some very experienced ice captains. These ships have very set itineraries, and marketing, sales and marketing. I'm the operations guy, and sales and marketing's hitting me every day for sail plans for the next year, the year after. These big cruise ships are booked 2, 3, 4 years out. Their port calls are planned. Their service calls are planned. Their itineraries are pretty fixed, and when you're planning that far out, you aren't really able to deal with the variability of seasonal ice or weather issues, heavier weather issues, weather years down in the Antarctic or in the Drake Passage. So I'm going to contrast that with the expedition cruise vessels, and you can see my bias here, one picture of the conventional ship and a dozen pictures or more, 16 pictures of expedition cruise ships. But really we're talking about a whole different kettle of fish, from sailboats and yachts, sailing ships, old converted light vessels. We've got from about 12 plus passengers up to about 350 to 500 stretching it for an expedition ship. And you see all range of ships in here. What do they have in common? Generally, most of them are ice strengthened. They've got very experienced officers, captains who have a lot of experience in the polar regions. Some of these ships and some of the captains sailing on these ships at the moment in our industry have 20 plus years on their ships in the polar regions. They get addicted to it and they keep coming back. These are smaller ships, very capable ships, seaworthy, ice-strengthened hulls. The standard in the industry would be a Canadian, probably a Canadian Type C. There are a few Type A and Type B ships, and we've had a new breed of ships coming in that are about a Type E in the Canadian system. But they've all got some ice strengthening. I think one of the things that makes them stand out as well is the flexibility of itinerary planning. Expedition cruise operators have been burned a few times planning schedules too tightly. And where we operate on the fringes, we've learned to add in time. And so building an itinerary 2 years out, you add an extra day to cross Baffin Bay from Greenland to Pond Inlet, to the northern end of Baffin Island, just in case the Baffin Bay middle ice reappears and we don't have to sail up to Cap York and go around that ice. My first few years in the industry, around I guess 1999, 2000, we were sailing up to it seemed like we were sailing almost to Thule to get around the ice to get down into Pond Inlet, and added an extra full day at sea. We still build that day into our sail plan, and as the time gets closer, now I'm looking at ships heading up into the Arctic. This week it's on the coast of Labrador, heading north. Now I'm rewriting schedules I've realized the middle ice is not going to be there, and I've known it all along, but now I can add in a little bonus day for passengers, and that flexibility is something that really sets the expedition cruise industry apart. So I showed that growth in the cruise industry, and that growth is there in the global cruise industry, but also in the expedition cruise industry. And over the last few months, my head's been spinning as I've seen companies going to market with new vessels on order, 15 to 20 polar class vessels on order over the next probably next decade from our industry. And it's interesting, they're not just conventional vessels. These are polar class, so ice-strengthened vessels to varying degrees, but there's all kinds of new ideas. The X-bow design that has worked well on offshore supply vessels is being bandied around, but we also have new activities coming into play with ships traveling into these regions with submersibles, more of the ships with helicopters and other water toys, jet skis, jet boats. That's what we're seeing as these new announcements are made. So we're seeing a growth in the industry, an increase also an increase in the size of the ship. A little bigger ships, a little more luxurious, and another 50, 100 passengers. I started, I guess, in the Antarctic in 98, 97. And I was on one of the biggest ships in the Antarctic cruise industry then at 100 passengers. I'm almost embarrassed to say I'm still on the same ship when I go to sea, and I love it. It's a beautiful ship, and it's 100 passengers, but now it's the smallest, or just about the smallest ship in the industry, and the normal size is 150 to 220 passengers. So there's been growth and change in the industry. The last point with this new capacity, of course, is new itineraries. We're tripping over each other, and we need to push the boundaries and find places to go. Getting around Svalbard, there's a lot of ships up around Svalbard, and we're pushing north to 82 degrees to the ice edge as the polar pack recedes. That, for those who know the Arctic satellite issues, that puts us pretty limited bandwidth for communication, and there's not much help up there. In the Canadian Arctic, we're looking west, we're looking north, we're looking up between Ellesmere and Greenland and Duquesne Basin, looking for new itineraries to stay out of the way of each other. And we take our time doing it, but there is that, as the ice diminishes, we'll be pushing a little farther. So I said I was here to speak on IACO's behalf as well, and One Ocean Expeditions is a proud member of the Association of Arctic Expedition Cruise Operators, or IACO, and we're a member organization founded in 2003 by the members of the industry, and our goal is to ensure environmentally friendly, safe, and considerate tourism. Of course, we're a trade association, so we advocate for the industry and the members' interests as well with the various national authorities in the regions we travel. We've got about 60 international members at the moment, 36 cruise operators or vessel managers, and operating about 40 vessels in around the Arctic. And I think at this point, it might be every expedition cruise company operating in the circumpolar Arctic is a member. It might be one outstanding still that we're working on. So that is really good coverage for us. We're proud of that. Our passengers numbers have been increasing, and you see a steady trend. Well, not much of a trend, I guess, if you're a scientist. If you're trying to convince your marketing team, then it's I call that a clear trend. And but what I see over the next couple of years is even more interesting, and going from about 20,000 in 2016 up to expected to be around 24,000 this year in our association, and up to close to 33,000 in 2019. That's our progression, our expected progression of numbers over the next couple of years. So the growth is happening. There'll be more people coming into the region, which will, I think we'll see some challenges, infrastructure challenges and others as we work up into the north. And this is for Svalbard, Greenland, Jan Mayen, the Canadian Arctic, and in the Russian Arctic, it's mainly Franz Josef Land, the new Russian Arctic National Park. Just a few initiatives led by IACO, and as an association, IACO works with its members to develop operational guidelines. So if you're becoming a member, you apply to become a member, and you have to prove that you can follow or will follow these guidelines, show that you'll follow them. And that's for how to operate tours. So we're trying to we'll teach people how to compete with us. And as long as they do it the right way, then we'll welcome them with open arms. But also visitor guidelines. We'll also teach our passengers how they're supposed to interact when they come up into the region. We do it in the Antarctic as well with the Antarctic Association, but we've got a set of animated guidelines, which seems to be a hit, that's available in about 20 languages now that we can show to our passengers on the ship. Also, wildlife guidelines, how to interact around walrus in rubber inflatable zodiacs. Most of our passengers are nervous about polar bears when we're in the Arctic. Most of our boat drivers are nervous about walrus. How do you interact around walrus? And any walrus hunter will know why I say that. Biosecurity guidelines, prevention of the introduction of non-native species. Any photographers in the room? There's got to be a few of you. I saw a couple at the back of the room. You bring a tripod up into the Arctic, and we're going to make you biosecure that tripod, the feet of the tripod, your trekking poles. we'll clean those with a biocide before you bring whatever was in your farmyard at home up into the Arctic. We'll vacuum out your pockets on your jackets before you come ashore. We'll actually make you vacuum out your pockets, and you'll pay a lot of money to use our vacuum to do it when you get up into the region. But it's teaching people about the responsibilities they have. And then site-specific guidelines. There are a lot of sites we visit in the Arctic that are very sensitive, and as we some of the sites see hundreds of even thousands of passengers a summer, and so we work with the local authorities to develop guidelines for the sites. In Svalbard, we have 20 different site. I think it's about 26 now, different site-specific guidelines that we've put together. We've gotten approval from the Svalbard Governor's Office. And that's mandatory for all our ships going in there. So I know that if I visit that site, here's how I'm going to behave, and every other ship that's a member of our organization will behave the same way. So we set uniform standards. And then visiting communities, we're visiting communities that are very small, very isolated. And some of the ships coming into those communities more than double the population of a community. It's even more staggering with the big ships coming in. And so guidelines on how to interact with the communities, as well as community-specific guidelines, a template for the communities to develop guidelines how they want the ship to interact with them. So we provide the template to them, they fill it out, send it back to the ships visiting their community, and we follow those requests. Maritime safety, of course, is important to our industry. So important, I spelled maritime wrong. I'm sorry for that. But something was going to get missed. Our vessels all have trackers on it, and I can log into my computer anytime and see where the entire industry, all the ships are. I get a message from my captain saying, we're having a bit of a problem here. I know within about 5 minutes which ship is closest, and I've spoken to my counterpart at that company saying, hey, before you move out of that area, can you give me a buzz? I'll just let you know if we've got our problem rectified here. Crowdsourcing of hydrographic data or sounding data. We use the OLEX crowdsourcing software. It's not perfect. It's not a replacement for hydrographic survey, but it offers our navigators a second line of information. We've been working with the IHO and identifying areas of importance for new soundings, as well as providing the data from our ships, from our ACTIS systems, as we after the season. We've got a cruise database that all the companies can access, so we know where the other ships are, what their plans are, but also a cruise ship database, which is available to the SAR authorities, to the Joint Rescue Coordination Centers, MRCCs, that tells them what capabilities exist on each ship, how many fast rescue boats, what kind of first aid, how many doctors on the ship, how many nurses, what kind of burn equipment do we have. All of that stuff is in that cruise ship database, and that's cataloged by IACO and then provided to the MRCCs on request. The MRCCs are also given the access to the vessel tracking system. We've been quite involved in search and rescue. It's been mentioned today already a few times, but we've most recently been involved in Iceland. The Icelandic Coast Guard has hosted two joint search and rescue tabletop exercises in conjunction with IACO. And that's been exciting to have most of the search and rescue authorities, competent authorities around the Arctic in the room with most of the fleet superintendents and a lot of the captains sitting around a table. And the questions flying out. And the first year we did that, it was about the 8th simulated hour of the exercise before one of the response ships turned and asked the industry, the cruise ships, hey, does anybody have a helicopter on board? Or can anybody land a helicopter? And it was 2 hours later before that same guy turned and asked, hey, do you have fuel for helicopters? If you can't, can you refuel one of our helicopters? And it was amazing. The second year, of course, we did that. The second year, immediately, who's got a helicopter and how much fuel do you have on board? And so the industry learns what the response times are. The responding authorities learn what our capabilities are. And this year, the Canadian Coast Guard hosted a Northwest Passage tabletop exercise where we worked quite closely with the Coast Guard, both IACO and us in One Ocean, to run this exercise. And again, a learning experience for both sides. The industry as a whole does a lot to support scientists. We will carry scientists on the ships. We'll offer berths. Some of the companies, ours included, will have berths provided. We helped sponsor the Arctic Net conference a couple of years ago in Canada, with the hope of being able to connect to Canadian scientists. We're a Canadian company, to Canadian scientists, saying, we had a big flag at our table saying we have 2 berths on every trip dedicated for scientists. We didn't have any Canadian scientists take us up on it that year. But there's the support of real science, and then there's the support of citizen science, and there is a difference between the two. I think both have both are valid, but the whale sightings catalogs and so on is valuable, and it's something that the passengers can help with, and the passengers can pore over photographs and look to identify specific whales, and so that's some of the work we do on the ships. It's reporting marine mammal sightings to various organizations, and I will say that IACO has come out in support of an international heavy fuel oil ban in the Arctic. So I'm going to wrap it here, just with the last few comments being that the industry is growing. I think we're working well with authorities in the various regions we travel. We would love to see better charts, better hydrographic data. We'd love someone to figure out the satellite communications over 75 degrees north. We'll pay for it. Our passengers will pay for it. We just need someone to launch the satellites. And this year we had an issue with the Norwegian's ice service was not producing ice charts on Saturdays and Sundays. So our entire industry in Svalbard, which is the majority of the industry, was running out of data Friday afternoon about 4 o'clock, and we had nothing until Monday. And this year, the Norwegian Ice Service responded, and they produce images for us over the weekend to improve navigational safety. So we're working well with the authorities. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you very much, Aaron. We have a problem. We don't have much time, so we'll have to eat into Brad Moran's talk, because you have a number of really good questions. So I'm going to try to please answer as fast as you can and concise. First one, does IACO encourage all of its members to ensure that its ships participate in the WMO voluntary observations from ships, the BOS plus?
Yes, IACO does encourage the ships to participate in the World Meteorological.
Okay, it's a landing ground. Okay.
Yeah.
What contingencies do IACO members build in for vessel emergencies in such remote environments? A mass rescue would be incredibly complex in the polar regions.
I can't answer that one in a short time, but I will say that we've worked with the authorities of all the MRCCs around the Arctic. All of them have been very involved in working with IACO on these tabletop exercises, so that putting that time in around the table with the authorities from the various countries, learning their response times, that's allowed the members to well, I guess it's helped us improve our readiness, our contingency plans.
Thanks. Do you expect the greatest increase in tourism to come from Asian countries like China?
There's a dramatic growth in cruise passengers globally from China. I think that will be a strong market for our industry.
I'm going to jump a couple. How many trips did the Crystal Serenity make this past year? But the most important part, what is the forecast for passenger ships to sail through the Northwest Passage for the next year? If you
The Crystal Serenity made one transit of the Northwest Passage last year, and they did an incredible job of it. They set the gold standard for large ships in the Canadian Arctic. I think both the U.S. Coast Guard and the Canadian Coast Guard would agree with that statement. They have a transit planned for this year through the Northwest Passage. Another company had planned, went to market with a Northwest Passage transit, pulled it after about 6 weeks, and I think it was to sort of test the market. I'm not sure how many transits are planned this year. I think my ships are doing 4.
Thank you, Aaron, for your contribution.
Thank you.
The closing presentation of the day is going to be given by Dr. Brad Moran, Dean, College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences, University of Alaska, Fairbanks. And it's going to be on the Sekuliak, I guess, a small boat, the ice-strengthened U.S. academic research vessel.
All right, end of the day. Thanks for sticking around. I know I'm between everyone here and the reception, so I'm going to make sure I'm on time. Thank you for this opportunity to come here and speak. It's an honor and a privilege to represent the College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences, as we are the operator of this vessel right here, the only ice-capable research vessel in the academic fleet, RV Sekuliak. I would say we're fiercely proud of our operation and looking forward to do so in the going forward with NSF. 2 years ago, there was an update on the vessel, and this is going to be another update since then. One, you'll note, and it was a real honor to see that Sekuliak's on your program. So in the meantime, we painted the hull dark blue, among other updates. I won't make any assumptions. Some quick facts on Sekuliak. It's a $200 million ice-capable global-class research vessel, 20 crew and 26 scientists. It's right now actually in Seward. That's the home port. It'll be there till the 29th of July. It was completed in 2014, and it actually only became fully operational last March 2016. So it's a little over a year that we've been fully operational. There have been some cruises in the meantime, of course. But that puts the University of Alaska Fairbanks and the college in the big league, I would say, of U.S. ship operators with UW, Woods Hole, Lamont, and Scripps. And, of course, it supports Alaskan and national international research. Since the last meeting 2 years ago, I just mentioned it's gone fully operational. I wanted to point out 4 updates I think that are important for folks to be aware of. One is the emphasis on compliance, which I'll talk about. The CSOP is a Community Environmental Compliance Standard Operating Procedure. We work very closely with NSF on this document. We've had some technical modifications. We're certainly trying to get sound profile information, IT with the high seas net, and the SAT-NAG, which I'll touch on. Fisheries was engineered out of Sekuliak when it was built. We're trying to put that back in. I'll touch on that. And then I'll mention the ARIS international collaboration that's pending right now out of Avi. We've heard a number of talks. Things are heating up in the Arctic in terms of either there was a lot of emphasis in oil drilling, etc., along the North Slope depicted here. That's gone away. But with that, there's a lot more interaction in other ways. We just heard a talk about cruise, for example. This is on the right-hand side here is the industry conflict avoidance agreement is drawn up. There's a lot of information there, but I wanted to point out all those oil companies and the word "and" with all these Eskimo whaling commissions. So there was a conflict avoidance agreement drawn up by industry with these communities that is effectively off the table because Shell has pulled out. So when folks want to do their research operations, this is just a seasonal depiction of bowhead subsistence whaling up on the Alaskan North Slope area. There's the potential then for conflict with these communities that have been there for, as we've heard, many, many thousands of years, have a lot of knowledge. So we want to ensure in our operations at Sekuliak that we're compliant and working with these communities, and that's one thing we've made a strong emphasis. 1 year ago, this is a first for our university, first for any university, I think, that operates a ship. We put together a memorandum of understanding. We took that conflict avoidance agreement and worked it as the university MOU with, in this case, the Wainwright Whaling Captain Association. And sort of amazingly, our lawyers signed off on this and established trust with this community. And that's really quite an impressive thing. I can assure you there's no federal agency in this room that's going to walk down that path. What was at stake? There was probably 2 days before the final deadline to have this operation, our research operation. There was several $1 million in research alone at stake, so we really needed to make sure that this went through. So that was a big deal for the university, for working with NSF and working particularly with this community. A lot of information here. This Sikuliaq Community Environmental Compliance Standard Operating Procedure. It's modeled after the Waterways Safety Committee Standard of Care document. It's been vetted through NSF. It's been vetted through all of these organizations shown here. Many different organizations, from Sea Grant to the Icebreaking, AICC, etc. This document's posted on our website. If you want to use the Sikuliaq, you will be compliant with this document. There are checklists. There's many steps in place to make sure that we work well with the whaling communities, the subsistence hunters. This is a very important aspect. Why does this matter to this community? Well, the more activity that's going on, the more interaction you're going to have with these communities, and the better it will be to work closely and productively with these communities, which is what we're trying to do. So I feel it's setting a standard, if you like, in that regard. One of the key questions that's asked very pointedly is you cannot tell the subsistence hunting community the sound profile of the ship, whether it's on the shelf or further out, and this is true. And that then you cannot answer whether you're going to interfere with bowhead whaling, for example. This plot here is just our first initial attempt to try to give a sense of the sound profile of Sikuliaq, shown with all these squiggly lines. In interest of time, I'm going to step through this quickly. Our noise profiles. This is decibels versus frequency here along the horizontal axis of ships going through Rotterdam, and not the Arctic Ocean, of course. But this is two plots of Sikuliaq to compare with what would normally be, or sort of an average, ship noise from vessels that will probably start going through the Arctic Ocean a lot more. And you can see at 12 knots, at low frequency, Sikuliaq is relatively quiet compared to these vessels. It's similar to the others at the higher frequencies. But at 4 knots, and of course when it's not running, it's a relatively quiet ship, and that's important to try to convey when you're having a discussion about whether or not the ship is going to interfere with subsistence hunting. Why is this? It has a number of technical modifications. The Z drives are very key to the quietness of Sikuliaq in its operation. I can talk more about that later, but I'm going to move on. Another aspect of Sikuliaq that's happened in the last couple of years is this collaboration between the other global class operators around IT. This is Scripps, Hui, UW, and UAF. Lamont's not on here. This is our IT guru, if you like, our chief, John Haverlack. They work very closely on improving satellite navigation, satellite communications between these vessels, and in fact now we have higher bandwidth with an NSF program, the High Seas Net, and so technical modifications around IT are a big part of what's been going on with the ship since we've gone fully operational. I'll just show one example of this. It was built by Steve Roberts in our Seward Marine Center group shoreside facility. This is effectively what's a GIS custom map server that you can overlay many different maps. I've just taken this one example where you have topography, you have ice information, which actually feeds into the Naval Ice Center. We provide that information. Many different ship tracks, etc. So there's an ability for the ship to have a multi-layer web-based GIS server. It's another feature of Sikuliaq that's quite advanced. I mentioned that the fisheries was engineered out for costs and other reasons. We're trying to put that back in. We just are under the process now of buying this surface and under ice trawl suit. It's made in the Alfred Wegener Institute. This is actually a cartoon of the Polarstern. It's not Sikuliaq. And it will allow us to sample down here meso and macrozooplankton, but also fish. So we're looking to expand the research capacity of Sikuliaq to address fisheries. There's a lot of support there from BOEM and other agencies in that regard. Quite excited about that. On the international scene, some of you may be aware of this. This is pending. It's not in the can yet. It's ARIS. It's a proposal, international effort run out of Alfred Wegener Institute, the Arctic Research Icebreaker Consortium. You can see here all the different icebreakers. I've highlighted Sikuliaq. This is their lifetime. There's some that are coming on, the Norwegians, the Attenborough, the UK, Plurstern 2. What this is a 6 million euro proposal that will improve networking and coordination between the various countries that have interest in doing work in the Arctic with ice-capable or icebreaker research vessels. So this will enhance that coordination, transnational access. If this proposal goes forward, and it sounds like it's very promising, there will be ability, if you're a U.S. scientist, a British scientist, what have you, to work across different nations and across different platforms as shown right here. So Kuliak right here. This is really kind of cool because, you know, we now have Port Sikuliak on an international platform, an international collaboration that I know NSF is very supportive, and it actually would leverage resources in many different positive ways. As the Dean, I have to throw two slides up that show just the great work that our college is doing. This is actually a new project funded. It's a long-term ecosystem research program by NSF. They're very competitive. This is one of only two in the Arctic region. We're on both of them, and it will run for 5 years along this Seward line right here, but actually expand out to other areas. And the emphasis is on basically understanding better the role of potential climate change on lower trophic and higher trophic fisheries going forward. Very excited about the LTER. So Kuliak will be the vessel that will presumably, for the most part, be operating in this regard. And this expedition literally just ended. It's a collaboration with, among others, the North Pacific Research Board, the Asgard Arctic Shelf Growth Advection Respiration and Deposition Rate Measurement Program. It's a mouthful. You can see where we're operating. This was largely run out of our college. You may have seen in the news a few weeks ago Sikuliak was involved in a search and rescue off Wales. It was not successful, unfortunately. Coast Guard was engaged in that as well. So that was another sort of opportunity for Sikuliak to work in different ways. The Senator King, for those who were here this morning, said they really like to have, you know, visualization of data. Well, we're really big on social media, I can assure you. So we're on Twitter. It's sort of odd to say that word when I'm in Washington, D.C. But we are. We have Instagram, our Kuliak Instagram. We're on Facebook. I encourage you to jump on this and check out a lot of the cool stuff that's going on with our college, and particularly with the ship. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad. You're right on time.
I tend to be that way.
Very good. Any questions for Brad Moran?
Everybody's thirsty.
Let me start with an online question for you. What enforcement options exist in the newly agreed upon standard operating procedures? If the newly agreed upon standard operating procedures are violated?
I'm not sure I understand the question, to be honest.
I'm not sure I understand it.
This is a voluntary effort. There's no enforcement. This is working in a voluntary way to try.
We're going to request that the person that posed the question.
I actually had a question that I wanted to put to this group. So if you want to use our vessel, the one that we operate, owned by National Science Foundation, it's about $50,000 a day. How much does it cost if you want to use Healy? And why? Anybody have the answer to that question? Coast Guard here. Right. So we have two major federal assets. Does it really cost $30,000 a day to run Healy? Got to get that sorted out.
Well, of course, Aaron's small boats are free and come with food. So
certainly, Sikuliak claims to have the best food in the fleet. I'm not sure.
Any other questions?
There's one over there in the back.
Yeah, there's a couple there.
Yes, thank you. This is really fascinating. The gentleman from Barrow spoke about the importance of historic and native knowledge of the area. What aspects is the University of Alaska and the Sikuliak doing to perhaps coordinate and offer STEM opportunities for young native Inuit, Alaskan, Aleut peoples to train on board this vessel, and also so we could get a merge and a holistic approach towards both technology and as well as historic and native knowledge.
That's a great question. Thank you for that. I mean, I do feel that, or we do feel that our position being in Alaska running this vessel gives us a definite advantage to work with the many different indigenous communities. Just to back up for a second, our college is in 12 locations, so we have what we call the Marine Advisory Program all over the place, particularly in Nome. We work very closely there. Gay Sheffield is in Nome. So there's that level of engagement, generally speaking. The state of Alaska invests $500,000 a year in this, what we call the Alaska Sikuliak program, and that is been used mostly to have ship days paid for, but we try to engage as much as we can with the Native communities. I think what you're saying, though, is there's a great opportunity, and we want to take advantage of that. When we run the ship, we have an observer. When we had the search and rescue, there was a Native observer on the vessel. So the more we can do in that regard, the better. So we feel like we're in a very good position because of having our foothold in Alaska, I feel like.
There was another question. Just.
I can hear you.
No,
yeah. I can
we
repeat
want
the
the
question
people
too.
online to hear you. Okay.
I have a question about research in the winter in the Arctic. There's more and more research coming out now that that's starting to become very important to understand how the Arctic rejuvenates and regenerates in the winter months. I mean, if you have a vessel like yours, is there any plans to start looking into doing research in the wintertime and just go with it for a couple of months?
You know, I'm so glad you asked that question because I was going to bring it up at the very beginning. So this is an Ice-Diminished Arctic Symposium on Naval and Maritime Operations. We have a fleet of 1.5 icebreakers. This is ice capable. So if things keep going the way they are with the global warming, et cetera, we would be the benefactor as the operator of Sikuliak because this vessel will go through 2.5 feet of ice at 2.5 knots. So with less and less ice, we would actually be out more and more of the season. So from an operator perspective, that's a plus. And to address your specific question, we'd be out there more in sort of the winter seasons. That's with regard to using Sikuliak, which I presume you're referring to directly. Yeah. So one consequence of an ice-diminished Arctic is that do we really need as many icebreakers, perhaps? You know, the ice-capable Sikuliak might be the way to go.
There's another online question. Does Sikuliak follow UNO's R2R procedures? For example, collecting multi-beam while transmitting.
Best of my knowledge. Did Larry Mayer send that to me? To the best of my knowledge.
His name is Anonymous.
Yeah. I think Larry's testing me. Yes, we run all emails.
Any other questions? Thank you, Brad.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to thank all of the speakers for today. I thought it was a very interesting opening. I'd like to also thank you, the personnel that was able to fix the technical issues. So all the technical personnel of the Navy Memorial that was involved in solving this issue. Thank you. For those of you that will have presentations tomorrow and have not provided them electronically, please do so as soon as possible. And I hope that you all will enjoy the reception that is going to be sponsored by the Alaska State Society and the U.S. Arctic Research Commission. But do it responsibly. Thank you. Thank you to all of those that joined us online. I'll see you all tomorrow.